starting both front-end and back-end in the part of the full stack web development. So before going to that, first of all, we need to get understand what are the different kind of terminologies, like what is web. Web is a component. Web is a component in internet. And then we need to get understand what is web application. An application which is going to be installed in the browser. An application which is going to be launched by browser is called a web application. Is called a web application. And finally, what are the web technologies we will be having? What are the web technologies we will be having? There are multiple kind of web technologies which are going to be available to develop the web application completely. So for this web application, web technologies, we are having a full stack web technologies. So in the part of the full stack, there are two parts. One is the front end, one is the back end. One is the front end, one is the back end. See, what is the front end? First of all, we should understand. Front end is what user can able to see. Front end is what user can able to see. What user can able to see. And second one is the back end. What is this back end is? What user cannot able to see. What user cannot able to see. See, for example, guys, I am taking one application, simple application. If I am taking a application called Amazon.in, or if I am taking some application like Facebook.com, or if I am taking some application like Flipkart.com, if I am taking some application like YouTube.com, all these are actually basically web applications. An application which is going to be running through the internet, installed, launching by the browser, called web application. In web application, we will be having two kind of technologies. If you want to create a web application, same like Amazon, same like Facebook, same like Flipkart, we need to have two kind of technologies. One is the front end, one is the back end. And front end in the part of the front end, what are the different kind of technologies we should understand in the part of the front end? So I'm going to be divide this particular front end into the three parts. One is the basic front end. One is the basic front end. One is the advanced front end. One is the modern front end. So the technologies, whatever we have in the part of the front end, I'm going to be dividing into the basic front end, advanced front end, and modern front end. What are the different kind of technologies which are going to be available in the basic front end? HTML4, CSS2, JavaScript. And in the part of the advanced front end, what are the different kind of technologies which are going to be available? HTML5, CSS3, and jQuery. One more is Bootstrap. And in the part of the modern front end, what are the different kind of technologies which are going to be available? Let me give you the declaration of React.js, Angular, Angular, and one more is Vue.js. So please try to understand what are the different kind of technologies which are going to be available in the part of the front end, and what are the different kind of technologies which are going to be available in the back end. In the front end is again going to be dividing into the three parts: basic front end, advanced front end, and modern front end. And coming to the advanced front end, HTML5, CSS3, jQuery, Bootstrap. Modern front end, React.js, Angular, Vue.js. But in my suggestion, the best in the modern front end is the React.js. We are going to be discussing about the React.js. But basic front end, advanced front end, compulsory we should learn. I will tell you each and everything from scratch. Don't worry about all the things. What is HTML? What is CSS? What is JavaScript? What is jQuery? What is Bootstrap? each and every thing, each and every pinpoint we can learn from scratch level. And coming to the modern front end, in the part of the modern front end, we are having a React.js. React.js, with the React.js, we can able to develop SPA, single page applications. Single page applications. Yeah, I will tell you what is a single page application later, and what is a modern front end application later. I will tell you. And now I am coming to the backend technologies. What are the different kind of backend technologies which are going to be available to the web application? The one is very famous and old one, PHP. The one is the .NET. The one is the Java. A lot of people are already working in the PHP. A lot of people are already working in .NET. A lot of people are already working in Java. But I'm not touched HTML. Sorry, I'm not touched PHP. I'm not touched .NET. I'm not touched Java. And one more is Python Django, which is already famous, running with companies. And one more is Python Flask. Python Flask. Pratima, you can check your voice. Okay. One more is Python Flask. And one more is Node.js. So I'm going to be working with the Node.js here. One second. And in the part of the backend, there are multiple kind of technologies which are available. One is the PHP, one is the .NET, one is the Java, one is the Python Django, one is the Python Flask, one is the Node.js. But Node.js basically developed on JavaScript. Node.js basically developed on JavaScript based framework. JavaScript based framework to develop the APIs, to develop the services, to connect with the databases, all these things. So finally, what our course will be in our full stack web development. Our full stack web development, what we are going to be discussing about. We are going to be focusing on front end. We are going to be focusing on back end. In the part of the front end, what we are going to be discussing about the basics. Anyway, we will go with HTML, CSS, JS, jQuery, BS. Then I will go with the React.js. So this is the part of the front end I am going to be discussing with you. Then what about the backend I'm going to be discussing with you? I'm going to be discussing with you Node.js, Express.js, and one more is MongoDB. This is the part of the backend I'm going to be discussing with you. And this is our course structure. And finally, this course is going to be taking a long time. And we are going to be discussing all the things one by one. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js in the part of the front end. Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB in the part of the backend. That's it. And I'm telling to you guys, you no need to have any experience for this course. I hope everybody know HTML basic level. Even you don't know the HTML, don't worry. I'm going to be doing the everything from the scratch level, and I'm going to be dealing with the course from scratch level. Each and every pinpoint I will touch. Okay, so first of all, I'm going with HTML. HTML basically what? HTML is basically hypertext markup language. HTML is basically hypertext markup language. And one more point I will write before dealing with HTML. Web applications are running in browser or launched by browser. So browser means any kind of browser. For example, you are going with the Internet Explorer, you are going with the Chrome, you are going with the Firefox, you are going with the Safari, you are going with Opera. There is no matter of the browser. Any browser will support web application. And one more thing is, you may ask a question, sir, what is the prerequisites to learn this particular course? There is no prerequisites to learn this particular course. So you people come from a scratch level. Even you don't know C language, you don't know C++ language, you know Java language. So I don't want any your prerequisites like your technical skills or your background skills, all these things. Just come like your LKG person. I will deal with you guys. Okay. Just you have to know English. Why? Because I am going to be dealing the complete class in the part of English language. Whatever I am speaking with you, you have to get understand. If you people can't able to understand English, just try to understand. Try to understand. Slowly, I'm going to be talking. Try to understand. Okay. And prerequisites: no knowledge required, no knowledge. This is a very important. No knowledge is required. And one more thing is a basic configure laptop. Basic configure laptop is required. Something like a 2 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, whatever it may be. I don't care about it. And one more is we will go with a lot of kind of editors. We will go a lot of kind of editors like you will be having something like Notepad. You will be having something like a Notepad++. You will be having something like a Visual Studio Code. All these things. Okay, we will be having something like a Sublime Text, and we will be having something like a brackets. All these are basically editors. Brackets. So any editor which will support further writing HTML code, writing CSS code, writing JavaScript code. But I am going to be using a editor called Visual Studio Code. I'm using editor called Visual Studio Code. This is the nice editor. This is the nice editor which is going to be having a lot of plugins. And this is the best one. I'm going to be using this one. This is the best one for writing the complete HTML, writing the CSS, writing JavaScript, writing Bootstrap, jQuery, React.js, Node.js, everything. For each and every point of the course in the full stack, I'm going to be dealing with the Visual Studio Code. And please try to install Visual Studio Code before practice everything. Install Visual Studio Code first, everyone. Install Visual Studio Code in your machine. Install Visual Studio Code in your machine. How to get a Visual Studio Code, I will show now. Visual Studio Code download. Just search for Visual Studio Code download. Go to the download option, and you are using a Windows machine. You try to click on the button on Windows, and you can able to download the particular specific version. And this is the link for the Visual Studio Code. I'm going to be giving that here. And then we try to work on HTML, guys. HTML basically hypertext markup language, and HTML renders in browser. HTML is simple. HTML is not programming. HTML is not programming, and HTML files are saved with. HTML files are saved with the .html format. HTML files are saved with .html format. One more point: HTML having a lot of components, lot of tags, and we need to get understand tags are two types. There are two type of tags which are going to be available. Tags are two types. Let me go one by one. Yes, free version. Visual Studio Code is the free version. Tags are two types. The first one is paired tag, and second one is unpaired tags. One is a paired tags, one is unpaired tags. You try to go with the paired tags, you try to go with the unpaired tags. So let me tell you what is the paired tag now. Paired tags are having two tags. Pair means, right? What is a pair, guys? Pair means two. Two means here open tag and close tag. Open tag and close tag. See, what is this open tag? Tag open. It should be like this: tag open, and write whatever the content you want, then tag close. This is basically tag open, tag close. Open tag and close tag both will be available in the part of the paired tags. Okay, for example, I want to create a paragraph, guys. Okay, let me create a paragraph P here, and whatever the content you want, you can place inside and close the P. That's it. If I want to create a heading tag, h1 and put a content whatever you want and close the h1. That's it. If I want to create a division, open the div and write a content whatever you want and close the div. If I want to create a form, open the form, write down the content whatever you want and close the div. Close the form. This is what actually called pair tag. Pair tag is having open and close. Pair tag is having open and close. Let me go for the unpaired tag. Unpaired tags. Unpaired tags. Unpaired means single tag. Unpaired means single tag. See, what is the meaning of single tag? Either it is going to be open tag, either it is going to be open tag, either it is going to be a close tag, like a close tag, or either it is going to be a self-closed tag. Self-closed. What is a self-closed? What is a self-closed? Something like a tag which is going to be closing like this. Self-close. Self-close. Okay. So these are the three kind of tags which are going to be available in the part of the unpaired. Either it is going to be an open tag, either it is going to be a closed tag, or either it is going to be a self-closed tag. All these kind of tags which are going to be available. Okay, so let us go and write one by one all the tags now. Let us go and write all the tags one by one. Let me try to open my Visual Studio Code now first. Visual Studio Code. So guys, what you people have to do whenever you launch a Visual Studio Code, first of all, what you have to do is go to the fifth button in the down in the Visual Studio Code. Fifth button in the down and search for one simple plugin called Open Default Browser. Open in default browser. This is the plugin, guys. This is the plugin. By default, it is having install button. By default, it is having install button. Please click on install button. It is trying to installing for you. It is trying to installing for you. After a few minutes, it is going to be installed with you. That is the important one we have to do first. So after that, I am trying to creating a new file now. File, new file. File, new file. First of all, save the file as HTML file. I'm saving the file on top of desktop and 11 p.m. and this is the folder. This is called day 1. I'm going to be preparing a folder called day 1. Okay, so day 1. I'm going to be preparing a folder called day 1. Inside the day 1, I want to create a file name file.html. File.html. Just try to understand. I'm writing something now. Web development here. That's it. So let me right click on this editor, open in default browser. So my editor is going to be rendering in the browser. My code is going to be rendering in the browser. So this is my editor, that is my code. This is my editor and this is my browser. Both are side by side now. I'm just making the window size 50% of the screen. And this is my editor, this is my output. Okay, let me try to write one more line here. Full stack web development. Just to save it here and refresh it. And what is happening? Web development, full stack web development, both are going in the same line. But I don't want to go with the same line. I need to go with the new line. Whenever you want to go with the new line, you need to write a tag called BR, break. BR is basically closing tag. BR is basically unpaired tag, closing tag. So when I write a BR, automatically this is taking new line now. This is taking new line now. Can you see, observe this? This is the way of writing HTML. And let me go with the one more tag like H1 tag. H1 something like a Srinivas. Whenever I am writing the H1 Srinivas here, H1 got a created. Refresh the browser. Whenever you are writing the code, please do save it. Control S. You're writing some code, then you need to go with the Control S, then refresh the browser. And there are multiple kind of headings which are available in the part of the H1, sorry, in the part of the HTML. H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, H3, H4, H5, H6. Only 6 tags. Only 6 headings are there. We try to make all the headings over there and finally render it. So I got my all headings which are going to be available now. This is the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, heading 5, heading 6. All the headings I'm writing. So these are headings basically. Headings. Okay, so what I'm trying to doing is I'm just making the comment now. So this is the HTML comment, guys. So how to try to write HTML comments? One more point, I'm writing HTML comments. First of all, what is the comment? What is comment? What is comment? Very important question. What is a comment? Comments basically using for comment comments basically using for hide code from output. And comments are using for understand flow of the application. Understand flow of the application. Understand flow of the application. Okay, so in my HTML, I'm trying to giving the comment now. Now, what is happening now? H1 is the bigger one, H6 is the smaller one. This is my comment now. And here we are trying to understanding the break tag. This is the break tag. Let me write, this is the break tag, BR tag. So I'm just giving the comment here also. Control backslash, select the code, control backslash. Giving comment to select the code, control backslash. Okay, so let me write a paragraph now. Paragraph. How to create a paragraph? How to create a paragraph? Let me give you the paragraph. How to create a paragraph? Very simple, straightforward. P open, P close. P open, P close. I'm trying to placing some plain text inside the paragraph. Okay, now you may ask a question, sir, how this content got placed inside the paragraph. Very simple. So just create a paragraph, P open, P close, and try to write something LOR and enter. LOR and enter. Visual Studio Code is giving you some plain text according to the paragraph. So some dummy text I got placed. Now execute the browser. Now your browser is going to be executing or refreshing with the browser. Browser is having some paragraph over. Browser is having some paragraph over there. And let me take one more paragraph. No problem. I'm taking 2 paragraphs. Now inside the browser, we will be having 2 paragraphs now. Very simple, straightforward. Very simple, straightforward. We are working with one by one all the tags. We are working with one by one all the tags. But sir, this is not a right way of writing HTML code. This is not a right way of writing HTML. This is not a formal way of writing HTML code. But what is the formal way of writing HTML? New, save it as formal HTML. What is the formal HTML? How to write a formal HTML, sir? If you want to write a formal HTML, we should go with the HTML tag open, and inside that head section open, and inside that we will be having the body section. Basically the thing is HTML having 2 sections. One section is header section, one section is the body section. Inside the header section, we will be having some declarations like title, and we will be having some body section. Body section need all the components, like body section containing with all the data. Suppose inside the body section, I'm placing headings. Inside the body section only, I need to place the headings. Whatever the tags you want, all the tags inside the body section. Don't put inside the header section. Header section only for declaration. Header section only for declaration. Header section not for the body content. So inside the head, there is a one thing called a title. This is my first HTML. I'm just writing. Now saved it. I'm trying to write in the HTML now. Okay. So render HTML open in default browser. Now where I can able to see my title, my title is there here, first.html. First is the title here. First is the title, and you will be having all headings I got placed. All headings I got placed. This is the way of writing HTML. This is the formal way of writing HTML. This is the formal way. This is informal way. Informal or informal. But this is the formal way of writing HTML. In real time, you need to follow the formal way only. Don't write HTML without having a HTML root level head section or body section. Try to go with the HTML head section and body section and try to place a lot of content inside the body section. Okay, so this is the basically formal way of writing HTML. Next, I want to go with the list items. List items. Okay, coming to the list items, there are multiple kind of list items which are available. I will write one by one all the list items. The first one is ordered list. Second one is unordered list. Third one is definition list. These are the three kind of list items which are going to be available. One by one I will show. Order list creating with the OL tag, and inside the OL we will be having LI tags. Something like Apple, Samsung, and one more thing is Microsoft. So I'm trying to writing multiple things now. Microsoft. This is basically called ordered list. Let me try to give something. And this one will be here. Cut one. Put here. And just want to make a comment here. First one is ordered list. And the second one is unordered list. How to create unordered list I will show. UL open, UL close. And inside UL we will be having multiple kind of list items. This is unordered list. And definition list we will see in the next class. Okay, so this is the order list and this is the unordered list. This is the ordered list, this is the unordered list. Let me right click on this, open in default browser. You will be having one is the ordered list, one is the unordered list. Where is the browser? I'll be having the browser. And this is a paragraph, guys. And after that, we will be having some ordered list. And after that, we will be having some unordered list. Okay, sir, there are multiple ways of writing the ordered list. So there are multiple attributes also you can specify. Some ordered list, something like reversed. There is a property called reversed. And there is one more property called type. I can say type, which is going to be something like eyes. So there are multiple ways of writing order list. And one more thing is starts with, one more attribute start with the 3. Order list start with the 3. Okay, now you can see this is the order list with the normal order. This is the reverse order. This is the type of I value, something like 1, 2, 3, something like i's indexes. And order list start with the 3. And this is completely an order list. Okay. And today we are going to be starting about some other concepts in HTML. Text decorations in HTML. Text decorations. How to work with the text decoration in the part of the HTML. Let me create a new program and save it as. I'm going to be saving the file desktop 11 p.m. and this will be day 2. So inside the day 2, I'm going to be preparing the file. This is going to be a text decoration file. Let me save the file name. Text decorations.html. So there are multiple kind of text decorations which are going to be available. We are just going to be writing one by one. First of all, there is something like a text like HTML, CSS, JS, and jQuery, Bootstrap, and React.js. All these things I'm writing like this. Okay, so whenever I'm rendering this application into the browser, rendering this code into the browser, and this code is basically in the single line. This code is basically in the single line, and I don't want to go with the single line. Then I want to go with the lines as it is. I need to keep my lines as it is. I need to keep my spaces as it is. Then we need to go with the tag called a pre tag. Pre is the preferable format. Pre is the preferable format. Whatever the format we want, we just want to keep the format as usual. So that is actually pre tag. So then render the output. Your output will be as usual. The output is as usual. Nothing but your spaces and new lines are not going to be removed. Your spaces and new lines not removed. So that is what actually the pre tag. And in the list items, one more list got pending, that is called definition list. So let us go for the definition list. We done with order list, we done with unordered list. Unordered list means coming with the dots, order list coming with the numbers. For order list, we are having some other things also like reversed style, starts with all the things. And definition list, coming to the definition list, DL is the tag. DL is the tag for the definition list. Inside the DL, we will be having some other child tags like DT and DD. DT and DD. DT for definition title, DD for definition data. For example, I'm going to be taking Apple here. Apple is US based company. US based company. This is something like definition title and definition data. Okay, let me copy the definition title and definition data multiple times here, and output of this definition list also you will be getting. So this is the definition list. You will be having multiple definitions. If you want multiple definition data, if you want, you can just copy paste the definition data as usual, and multiple definition data we can able to see here. Okay, finally we will be having a lot of definition data available over there. That is okay. Then one thing we are discussing about the text decorations. Let me go with the multiple kind of text decorations like a B tag for the bold text, B tag for the bold text, B tag for the bold text. Whenever you want to show the text in the bold content, then you need to go for the B tag, bold content, bold text. B means bold. Next, I means italic. I means italic. Whenever you are going to be using the I tag, your complete text will be in the italic mode. And one more is EM tag, emphasized. Emphasize the text. This is the EM tag, emphasize the text. And one more is underline. U tag. U is nothing but underlined text. Whenever you want to show the text with underline, then you can go for the U tag. One more is deleted text. Deleted text, nothing but deprecated text, something like that. Whenever you want to show a text with the deprecation mode, that could be DEL tag. And one is a strong tag. Strong is a strong text, like a bold one. Strong is strong, like a bold one. Okay, this is the strong text. And one more is a subscripted text. So how to work with the subscription? I will show the subscription here like this. H2O. If you want to write something like a chemical formula H2O, you can go with the subscripted text like this. And if you want to write a superscripted text, A square plus B square something. So superscripted to A square plus B square, and this will be something like a superscripted too. So these are the multiple kind of text decoration tags which are going to be available in the part of the HTML. So you try to understand what are the different kind of text decorations. So let's see the output of the text decorations now. Okay, so text decorations render. Now you can see the first one. First one is bold text. This one is the bold one, and second one is the italic one. First one is the bold one. Second one is the italic one, and the third one is the emphasized one, and this one is the underlined one, and this one is the deleted text. This one is a strong text, and this is the subscripted text, and this one is a superscripted text. Multiple kind of text decorations we already done now. Okay, so far we discussed about order list, unordered list, and headings, paragraphs, all these things. Text decorations also we done. Now we will go through hyperlinks now. Just I will create a new program. This will be about hyperlinks hyperlinks.html. So how to work with hyperlinks? Very simple, guys. Tag name is a tag, and a is having an attribute called href. So this is something like a Google. I want to connect with the Google. I can go for the a with the Google, and here there is an attribute called href. Href is a special attribute for hyperlinks or anchor tag. Href is a special attribute for anchor tag. Okay, so that's it. I just want to go with the render. But if I render, when I click on Google, it should connect with the Google page, but it is not connecting. What is the problem? The problem is I'm not having any Google link, Google related link. Let me connect with the google.com. See, copy the link of the Google and paste in the part of the href. Now you see the browser. Go with hyperlinks, refresh it, and click on Google. Now Google page is connecting. Click on Google page is connecting, and when I click on back button, back is automatically working. So this is a way of working with hyperlinks. And one more point we have to write for this: hyperlinks are by default having style bold and underline. Hyperlinks are by default having style bold and underline. That is one thing you have to remember. Underline, blue color and underline. Blue color and underline. That is the important point we should remember. And one more point we should remember: for hyperlinks, target is equal to underscore blank. Target is equal to underscore blank is a special attribute. For connecting a new tab. Whenever you want to open a new tab with hyperlink, then definitely we need to go with the target attribute. So how to work with the target attribute, I will show now. This is a hyperlink, and let me take a break here. And here I want to give a attribute called a target underscore blank. Whenever you are providing target blank attribute, which is going to be opening with a new tab. So this will be opening in the new tab. Google with new tab. Second one is Google with a new tab. First one is normal. First one is normal, and second one, it is taking basically new tab for us. That is a way of hyperlinks, working with hyperlinks. And if you want, you can create and you can load with the HTML content also with hyperlink. Let me create a new HTML page, and this will be something like file.html, and this HTML is having something. Okay, as usual, I am copying the data, many h1s. Copy the h1, paste. That's it. Now what my requirement is, I want to load some HTML content over there. So if you want to load HTML content through the hyperlinks, you can do that. Ahref is equal to, I want to load the file.html. That's all enough. And this will be loading HTML content. I want to load the HTML content right now. So loading HTML content. When I click on loading HTML content got loaded. This is the way of working with hyperlinks. Then there is a one more program which is called iframes.html. So whenever you want to create iframe, that is a very simple one. iframe src. Src is the attribute for that file. That's it. This is the iframe, and let me open it. Iframe is internal frame basically. Iframe is internal frame. I got loaded internal frame like this. So file.html. My HTML content is getting loading with iframe now, and this is my major web page. White color one is the major web page. Inside the major web page, I am trying to loading the another web page inside. iframe nothing but internal frame, guys. iframe is internal frame. iframe is internal frame inside existing browser. iframe internal frame inside existing browser, and a tag connecting external links, external pages via link. That is called hyperlinks. Hyperlink is different. Iframe is different. Hyperlink is which is going to be communicating the page, separate page, but iframe is loading the frames inside the existing frame only. That is the two major differences between the iframe and anchor tag. And let me try to load YouTube link also. Let me try to open the YouTube page, and whatever the song you want, you can just try to load it. And for example, if I'm going to be working on this one, okay, so let me take this one and share here and click on embed button. Take the complete iframe copy. Take the complete iframe copy and paste here. So whenever you copied the iframe and pasted here, and that iframe also getting loading for you with another tag. Yeah, another frame. This is the first frame. First frame is loading HTML content. Second frame is loading the YouTube content. See, however you want, you can design the iframes, but the first iframe there is no width and height. Let me take the same width and height of the first frame also. Copy the width and height here and assign the attributes width and height over there. Okay, so this is what actually about iframes. Next, I just want to discuss with you multiple kind of attributes for HTML. Attributes for HTML tags .html. So I just want to give multiple type of attributes. Let me go with the first attribute called the title attribute. What about the title attribute? Title attribute, title is going to be shown when we mouse over on element. And one more point, title is simple data. Title is simple description. About element. Title is simple description about element. That's all enough. Okay, that is the first attribute, guys. Second attribute I'm going to be working with style attribute. Style attribute is going to be giving inline style for an element. Yes, element. So style attribute is going to be giving inline style for an element. Whenever you have an element in the page, I'm having a lot of elements. I'm having 100 of elements. I'm having thousands. I'm having thousands of elements. How many elements you have, we don't care about it. For each and every element, we are going to be providing the style by the writing of style attribute. So let me show that how to work with the style attribute and all. And this is the common attribute. And one more attribute is a width attribute. Width is horizontal space of an element. Okay, specify the width of the element, whatever you want. You can just go with the width attribute. One more is the height. Height is vertical space of an element. Okay, that is a height. Width and height both are two things. And one more thing, SRC. SRC is the special attribute for SRC for what? For images, for hyperlinks, for internal JavaScript. Next, one more attribute, href attribute. Href is the special attribute which will be using for first one, href for hyperlinks, a tag, and href for external style loading. And here also, this is for external JavaScript loading. SRC. So we will see all these things, but SRC we till now used for one thing, that was hyperlink. We already done hyperlinks here. In the hyperlinks href. Oh my god, hyperlinks href. Okay, sorry. And where is the SRC? SRC for iframes. Iframes for SRC. Can you see the iframes here? Yes, SRC is there. SRC is the attribute which is available for the iframe, but href is the attribute which is available for the hyperlinks. Can you see this? Href is there here. Yeah. So for images, we have the SRC that already written. For images SRC we already written. So images SRC, iframes SRC, and whenever you have external JavaScript loading, then that time also SRC is required. Okay, so for example, I'm writing all the things now. So img SRC is equal to image.jpg something. You can load like this. And iframes, for iframes, very simple. Iframe SRC link name. This is iframe. And for external JavaScript, how to load external JavaScript, script SRC is equal to something like a file.js. This is external JavaScript. Whenever you are trying to loading the external JavaScript, you have to go like this. And coming to the a tag for href, href is equal to something like this, and you need to close and you need to close, and the link name you have to specify here. And hyperlinks, for hyperlinks I just want to go like hyperlinks href. Okay, so hyperlinks already done. Okay, a tag nothing but hyperlinks. Okay, and one more for external style loading. Whenever you are trying to loading the external style, then link href. Here also href is required, and this time this will be file.css, something like that. So here also I just want to use this href attribute. These are the multiple kind of attributes, guys. These are the multiple kind of attributes where attributes are actually required. You try to utilize the attributes there. I'm just making a comment on all these things. And coming down, I'm trying to working with coming with style attribute first. Okay, style attribute. Where is the style? Style is equal to h1 color red, and h1 color red. I'm trying to providing the red color h1. So what is output of the h1 now? Open in default browser. h1 is in red color. I want to give a font style something like italic. Okay, for that I'm going to be having some other thing. That's it. And the text align center, I want to make a text align center. Text align center should be something like a center text. Center text. That's it. And one more thing I just want to tell you guys. Uh, H1 web development. Okay, so mouse over on me for C title. Okay, so here the title. So let me give the title, not style this time. This time it is title. Title is equal to this is my sample heading. This is my sample heading. I'm writing something, guys, for the second H1 and open in default browser. Your browser is already working. And mouse over on me for C title. And I'm just making mouse over on this. I'm just making mouse over on this. Whenever I'm doing mouse over, automatically some title I can able to see. And let me put the second H1 in the center of the page. Center tag we can use. Center tag we can use. Center tag is making a content inside of the page center. Center tag is basically making your content page center. I'm just making a hover on this. And title I can able to see. This is my sample heading. Can you see this, guys? I'm just making mouse over. I'm just making mouse over. Some title I can able to see. And this one having a style attribute. This one having a title attribute. Then where is the width and height attributes? For example, I'm taking iframe here like this, and width and height attributes are there. Width and height attributes are there. Okay, that is what actually width and height attributes which are working for. Style attribute done, title attribute done, and the width and height attribute already done, and src attribute already done here. And what about the href? Href is something like hey href, right? Yeah, href is equal to something like a Google page connection. Whatever you want, you can do that. This is the one more href attribute. And whenever you want to try to linking external style, external scripts, later we will discuss all that. Okay, let it be. I just want to write external style loading, link relevant style sheet, link relevant style sheet, and fine. Then I just want to go with the href. This will be file.css. This will be file.css. Then I just want to go with the script src is equal to file.js. External JavaScript file is going to be connected. So this is what actually all about your src files. Sorry, your title attribute and your style attribute, your width attribute, height attribute, href attribute, src attribute. All the attributes we got designed. All the attributes we got allocated over there. Okay, I hope everybody got understand what are the different kind of things about different kind of attributes in the part of the HTML. So we're done with text decorations, we're done with hyperlinks, we're done with iframes, we're done with multiple kind of attributes which are available in the HTML tags. Okay, so you have to understand one thing. What are the different kind of attributes or common attributes, and what are the special attributes? Let me write something. What are the common attributes? What are common attributes? What are common attributes? What are common attributes, guys? Anybody? So common attributes are going to be having something like common attributes are something like title is common, and style is common, width is common, and height is common. These are the basically common attributes. And what are the special attributes? What are the special attributes? What are special attributes? So special attributes are only few: src, href, src, href, src, href, special attributes. And here style is common attribute, title is common attribute, width is common attribute, height is common attribute, but src is a special attribute, href is a special attribute. Src for what? src for images and iframes. src for iframes, images, external js, and href for what? Href for EA tag, anchor tag, and href for external css, and href for we done for hyperlinks, right? We done for hyperlinks, and we done with yeah, we done with external style sheet. Only these things. Only these things. href we are going to be using for hyperlinks and external css whenever you are trying to load it. Hyper reference. src means source. href nothing but hyper reference. So we will be having these two attributes are actually special attributes. Some specific situations only we are using. Some specific situations only we are using. But title, style, width, height are common attributes. Every element commonly we can write title, commonly we can write style, commonly we can write width, commonly we can write height. All these things. Okay, so this is actually the thing is working for the different kind of attributes and all. So today we will discuss about some other topics in part of the HTML. So let me go with one by one. So today we will discuss about tables in HTML. So if you want to create a table in HTML, very simple thing, we need to create with a table tag. Table tag to create a table in HTML. And one more point you have to remember: table contains two child tags. One is a tr, one is a td. Most important tags: one is a tr, one is a td. tr for table row, td for table data. td for table data. tr for table row, td for table data. So these two things we have to remember whenever you want to create a table. So it should be like this. First of all, guys, create a table like this, and inside that we will be having tr, and inside that we will be having a lot of tds like this. And there are multiple trs we can able to place. So there is no restriction how many you want. You can able to create like this. This is a simple structure. The simple template you want to create with the table, you can go like this. So let me take a one simple program how to work with the table and all. So I'm opening with the Visual Studio Code. In Visual Studio Code, I want to create a new program. This will be a new file, and I'm going to be saving as table.html. So 11 p.m. and this will be new folder, something like day 3. And inside the day 3, I'm going to be preparing the program name is table.html. That's it. Sorry, the name of the program is different. Save as table.html. So the comma actually got, but we need to give the name table.html. And finally, I'm going to be preparing the HTML here. So first, I want to create HTML tag. Inside that, I want to go with the header tag, and inside that, I want to go with the title tag. So this title is table. That's enough. And after the head section, we need to move to the body section. So inside the body section, I want to create a simple table like this. Inside the table, we will be placing the tr. Inside the tr, we need to place multiple tds. td nothing but table data. td nothing but table data. I want to create multiple things for table data. So this is the data 1, data 2, data 3, something like a column. I'm going to be preparing some columns here inside the tds. tr is the root level tag. Inside the tr, we will be having some child level tags like td. td is the table data, table definition. For each and every td, I need to give a lot of things. For example, this will be something like a product ID, and the second TD will be something like a product name, and the third TD will be something like a product price. Whatever you want, you can provide like this. And this is the TR. This will be something like a header part, but I want to take multiple data for that. I'm taking a multiple TRs and TDs again inside. The first one is going to be heading level. This may be the heading, but I want to take the data. How the data will be. So product ID is something like 1001, for example, 1001, and the product name something like Apple iPhone. I'm going to be giving the product name is Apple iPhone, and product price is something like 67,000, something like this. Yeah, so this is the first TR, and I want to have multiple products inside my table. I'm going to be taking multiple TRs and TDs over there. And the second product is 1002, and this will be something like Apple iPad, and this will be something like 45,000. And third one is something like a Nexus. Sorry, this will be the product ID, something like 1003, and this will be the Google Nexus. And finally the price of the product will be something like 30,000. That's enough. This is basically a table. When I do right click on this and open in default browser, so I got my output of the table. This is the basically table, but table not having something like look and feel and all. So if you want to provide some look and feel, we need to give some two different properties like a border 2. I want to give some border 2, and I need to give some width. Width is going to be something like 100% width of the table. So border, I'm going to be giving the value 2, and width of the table should be 100% of the page. Width of the table will be 100% of the page. Now you can see we got a table created, and table have TRs and TDs. TR is nothing but table row. TD is nothing but table data, table definition. It's nothing but column. Okay, so I just want to make differentiate table heading and table data, whatever you have. Table heading is something different. Whatever the product ID, product name, product price is there, that should be the heading of the table, right? Heading of the data. But that heading I need to make a differentiate. If you want to make a differentiate, you need to write some style sheet for that. And later we will discuss about the CSS and style sheets. But now, for now, I'm going to be writing some inline CSS for the TR. So TR style, I want to give something like a text align center, and I want to provide some color for that particular one as a brown color, and font weight something like a bold font I'm giving. So this should be giving some CSS for the first TR. That first TR is going to be having some look and feel different. Product ID, product name, product price are going to be taking in the center of the particular column. Text align center, and font weight is bold. Font color is something like a brown. So if I make something like this, this is going to be the heading part is going to be making some differentiate for us. Heading part is going to be making some differentiate for us. And by using B for TD, yeah, we can use B also, Pujan. Yeah, no issues for that. And one more thing, I just want to go for the one more way of creating table without giving the styles and all. A table without having something like a header part or style part. Let me take a H3 part table. So table with header part. So whenever you want to create a table with a header part, then you need to go with a table, and table is going to be dividing into the two parts now. The first part is T head section, and the second section is T body section. First section is the T head section, second section is the T body section. For the T head section, what I want to do is I want to take a TR again, and for this TR I need to go with the TH tag. What is the TH tag? TH tag is nothing but table header, table heading value. Whatever the heading value you want to provide for each and every column, I need to take the TH open, TH close every time I'm going to be providing. This will be something like whatever you want, something like a product ID again, and second one is product price, product name, product name, and third thing will be the product price. One is the product ID, one is the product name, one is the product price. I'm going to be giving the multiple th values for the particular tr. Now coming to the t body section is completely different. Inside the body, what we need to give the values of the particular products. I just want to take in the t body. Just move to the t body, and I just want to give the different kind of things, multiple trs, and inside tr we will be having td. That's enough. But coming to the t head, we are having th. Now this time this section is completely different. Instead of taking tds, I'm going to be taking the th, nothing but table heading part. Okay, finally the output of the second table is completely different, guys. You just see that and watch it. Second table is completely different, but I don't have the basic properties like I don't have a basic properties like a border property. Something like a border for the table should be something like 2, and the width of the table should be something like 100%. I want to take 100% of the body. I want to take 100% of the body. Then I'm just having a complete table which is occupying the full width of the page. But now you have to observe something. For the second table, I'm not giving the style sheet. For second table, I'm not giving the style sheet. Completely, I'm taking from HTML. HTML, there are two kind of tables. One table is a table without header. One table is table with header. Whenever you are taking a table without header, you need to give the TRs and TDs. But whenever you are taking the table with header, your table completely dividing into the two parts. One is the T head, one is the T body. T head containing the text data aligned centrally. And one more thing is a font size, a font weight is nothing but bold. That is the only major difference between the two kind of tables, table without header, table with header and all. So I hope you guys are getting understand how the tables are going to be creating in the part of the HTML. Then next we will go to one more important topic like forms. Very important kind of concept in the part of the HTML forms. If you want to create a web page without having a form, you can't able to watch any website. Every website having some forms. Every website which is having forms. So what kind of forms, guys? There are multiple kind of forms. One is a sign-in form, one is a sign-up form, one is a something like so what kind of forms you know that sign in, sign up, something like value enter, registration forms, so etc. There are multiple kind of forms which we can able to see in the part of the websites. You take any kind of website, but any website which is going to be having some basic requirements like sign in, sign up, and some kind of people want to give some registration with the hotel, registration with the Aadhaar ID, registration with your personal details, whatever it is. Forms are very important. But coming to the forms, in HTML, forms are going to be creating with. In HTML, forms are creating with. In HTML, forms are creating with the form tag. Very simple. In HTML, forms are creating with the form tag. So how it should be form open and form close. Form open, form close. There are multiple things available in the form, but form, the basic level, but root level is form open and form close. Inside the form, there are multiple internal tags which are available. What are the internal tags? Something like a label. You can specify the label tag. You can specify label tag. You can create labels. You can specify button tags, button open, button close. So inside the label, labeled content, whatever you want, you can place inside the label. And again, for the button also, whatever the content you want, you can place. Whatever the heading of the button you want, you can just do place. And there are multiple other kind of elements which are available, like inputs. Input having a very important attribute called a type attribute. Input having very important attribute called a type attribute. Yes, very important. And for this particular inputs, there are multiple kind of types, input types. I'm going to be writing the nodes very clear. input types. There are multiple kind of input types which are available. Something like a text type, something like a password type, something like a text, something like a radio button, something like a checkbox, and you will be having a submit. You'll be having a submit. Sorry, submit. You'll be having a reset, and you'll be having a button. You'll be having a number button. You'll be having a number. You'll be having email. You'll be having a color. So there are multiple type of inputs which are going to be available. There are multiple kind of inputs which are going to be available. Yeah, attribute, nothing but attribute is a state of an object. For example, you're taking an object called dog. You're taking an object called dog. Dog having lot of attributes. Dog having something like a height, HEIGHT. So dog having something like height, dog having something like a color, dog having something like a breed, dog having something like a weight, dog having something like a gender. In the same way, your element, whatever the element you have, this element also having lot of attributes. But you remember one thing, you should remember one thing, attributes are going to be taking place inside the tag open. See, what are the different kind of element attributes, like a width attribute, height attribute, something like src attribute, something like a href attribute, something like a style attribute, something like a title attribute. Okay, in the next concept I am going with attributes, then you can able to get understand what are the different kind of attributes which are going to be available for the HTML tags and all. Okay, elements also having a lot of attributes: width, height, src, href, style, title, id. See, all these are basically attributes, guys. For each and every element I can specify all these attributes. For example, I'm taking h1 tag. H1 having something like a style attribute. Style is equal to something this, and h1 having some id is equal to something. H1 is having something like a class equals equal to something, and h1 is going to be having something like a width is going to be something. See, like this you can specify multiple kind of attributes. Like this you can specify multiple kind of attributes. For h1 I'm having a lot of attributes here. Style attribute is there, style attribute, id attribute, class attribute, width attribute, etc. There are multiple kind of attributes which are going to be available in the part of the HTML. In the next concept I am going to be discussing with you about attributes. Don't worry about now. But coming to the input, there are multiple kind of types actually available. Type is an attribute, but values are different. Sometime type will be a text, sometime type will be a number, sometime type will be a number, sometime type will be a password, sometime type will be a radio, sometime type will be a checkbox. Okay, so type can be anything, but you cannot able to provide multiple values at the same time. See, I can't able to provide text and number single time. I can't able to provide text and password single time. I can't able to provide text radio single time. Any one of the attribute you have to mention. Yes. So we have to discuss all these things one by one. What about the text attribute? What about the password value? What about the radio value? What about the checkbox value? What about the submit value? All these things we will remember, and we should do practice all these things. Okay, let it be. So I'm saving the notes for you. So desktop, and we will be having the class 11 p.m. UI and day 4. Now the day is day 4, right? I'm going to be creating a new folder. This should be something like a day 4. And inside the day 4, I'm going to be preparing some notes now. This will be the notes of your today's class. And each and every program also I'm going to be saving in the same folder. Don't worry, guys. And this table is going to be saving with the save as. And day 3, inside the day 3, I already created table.html. That's not an issue. So just make it save it and replace it. And coming to the bottom, and table we already done. Now I'm going with the forms. Forms.html. So whenever you want to create a form is a very important tag you should remember. Form is a root level tag you should remember. Inside the form, I'm taking a h2 tag. This will be something like a sign in form. This will be something like sign in form. I want to create a form now to the different kind of values I want to provide, just provide it. So first one, input type is equal to text. So first one is sign in means what? Sign in means what? Sign in contains username, password, submit, right? And the placeholder, there is a one more attribute called placeholder. This will be something like enter username. Enter user name. That's it, enough. And this will be the self close tag. This will be the self close tag. I'm going to be taking a one more input here. I'm taking a one more input here and taking one more input here. So type is password now. Type is password now. Enter password. Enter password. I am just taking the one more thing here, and this will be input type submit. Input type submit. Placeholder is something. This is not actually submit button. Don't have the placeholder. Only the thing is value attribute. Value, 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 value. What is the value of the submit? Submit value will be something like a submit. The text, whatever you want on top of the button, and you should mention in the value. The text, whatever you want to see on top of the button, that will be providing by the value. Remember it. Submit is the type of the button. Submit is the type of the button. Just render this one, open in default browser. You will be having something like a sign in form. And what is the output of the sign in form? Enter username. You can able to enter your username something like 123 and enter password 123. This is going to be hidden. This second box, whatever the thing you are entering, that will be hidden. Why? Because the type of the input is password input. The type of the input is password input. And third one is the submit. Type of the input is submit. That is the why reason it is getting a button. It is not a text box, it is a button. So whenever I click on the submit, the form is basically submitting. I don't want to submit the form. Then you need to give another attribute called required attribute. Required attribute. Required attribute is going to be just making sure you are entering the username and you are entering the password side by side or not. For example, guys, if you are not entering the username and if you're not entering the password and all these things, you can't able to submit the form. Even though I'm clicking on the submit, so it is asking me, please fill the field, guy. So if you don't fill the field, I can't able to move. So it is asking me fill to this something like, and I'm clicking submit again. I'm clicking submit again. Yeah, so it's not actually submitting the form. It's not able to submit the form. Why? Because your password is empty. Your password box is empty. Then you need to give Srujan, if you have to give a condition to password. No conditions now. This is HTML. This is not JavaScript. Don't worry. This is HTML. This is not JavaScript. Don't worry. So the simple condition from HTML is just required. When you say required attribute, automatically it is asking you without filling the password. It is not actually moving to the next page. It is not moving to the next page. Yes, so that's it. And I just want to go with the thing. I need to render this. Yeah, program is already running, and just to save and refresh and enter, click on submit button. If I'm clicking on submit button, it is not actually moving. It is not actually moving forward. Why? Because you should enter your username. You should enter your username definitely. Without entering the username, it can't able to submit the form. It can't able to submit the form. And yeah, so I'm clicking on submit. Please fill in the field. Please fill in the field. Definitely we need to give the username. Without giving the username, I can't able to submit the form. Just I'm trying to entering some username over there and clicking on submit. Again it is asking me, please fill the field. Please fill the field. Again it is asking, please fill the field. And I'm going to be entering something and click on submit. Now the form got submitted. Yes, we did it. Why? Because form is going to be submitting. Why? Because your username already filled, your password already filled. Is there any issue? There is no issue, guys. This is a way of creating some sign-in form. Let me go with the sign up form. I'm creating a new program, and this will be something like a sign up.html. I'm going with the sign up form. If you want to create a sign up form, let me create a form again. And now I'm following the different way of the form creation. This will be having something like this will be having something like a field set, guys. What is this field set? Field set is a set of the form, one part of the form. Your complete form is going to be dividing into the sections at parts. Each and every section we called as a field set, and each and every field set we are having something like a legend. Legend is the title of the field set. Legend is the title of the field set. So first of all, I'm going to be giving some name details over there. Name details over there. Legend name details, and input type. Input type something like a first name. Input type something like a first name. I'm trying to give in the first name. Okay, so input type is text. Placeholder is first name. Placeholder is first name. That's enough. And I want to take a one more input. I want to take a one more input that another input is going to be again text. This will be the last name. This will be the last name. Just I want to give the last name. Okay, so where is the field set? How field set will be visualized for you? Can you see and observe where is the field set in the form? Field set is a rectangular box, and which is the section of the particular form. Which is a section of the particular form. For example, guys, I'm going to be taking the one more field set over there. I'm going to be taking a one more field set over there. If you are taking a multiple field sets, obviously we'll be having a lot of sections in the form. Now you see the form, you'll be having a lot of sections. The first section name detail, second section name detail, third section name details. The section in the form is nothing but a field set. Section in the form is called field set, and each and every field set which is having something like a legend tag. Legend tag, what a legend tag can do? Legend tag is giving some title for the field set. Legend is going to be giving some title for the field set. So yes, done. Yes, done. So let it be. I just want to go with the different kind of field sets, not only the name. Name every time is not required. So one time name, one time different thing. Let me go with another field set now. This will be the another field set. Field set which is going to be having some legend, and this will be something like a gender details. So you need to fill up the form with all the values whatever you user want to enter. Input type, input type radio. I'm going to be giving a radio button. I'm going to be giving a radio button. This is not having any placeholder. Remember, radio button not having any placeholder. Radio button not having any placeholder and predefined text whatever you have. So this is the radio button. Input type radio. And what is the type of this? This is going to be a mail. Let me take a label. Now I'm trying to using the I'm trying to using a tag called label. Label is something like a mail. Label is something like a mail. I just want to go with this, and this is the label. Okay, so label, and input type radio, and something like name is equal to gender, and value is equal to male. So you try to get understand, guys. This is going to be having a lot of gender details. I'm going to be copying the data, copying the row and pasting with a 3 multiple rows. And second row is going to be something like a female, and this will be gender again. This will be the female. Value will be very important. Whatever the value you are going to be providing, that is very, very important in the real time. You have to submit the value to the server. You have to submit the value to the server. Whatever the value got selected. Suppose some guy is going to be selecting with the male, and some lady is going to be selecting with the female. Some other person is going to be selecting with the others something transgender. Whatever the number of other kind of people also there in the world, right? So male one thing, female one thing, and others also one thing. So I'm just trying to providing with multiple things here, and this will be the others. First one is male, second one is the female, third one is the others. Fine. Just see the output, guys, here. I don't have multiple field sets now. Only 2 field sets I have. One is the male, one is the female, one is the others. Select any one of the field. You can't able to select multiple fields here. There is what actually gender details over there. Then I'm trying to taking one more field set here. This field set should be something like a legend, and here it should be something like a select course, whatever you want. Select course, select course, and this will be having a multiple type of input type checkbox now time checkbox, and the value will be something like HTML. Value will be something like HTML. I want to take a HTML for this, but before the input, I want to take a label. Label should be something like HTML. The person who is going to be selecting with HTML, the person who is going to be selecting with HTML, he can able to select the particular box. And some other things I'm going to be taking, guys, not only the HTML. So the people are actually trying to learning lot of courses, and then you try to copy paste the multiple labels over there. And second one will be something like a CSS, and third one will be something like a JS. And the value will be HTML, value will be CSS, value will be JS. Just different name, different value you have to provide. Why? Because in the real time, if you are getting selected with the mail radio button, automatically mail is going to be selecting for the server. Mail is going to be sending to the server. That's the way. That's the way of going with a table with a form with multiple field sets. So this is going to be selecting with multiple things. This is third one is going to be selecting with the multiple things, but the second field set is not going to be selecting with the multiple things. Second field set having only a single value at a time. For example, if you are selecting male, female, others will not select. If you are selecting female, male, others will not select. If I am selecting others, male and female will not get selected. Any one of the radio box you have to pick up. And coming to the checkboxes, you can select with multiple things. Yes, I'm going to be learning HTML and CSS. I just want to register with a website with HTML and CSS. It should be very important, guys. You have to understand this one. And let me take submit details, all these things for the field set. One more field set. This should be having something like a legend, and legend is going to be having a submit form. See, some other attributes also we have to provide. Later I will tell. And what are the different kind of attributes we have to give and all. Input type submit, input type submit, and value also something like submit form, submit form. Okay, so this is the input type. This is the very crucial one. But whenever you are clicking on submit button, without entering the first name, without entering the password, I can't able to get a thing submitted. Then you should provide something like a required, and should provide something like a required here also. For the first two inputs, I'm going to be giving the required attribute whenever we are providing a required attribute, and it should be taking the values of the first name and last name. Let me check with that. So first save the program and check with the output. Open in default browser. Now you can see what is going to be happen. So I'm clicking on submit form. Without filling the details in the first name, it is not getting submitted. Suppose I'm giving something like a Srinivas and keep trying to submit the form. Yes, it is not allowing to submit. Definitely we should give the last name also. I'm giving the last name over there, G something like a submit form. Now it can able to submit. So these are the multiple fields, guys, and let me continue with forms, multiple other attributes also in the next class. Okay, so tomorrow onwards I will take a lot of time, and today I'm not able to take a lot of time. Yeah, so that's it for today. Okay, CSS means cascading style sheets. Cascading style sheets. And why CSS? CSS for giving styles, decorations for HTML. Okay, and the types of CSS. There are multiple ways of CSS we can provide for the HTML. The one is inline CSS, and the one is internal CSS, and the one is external CSS. External CSS. The one is inline CSS, one is internal CSS, one is external CSS. Now let me go for the inline CSS. How inline CSS will be? Inline CSS is element specific CSS. Element specific CSS. Element by element, we need to write CSS. For example, this is the element. For this element, I just want to add a style attribute. To the style attribute, we need to write a CSS code. And this is what actually element specific CSS. And you will close the element over there. The next one is internal CSS. Internal CSS. Internal CSS is nothing but page specific CSS. Page specific CSS. The page specific CSS means the complete page we can write a CSS at the single time. Suppose, for example, style open, style close. And inside this particular style, we are going to be writing the multiple kind of selectors. Number of selectors we can write. Okay, so what is the selector? How to write selector? Selector is going to be having with the open curly braces and closing curly braces. And inside selector, we are providing all CSS attributes. All CSS attributes. Okay, so this is what actually the internal CSS. And there is one more way of CSS is external CSS. For external CSS, we have to create this is actually page specific CSS. Application specific CSS or application level CSS. Single CSS file can able to access. Single CSS file can able to access all HTML pages. All HTML pages. And one more point, this is reusable CSS. Reusable CSS. Okay, should be file.css. It is going to be saving with the file.css. Inside the file.css, we are going to be writing lot of selectors. And finally, to the file.html, we will be having the file1.html. We will be having the file2.html. Number of HTML files I'm going to be creating. File1.html, file2.html, suppose like that. For all these particular HTML files, I want to access the CSS. How to access the CSS? Accessing CSS is very simple. Link href is equal to, I need to give the link href is equal to, I need to access the CSS file. So file.css. And this is the self-closure tag. And each and every file I want to access the same process. File1.html, that is the process. File2.html also same process. File1.html, that is the process, and file2.html also same process. For all the different kind of HTML files, I want to give the CSS reference. This is what actually CSS will be. CSS types will be. The next, we are going to be writing a number of properties. Before writing all the properties, we will see how these examples will do. So this is the CSS nodes. Let me save this. Okay, let me create a new folder. And this is the date 22. And this one is something like a nodes. And let me create a new folder, save it as. This will be inline CSS, inline CSS.html. Okay, how to write inline CSS? Very simple. I'm writing a tag here. This tag is something like a full stack. I'm writing one more tag, h2 also full stack. And render this. We have the h1 and h2 both. My requirement is for h1, I'm writing a separate style attribute, and I'm going to be giving the color colon red. For H2 also individual style attribute, style color green, style color green. See, people get understand. For the H1, I'm giving the separate style. For H2, I'm giving the separate style. If you are having 1000 elements, 1000 times you need to give the style attribute. 1000 times we need to write the CSS. There is no way. So this is getting headache. A lot of times you are going to be writing the CSS for each and every element. This is not a right way of writing in CSS in the real time. But anyway, we have to see the output of this one. We have to see the output of this one. Let me go with the output. I click on this, open in default browser. Yes, we will be having the first one red color, second one green color. Each and every element we need to implement CSS definitely. This is the way of writing inline CSS. Next we go for internal CSS. What about internal CSS? Is internal CSS dot HTML. So for internal CSS, the complete page is going to be having the one-time CSS. For example, I'll be having lot of H1s. I'll be having lot of H1s here. Let me take multiple H1s and let me take a H2. So 3 H1s and 1 H2 is there. But I'm writing a style sheet now. Style open, style close. And here for all the H1s, I want to provide some color. For all the H1s, I want to provide some color. So this is the process of selectors. This is the concept of selector. Selector. So how to write a selector? Selector writing is very simple. Selector writing is very simple. Name of the selector, and inside that curly braces, we are going to be writing the CSS attributes. Inside curly braces, we are going to be writing CSS attributes. This is the way of writing selector. Okay, one more selector, H2 selector. H2 having color green, for example. And for example, body is also selector. Body having some background color. Body, complete body background color. I want to give the something like a caddy blue. Now right click on this and open in the browser, default browser. You will be having now. So the complete background of the body is something. So this is irritating. This color is irritating color. Let me take a light color, something like this. So save it and refresh it. Now you will be having some body background color. Body having some background color at the same time. H1, H2, H3. All H1, H3, H2. Sorry, all H1s are actually taking the red color and H2 taking a green color. So this is reusable selector. Whenever I am writing a selector, all the H1s at the same time get selected. Selecting a group of elements. Selecting a group of elements at the same time. So this is very, very important. So better than inline CSS. Better than inline CSS. And this is page specific. Each and every page we need to write the CSS. Each and every page we need to write the CSS. The next one is external CSS. External CSS will be very simple. We will see that. So for external CSS, first of all, I need to design my HTML content. So this is my HTML content, for example, guys. So okay, let me take the same HTML content. But now CSS will be outside. I want to create a new CSS file. Create a CSS file separately, file.css. And whatever the CSS code you want, you can take this one, these selectors I want to take and put into the file.css. Now file.css file separate, HTML file separate. But I want to access the CSS file into the HTML. How to access that? So accessing that we using with link relevant style sheet, and href is equal to something like a file.css. Just try to access it. So when you try to access it, automatically CSS will work now. Just open this. Now see, observe this. Observe the internal we are writing the style internally in the page, but for the external we are accessing the style externally from the another page. This is we are accessing, right? This is we are accessing from the file.css. File.css is a separate file that we are accessing and linking here. Just try to understand. Okay, this is external CSS file. So One more thing we have to see. Let me take you a diagram. How inline CSS, how internal CSS, and how external CSS will be diagrammatically I will show. Then you can able to easily get understand how to work on this one. Okay, for example, this one is inline. This one is internal. And this one is the external. Okay, for inline CSS, element by element, we need to add CSS. So this is the element, and this is the element, and this is the element. We have the three elements here. But where is the CSS code? CSS code will be inside here. CSS code will be here. So CSS will be with the style attribute. Style attribute. Style attribute we have to go for. Style attribute we have to go for. Every time we need to give the style attribute. For each and every element, we need to give the style attribute. For each and every element, we need to give the style attribute. Definitely pakka. Style is equal to double quotes. But coming to the internal CSS, concept is different. Internal CSS, we need to write the style tag in the page. Style open, style close. Style open, style close. Style tag we need to write, and write a CSS attributes with selectors. Selectors. Multiple selectors we are going to be placing, but this is inside the page. But coming to the external CSS, your CSS file will be separate. Your CSS file will be separate file. That file we are going to be accessing here. This is a CSS file, and CSS file is separate over there. This is my CSS file. This is my CSS file, and we are going to be accessing the CSS file into the HTML. So how we are accessing? This is the way of accessing. How we are accessing? This is the way of accessing. So we have to link with a link tag. Link relevant is equal to style sheet. Then href. Href is equal to whatever the name of the file. File.css. Okay. This is the way of accessing the external CSS. So we have three types of CSS now. One is the inline, one is the internal, one is the external. Inline, internal, external. That's it. So let me save the diagram for you. Style loading. Okay, so now we have to get understand. Now we have to get understand style preferences. What are the style preferences? How to load style preferences and all. Style preferences. So just understand one thing. Whenever we have three kind of styles in my HTML page, when we have three kind of files, when we have three kind of files in our HTML, page. So first preference is inline. If inline is there, inline will load. And second one is if inline is not there, then internal and external loading with line by line preference. So I hope everybody got to understand. If inline is there, inline will load first. Inline is the first preference to the browser. If inline is not there, then it will check with the page level, like line by line execution level. So let me show one program. If inline is there, inline will load first. If inline is not there, then it will go for internal and external. So this time, if I'm writing styles like this in our page, This is HTML, file.html, for example. In our file.html, inline is there, internal is there, external is there. If inline is there, definitely inline will go for the paragraph. For example, I'm writing a paragraph over there. For this paragraph, I'm writing the style sheet. For this paragraph, I'm writing the style sheet. If inline is there, definitely inline will load first. If inline is not there, for example, then we will check the internal, external. Internal in the 60th line, external in the 61th line. 61th line in the output. Yeah, better. Basically, internal is loading, external is loading. External is overriding with internal. External is overriding with internal. Automatically, external is the output for us. Automatically, external is the output for us. So that is we have to remember. But if inline is there, inline is only load. If inline is there, inline only load. Let me show one program, style preferences and all. New program and take a style preferences. Style preferences.html. So same content I'm taking, HTML content, this one, HTML content. That much lines not required. I'm just taking H1 and H2. Now what I want to do is, I want to do inline CSS, internal CSS, external CSS. Okay, first of all, I'm writing a inline CSS. Style is equal to color red. Then I'm writing a style color green. Then I'm trying to writing the internal CSS. How to write internal CSS? Internal will be style open, style close. Internal will be style open, style close. H1 color orange. For H1 and H2 color orange. H1 comma H2. You can write like this actually. So H1 and H2 I'm giving the color orange. So what is the output now? How many type of styles we are applying? We are applying two type of styles. One is the inline, one is the internal. This is the internal, right? This is the internal style. Basically, we are applying inline and internal. We are applying inline and internal. But then what is the output of this page? What is the output of the page? Inline is the output. Red color and green color is coming, but orange color is not coming. Orange color is not coming. Why? Because if inline is there, inline is first preference. For example, I'm removing the inline. I'm removing the inline. Then check the output now. After removing the inline, checking the output, orange color only came. Why? Because if inline is not there, it will go for the internal or external. Yeah, I'm writing external file also. For external file, I want to write file.css. I'm writing something like h1 h2 h1 comma h2. I want to go with the color blue. Now I'm trying to accessing the file.css here. I'm trying to accessing the file.css here with the link tag, link relevant style sheet, and href file.css. Now we have internal and external. We don't have inline. This will be external CSS. This will be external CSS. Now we have internal and external. If you have internal and external, what is the output now? Output is orange or output is blue. So here this is blue. Here this is blue. So what is the output now? The output will be blue. Why? Because last line first execute in the browser. Obviously blue came. Why? Because last line first execute in the browser. For example, I am putting the external CSS before the internal CSS. Then what is the output now? Output is orange. Why? Because first blue loading, this will load first. This time this will load first. And this will load second. Obviously, I'm telling line by line execution. This will load second. This will load first, this will load second. And one more point you have to remember, last line CSS file executes first in browser. Executes first in browser. Okay. So this is the way of writing the CSS and the style preferences and all. But if inline is there, inline is the first preference to the browser. If inline is not there, all these things are getting happening. Okay. So remember all these things, guys. We are working with inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. Then we are moving with different kind of CSS attributes. So there are a lot of attributes which are going to be available. We'll write down all the attributes. Then I will go with the program. So the first one is the color attribute, and the second one is a background color attribute, background hyphen color. Then we are going to be working with the font properties, multiple kind of font properties. And we are going to be working with a lot of text properties. This is basically color and background color, and font properties, font face, font family. One is a font family, one is a font style, one is a font weight, one is a font size. Yeah. So these are the different kind of font properties. Next, we will be having different kind of text properties. Text align, text decoration, text transform, text indent, line height, word spacing. Okay, so these are the different kind of text properties: text align, text decoration, text transform, and indent, text indent, text line height, word spacing. All these are actually text related properties. Okay, so let me give the values for the each and everything one by one. Whenever I go to the program, first of all, we will go to the colors, then we will go to the font properties, then we will go to the text properties, and after that we will move to the selectors, different kind of selectors. All these are actually topics for the CSS. Selectors we will go, and element selector. One is element selector, one is a class selector. Element selector, class selector, ID selector. Element selector, class selector, ID selector, group selector. And one more is first child selector. Nth child, last child selector. Nth child selector. Nth child selector. And one more is adjacent one sibling selector. Adjacent all sibling selector. All sibling selector. One more is even selector. Odd selector. Universal selector. And attribute selector. So etc. There are multiple other kind of selectors which are going to be available. So we will just look into the all selectors one by one later. So first we go with the colors, then we go with the background colors, then we go with the text properties, font properties, then we go with the selectors, different kind of selectors, and finally end of the day, so we will go with the box model. Coming to the box model, which are going to be available with a lot of properties. Box model containing weight, height, padding, margin, border, outline, etc. Then we will go to the positions. Lot of different kind of positions which are available. Position static, position absolute, and position relative, position fixed, position z index. Then we will apply the CSS on elements. Multiple type of examples we will see. So we will see CSS on elements with the list items, we will see tables, we will see forms, we will see images, we will see, and div, para, headings we will see, and just we will create a layout, simple layout. So this is the end of the CSS 2.0. These are the different kind of properties we are going to be discussing. At the end of the day, we will go with the simple template of the CSS. So one simple example we will see with HTML and CSS combination. Basically, you people have to understand one thing. You people have to understand one thing. For example, this is your HTML. This is your HTML. HTML is just a skeleton. HTML is just a construction. On top of the HTML, we are wrapping with the CSS. On top of the HTML, we are wrapping with the CSS. That's it. We have to understand. CSS is overlapping on top of the HTML. CSS having lot of styles, colors, fonts, font properties, text properties, etc., etc. And on top of the CSS, we will be having the JavaScript. HTML and CSS, so we will be having the JavaScript. JavaScript is going to be a functional part or interactive part for the web page. Functional part or interactive part of the web page. People can able to interact. People can able to click on the button. People can able to search in the search box, and people are going to be communicating with the services. They are communicating with the services. All the things are going to be happening with the JavaScript. And one more thing is, on top of this, we will be having jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js. On top of this, we will be having some other things like jQuery, and React, Bootstrap. So why I'm telling all these things, we are going to be learning all the things step by step. First, we are learning HTML. We are already done with HTML, and then we are moving now CSS. And CSS will complete in 2 to 3 days. Then after that, we are moving to the JavaScript. JavaScript is a bit lengthy. We have to learn a lot of concepts in the JavaScript. Then we will move to the jQuery, Bootstrap, React. Then finally, we communicate with the services, Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB database. Database is crucial here. And database is using for storing the data, reading the data, updating the data, deleting the data. CRUD operations. Database and client page communicating with a communicator. That communicator is a server. We are using a Node.js server, but in real time, people are using a lot of services like Java, PHP, .NET, Python, Django, Python, Flask, etc. So this is the architecture of the total working with. And the next class, we will go through all these particular properties. We will go through multiple things like colors, background colors. So in CSS, color attributes. First, we will go with the color. Then we will go with the font. Then we will go with the text. Then we will go with the selectors. And then we'll go with the box model. Then we'll go with the positions. Next 2 to 3 days, we'll go for CSS, and immediately I'll start the JavaScript. Just follow the coding, follow the programs, and do the practice done programs by end of the tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow morning again we will connect. Same time, 6 o'clock. And when I come to the JavaScript, we'll improve the timing and all. For CSS, you do the practice like this. Okay. Is it fine, everyone? I'm just stopping the session. Okay, so today we are going to be discussing about something like box model in CSS. So what is box model and how we are going to be working with the box model? What are the different type of concepts inside box model? We should go and see. See, box model is a very important concept in CSS. And what are the different kind of elements which are going to be work with the box model? Like properties. Width is one property. Height is one property. And border, sorry, padding, margin. One more is border. One more is outline. See, though these are the multiple properties which are going to be allocating with box model. See, one by one we will show. And the first one, width. What is the width of element? Width is something like horizontal space of an element. Horizontal space of an element is called width. What about the height? Height is nothing but vertical space of an element. Vertical space of an element. Next, what about padding? Padding is inner space of an element. Inner space of an element. Inner space of an element. Next, we will see margin. Margin is outer space of an element. Outer space of an element. Next, one more thing is border. Border is a simple decoration. Simple decoration for an element. Next, outline. Outline is going to be extra decoration for an element. Extra decoration for an element. So these are the multiple things which are going to be available inside the box model. So we will see one by one all the element properties. Width, height, padding, margin, border, outline. So first of all, we should remember one note point. First of all, we should remember some note point. In HTML, every element is a box. In HTML, every element is a box. See, all these properties are box model properties. We are actually arranging element using with the box model properties one by one. So let us see this box model diagrammatically. I will show all these things in diagrammatic process. For example, this is your HTML page, and these are the two paragraphs we got available. Like in HTML element, we got two paragraphs here, and I just want to get understand where is the width for this particular paragraph. Width is something like a horizontal space. Width is something like horizontal space. This is the width. This is the width. And where is the height? Height is going to be a vertical space. This is the height. And where is the padding? For example, I have a lot of content inside the paragraph. I have a lot of the content inside the paragraph. Inside the paragraph, we can able to place the lot text, right? So I'm just taking some text here inside the paragraph. Okay. Now, where is the padding? Padding is something like a inner space of an element. Inner space, nothing but this one, this one, this one, and this one. So this is the padding top. This is the padding top. And this is the padding right. Padding right. And this is the padding bottom. Padding bottom. This is the padding left. Padding top, padding right, padding bottom, padding left. Padding is nothing but inner space. Then where is the margin? This is the margin. Margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left. So this is the margin right. This is the margin top. This is the margin bottom. This is the margin left. See, we need to understand where margin is going to be allocating. Margin is going to be allocating outer space of element. Padding is going to be allocating inner space of an element. Then what is about border? What is about a border? Where border is going to be allocating? We will see. See, border is something like this. This is the border, where the border is going to be allocating. For element, the border is going to be allocating like this. On top of element, we are going to be having some decoration, a simple decoration that is called border. Then where is the outline? Outline on top of the border. Outline on top of the border we are going to be allocating. On top of the border, we are giving a extra decoration. That extra decoration is called outline. Okay, so this is the structure, a diagrammatic representation for the box model. This is the structure or diagrammatic representation of the box model. Just try to understand how box model is going to be allocating for us. And this is a box model. Box model. Okay, let it be. I just want to save the notes also. And this is going to be saving. Yeah, box model dot. Just box model notes. Just notes. Okay, fine. I just want to give multiple things over there. I need to go with a program for each and everything. First of all, I will show one program with all the properties. Then we will go for individual properties, individual programs. Let me take a new program, save it as. First of all, this program is box model.html. Box model.html. I just want to try to write something. I'm taking a paragraph over there. I'm taking a paragraph over there. Inside the paragraph, I'll take a content. This is my first paragraph. And I'm taking one more paragraph. I have two paragraphs here. Right click and open in browser. Right click, open in the browser. So I have two paragraphs here very clearly. We can see that two paragraphs are over there. Now I want to write a style sheet. How this particular style sheet is going to be having multiple properties for the paragraphs. P contains some width. P width is 100%, and height of the paragraph. Height of the paragraph is auto. Then I'm trying to working with the padding for the paragraph. Padding I'm giving 40 pixel inside. Padding I'm giving 40 pixel inside. Now you see padding got allocated. If you want to understand how the things are happening, so I'll take a background color for the paragraphs. Background color aqua. Now you see your paragraph is going to be a very bigger one. You have a lot of space on top, space on right, space on bottom. So this will be stop. Now you can see where your paragraph is going to be allocating and how the space is going to be allocating for us. Top space omitting, right space omitting, bottom space omitting. At the same side, left side also omitting. All sides some space is going to be getting omitting. This is going to be something like a padding. Padding is inner space. Padding is inner space. Then what about outline? Outline is outer space. Let me give 40 pixel outside. 40 pixel outside. All sides margin 40 pixel. I am giving margin now. Margin is outer space. So outer space nothing but. So can you see that from the body some space omitted, from the body some space omitting right, from the body some so from this element some space omitting bottom, from body some space omitting left. All sides some space is getting omitting. That is called a margin. So every side margin is going to be omitting. Padding is inner space, margin is outer space. Try to understand that. And one more property called a border. So how border is going to be allocating? So I'm writing a simple shorthand method for the border. So border 10 pixels solid red. I mean, giving the border like this. Border is something like a simple decoration for element. A decoration is going to be adding. A decoration is going to be adding. That decoration is called border. And one more thing, outline. Outline on top of the border. Outline on top of the border. So I'm giving something like a 10 pixel solid blue. Blue is outline now. Red is border. Blue is outline. Can you see that? So this is outline. So for box, we are having a lot of properties, something like inner space, something like outer space, something like a decoration, something like a extra decoration, all those things. So I just want to write each and everything one by one. The first one is width, second one is height, vertical space of element, padding is inner space of element, margin is outer space of element, border is simple decoration for element, outline is extra decoration per element, and one by one I will write. So width you can give something like a pixels. Width you can give something like a pixels and percentage. Height always you say auto. Better you say auto, and you can make pixels also. Don't give percentage. Don't give percentage. Okay. For padding, padding having lot of properties. Guys. Padding top, padding right, padding bottom, and padding left. See, padding having again 4 different kind of properties. I can able to adjust padding for top, right, bottom, left. This is in clock order. In clock order, we are going to be giving the values for the padding top, right, bottom, left. Okay, so people are giving the padding value, for example, 10 pixel. If somebody is going to be giving the padding value 10 pixel, this is going to be allocating all sides, top, right, bottom, left. All sides, the value, same value is going to be allocating. When we give single value, the single value is going to be allocating all sides, top, right, bottom, left. Okay, some people are going to be giving padding 2 values. Some people are going to be giving padding 2 values. 2 values when people are giving. So the first value is top, bottom, and the second value is right, left. First value is the top, bottom, second value is the right, left. That is the padding. And one more, if some people are going to be giving padding with 3 values, 10 pixel, 20 pixel, and 30 pixel. The first value for top, second value for right, left, and third value for bottom. Third value for bottom. If some people are going to be giving 4 values for padding, 20 pixel, 30 pixel, 40 pixel, something like this. And this will be something like a top, first value top, second value right, and third value bottom, fourth value left. So try to understand the concept of TRBL. So this is the mantra for the understanding the box model, TRBL. If I'm having single value, one more time I'm telling. So if I'm giving the single value all sides. I'm giving 2 values, top, bottom, right, left. If I'm giving single value, all sides the same value. If I'm giving 2 values, first value for top, bottom, second value for right, left. If we are providing 3 values, first value for top, second value for right, left, and third value for the bottom. If we are providing 4 values, all sides top, right, bottom, left. The same concept which is going to be applicable for margin also. Let me give the margin values now. Margin top. So copy here, margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left. Okay, so here also margin. So try to understand padding and margin. Padding for inner space, margin for outer space. Next, border. Border have extra properties like border width and border style and border color. Border width, border style, border color. Border have three properties: border width, border style, border color. Okay, so some people are writing a border for shorthand method. So shorthand method, every property in the single line. First value, first parameter is border width. Second parameter is border style. Third parameter is border color. So shorthand method, for example, border 4 pixel, border 4 pixel solid, right? So you can write the border property with a shorthand method also. Shorthand method is like this. And the same concept which is going to be applicable for outline also. Let me take outline values now. Take outline values. The first one is outline width and outline style, outline color, outline, outline width, outline style, outline color. That's it. Outline is extra property, extra decoration. This is a simple decoration. This is the extra decoration. And one more important point for the outline. Outline will not be calculate. Outline will not be calculate for margin between elements. Okay, so whenever we have two elements, beside the two elements, we are going to be allocating some margin. In that particular margin, outline will not be calculated. Only border is calculating. Border to border value border to border only margin is calculating. Outline will not be calculating. So that is the reason outline is optional. Outline is optional in real time. Outline is optional. Why? Because this is not calculating, right? So whenever it is not calculating, we don't want to take that. Outline is optional in real time. Nobody is going to be giving this one, but this is the one more property which is available. I'm telling you. So let us take first one. Padding. Let me take padding now. So padding.html. So how padding is going to be working? Let me go with the same program. I'm taking all these things and working here. Okay, so width, height, I have, and background color I have, and let me work with the padding first. Padding 40 pixel if I'm giving. 40 pixel is what? 40 pixel is all sides, 40 pixel inside. All sides, 40 pixel inside space. Inner space is padding. 40 pixel all sides allocating. Okay, sir, I don't want to allocate 40 pixel all sides. I want to give two values now, 20 pixel and 40 pixel. When I say 20 pixel and 40 pixel, 20 pixel for top bottom, 40 pixel for right left. 20 pixel for top bottom and 40 pixel for right left. Can you see that? Observe. So the top side you have less space. That less space is 20 pixel. And right left we have the lot space. Lot space is 40 pixel. And for example, if I am going to be giving three values, 20 pixel, 40 pixel, 80 pixel. So 80 pixel. So 20 pixel for top. And this one is what? First one is top bottom. First one is top bottom. Second one is right left. First one is top bottom. Second one is right left. That's, we know that. And this one, padding 3 pixel. So three values. When I give three values, the first value is top, second value is right left, and third value is bottom value. So try to understand, this is a way of giving the values, single value, two values, three values, four values. If I'm giving four values, suppose 20 pixel, 40 pixel, 80 pixel, and 120 pixel. If I'm giving the values like this, the first value for top, second value for right, and the third value for bottom, and the last value for left. It's the way of giving four values. It's the way of giving three values. Okay, now which value will apply on top of the browser? The last value is first execution. Last value, we have four values, right? Four values: 20 top, 40 left, 40 right, 80 bottom, 120 left. We see that. We see that very, very clearly. Top is 20, very less space. Then this one is a 40, and this one is 80, this one is a 120. Right side is a 120. Very clear. So by the giving single value, how it is working, by the giving two values, how it is working, by the giving three values, how it is working, by the giving four values, how it is working. Okay, so I don't want to write like this, sir. I want to write a padding left to separate. I want to write a padding left to separate, and padding right separate, padding bottom separate, padding right left separate. So the first one is, okay, the first one is something like padding top. Second one is something like padding right. Third one is something like padding bottom, and last one is something like padding left. Okay, 10, 20 pixel, and 30 pixel, and 40 pixel. Try to understand now. So how this one is going to be executed for us. Sorry, the program is this one now. Okay, now you can see, observe a top value something, right value something, bottom value something, and left value something. We have four sides, four different values applicable. Concept is same for the margin also. So concept is same for margin also. Let me copy this and take new, paste here, and save it as margin.html. Now this time I'm just replacing padding to margin. So leave it padding as this. I'm trying to allocating the margin now. Margin all sides I'm giving 30 pixel. So 30 pixel is going to be allocating all sides for you guys. Okay, so let's see. Let's see, margin is going to be allocating all sides 30 pixel for the program. All sides 30 pixel is going to be allocating for us. That is outer space. Padding is the inner space. Margin is the outer space. So outer space, let me give 60 pixel, more value, and open in default browser. So margin got applicable, margin got allocated 60 pixel outside value. 60 pixel outside value. The concept is same. So same like padding, you can apply margin also. Single side margin, two values with margin, three values with margin, four values with margin. So the concept is same. You can say with the two values, you can say with the three values, and you can say like individual properties. All these things applicable. So like margin, 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 margin. So you can write the last value is the first execution. Last value, four individual properties we are writing like margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left. Yes, that should be work. So once save it and refresh the browser, we will be having the margin all sides got applicable properly. And next thing is border. How the border is going to be taking and working with. And now this one is border.html. So for the border, okay, padding and margin, leave it as this, and I come to the down. Now we are trying to working with the border. How the border is going to be working? How the border is going to be working? Let us discuss. First one, I'm trying to providing something like a border width something like 20 pixel or 10 pixel. Border style. I'm giving a solid style, and border color I'm giving something like a red. That's it. And border width a simple value, border color simple value, color with RGB, color with hash value also you can give. And border styles, there are multiple border styles which are available, guys. Okay, let me start border styles. There are multiple kind of border styles you have. So just I'm giving multiple styles of the border. You can just take the copy of this and put inside here. So there are multiple kind of border styles we have. You can apply dotted, you can apply dashed, you can apply solid, you can apply double groove, ridge, inset, all these things. So try to work out all the border styles. And border color, you can give color with name, color with RGB. You can specify name, you can specify RGB function, you can specify the hash value. See, normal text color, how we are giving, the same way we can provide the border color also. That's all enough. Now the border will come. Let me execute this one. Open in default browser. I got a border with red color. Okay, now if you want, sir, I want to give two values for the border, sir. So 10 pixel and 30 pixel, 10 pixel and 60 pixel, 10 pixel for top bottom, 60 pixel for right left. Am I right? 10 pixel for top bottom, 60 pixel for right left. Now we got a border something like this. We got a border something like this. And something I just want to give the border style dashed. Border style dashed. When I say give border style dashed, this is going to be having something like a dashed border style. Okay, let me give solid and dashed. First one is solid, second one is dashed. Solid for top bottom, dashed for right left. And this is the way you can give the border. Border is going to be applicable. Border is going to be applicable properly giving, and border color is going to be red. The first one is red. Red is for top bottom. Then I want to give the green for left right. So we are having a different border for the top bottom, different border style for the top bottom, different border style for the right left, different border color for the top bottom, different border color for the right left, and border style, different border style for the top bottom, different border style for the right left. See, in this way you can give the border and all, and you can write the shorthand method if you want. So that is also possible. How to write shorthand method for the border? Border 5 pixel solid green. This is shorthand method. Finally, the top, all the things values will miss. Only green border will come. Okay, so better if you want to give the different colors, different styles, different width values, you can go with the individual properties. Individual properties are best. Here we are giving multiple values there. But shorthand method, if you want same value for all sides, then you can go with the shorthand method. This is called shorthand method for the border. Shorthand method. Shorthand method for the border. If you want individual values all sides, you can go different values, something like this. And this is about border, guys. Okay, try to understand, do practice once, everything will be very simple. Now we go with outline. Let me save this program. Outline dot HTML. Okay, finally I just want to write border available. On top of that, I'm trying to provide in the outline. Outline is something like outline. I just want to give 5 or 10 pixel solid green. I'm giving outline all sides. So where is the outline? How outline is going to be applicable? Let me try to execute this. So we got outline all sides. Outline is going to be adding on top of the border. Can we see, observe that? Okay, outline same color I'm giving, so that's a problem. So can I give this one as something like pink color? So we will be having outline with the pink color. All sides outline is going to be adding. Outline is nothing but extra decoration on top of the border. Extra decoration on top of the border. Border is there, border is fine. On top of the border, we are going to be providing something like outline. Yes. Outline is very interesting one. And outline is basically not used in the real time. And whenever the margin we are giving for two elements, the margin is not calculating with outline. That's why people are not using something like outline in the real time. Okay, so this is a very simple way of understanding the box model concept. Multiple things we are discussing like width, height, padding, margin, border, outline, all these things. And the last concept, one more concept is pending in the CSS, that is called positions. Most probably tomorrow session I start with the JavaScript. Most probably tomorrow class I start with the JavaScript. Positions. There are a lot of positions which are available in CSS. The first position is the static. Second position is absolute. Third position is relative. And one more is a fixed position. One more is a Z index. So how static position is working, how absolute position is working, how relative position, fixed position, Z index, all these positions are working. We see in the next class tomorrow morning. And I hope everybody can able to see my screen. So let us start JavaScript today. So first of all, we need to understand what is JavaScript and why JavaScript. What is JavaScript and why JavaScript? So two important points we need to understand, two important questions we need to have. That is what is JavaScript and why JavaScript? JavaScript is browser scripting language. Browser scripting language, which is going to be using for give a functional process, for a web page. Give functional process for a web page. That is basically JavaScript. And why JavaScript? To give interactions, and made dynamic web pages. We are using JavaScript. And inside the JavaScript, there are multiple concepts we have to remember. We need to learn. So basics of programming we should learn. So basics of programming means what? And one more thing, we have the HTML. On top of the HTML, we will be having CSS. On top of that, we will be having JavaScript. So JavaScript is going to be overlapping on top of the HTML and CSS. JavaScript is going to be overlapping on top of the HTML and CSS. For example, let me tell you, this is your HTML, guys. On top of the HTML, this is your HTML. On top of the HTML, basically, CSS is going to be overlapping. CSS is going to be overlapping. CSS is just for simple styles and decorations. CSS is going to be overlapping on top of the HTML. On top of the HTML and CSS, we will be having JavaScript. JavaScript is going to be overlapping on top of the HTML and CSS. And finally, all these three components are executing to the browser. All these three components are going to be executing the browser. Browser is nothing but we will be having something like a client-side technology. HTML, CSS, JavaScript are major pillars for the client-side part or client-side programming. Okay, so nowadays JavaScript is available in the backend also. That will be something like Node.js and Node.js and Express.js. But the major part of JavaScript is in the client side from so many years. But on top of the JavaScript, nowadays there are a lot of other libraries also got included, something like jQuery, something like Bootstrap, something like React.js, something like AngularJS, something like Vue.js, something like Ext.js, okay, something like Knockout.js. So there are multiple libraries. There are multiple libraries which are going to be available nowadays on top of the JavaScript. Okay, so let me write something now. What are the different kind of libraries which are going to be available nowadays? Okay, so on top of the JavaScript, we are having many libraries included. Okay, like jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js, AngularJS or Angular, Vue.js, Ext.js, Knockout.js, Ember.js, etc. But coming to the backend, so nowadays JavaScript available in backend also. JavaScript is available in backend development. So like Node.js, Express.js, like Node.js and Express.js nowadays JavaScript is available inside the backend. So we have the front end, we have the backend completely, which is going to be available in the JavaScript. So try to understand. Now JavaScript is not only for the client side, JavaScript is available for the backend also, server side also. And a basic programming, what is the basic programming we should go for the JavaScript? What are the different kind of concepts we need to learn in the JavaScript? Something like a variables, something like operators, something like functions, something like loops, conditions. All these are data types. All these are basic concepts. Any programming language you take, not only the JavaScript, you take a Python, you take a C++, you take a C#, you take Java, you take PHP, any programming language you go, these kind of basic procedures we have to follow, like variables, how to create a variable, how to store the data, what are the different kind of operators like arithmetic operator, assignment operator, relational operator, okay, conditional operator, a lot of operators we can see. And coming to the functions, how to create a function, how to store a block of the code inside the function, how to call the function. So we learn a lot of concepts in the functions. Then we go to the loops. Loops are going to be a very important thing, like whenever you have something like iterations, while loop, do while, for loop, for in, all these things we can go for. Coming to the conditions, if condition, if else if, switch. So there are number of conditions, whether it is going to be true or false, we have to check. There we can go for the conditions. And coming to the data types, every programming require data types, like in other programming languages, data types are going to be declaring with like int, float, char, double and all. But in JavaScript, there is a global variable called var keyword. In modern JavaScript, that is different. In modern JavaScript, we go for the let keyword and const keyword. But coming to the normal JavaScript, we have the var keyword. So that's all enough. The basic programming concepts we need to get understand for the JavaScript. Without basic concepts, we can't go for something like. So let us discuss one by one all the concepts of JavaScript. And before going to all this concept, I just want to give you some clear picture how to integrate JavaScript for HTML. So very important. So in the last class CSS, we already know how to integrate CSS to the JavaScript. How to integrate CSS to the HTML we know. But now we should understand how to integrate JS for HTML. So there are multiple ways to integrate the JS to HTML. One is the inline JS, and one is the internal JS, and one is the external JS. external JS, and fourth one is the browser console, where you can see the browser console. But this is not like integration. This is just like checking JavaScript, and where one more online editors you can able to do the practice of JavaScript, everything. Okay, let us go one by one. First, I will go with inline JS. How inline JS will be? Inline JS is basically element specific JavaScript. Element specific JavaScript. Element specific JavaScript. Element by element, I need to integrate the JavaScript. That is basically called inline JavaScript. And mostly we use events in inline JavaScript. In inline JS. Okay, so how to use this event? Suppose, for example, h1 on click is equal to some function I can write like. So, for example, when I click on h1, I need to show some alert box, and that alert box should be something like this. Alert h1 clicked. So this is the way of going with the inline JS. Inline JS is going to be extended with something like events. You are going to be specific events you can provide for the element. Okay, and this is the inline JS. Mostly people are going to be writing inline only events. Then second one is internal JS. What about internal JS? What is the benefit of the internal JS? This is the page specific JavaScript. Page specific JavaScript. So what is the page specific JavaScript and why we use this one? So how to write a page specific JavaScript? Something like a script tag we have to write. Script tag open and script tag close. Script tag open and script tag close. Inside this, I need to write some JavaScript code. Whatever the JS code you have, that JS code you can provide inside the script tag. So, and one more thing, one more point, important point you should remember is anyway, always the script tag will be available or need to place. Always this particular script tag need to place before HTML close, or before body close, before HTML close or before body close, before body close. I will tell you how to write this particular script tag. For example, this is your HTML tag, and inside the HTML, for example, you will be having a body content. You will be having the body content and body. Inside the body content, end of the body, you can write this script. End of the body, you can write this particular script. So better you can place the script tag end of the body. This is a better way of writing JavaScript, internal JavaScript. Coming to the external JavaScript, how to work with external JavaScript. External JavaScript is very, very simple. This is the application level JavaScript. Application level JS. And how this could be, we need to create a JS file like this, and we need to write a lot of script here. And coming down, now we need to create a HTML file.html. Inside the file.html, I need to access the external script. How to access the external script, guys? Script src, and we need to access the file.js. This is the way of writing a external JavaScript. Very simple, straightforward. There is no confusion over there. And this is also same procedure. This is also end of the body. Better you place a script tag end of the body. Yes. So this is external JS, and which is the better one? External JS is the better one. Why? Because we can write a complete JavaScript throughout the application one single page with the JS file. Extension is very, very important. The .js we need to place. Please remember this one. And coming to the one more concept like browser console, how to work with the browser console, how to work with online editor. So browser console, we have to go with the browser, uh, check the console of the browser, console window of the browser, check the console window of the browser, check the console window for the browser, and you have to write JavaScript, write a JavaScript. This is you can search for this browser console. I will show how to open browser console and all. And one more is the online editor. What we can do with online editor, when we open online editor, when we want to open online editor, internet must, when we want to open when we want to open online editor, when we want to open an online editor, internet must. Without having internet, we can't able to work with online editor. So that is a very simple way. I will show each and everything one by one. Let me save the file, and our class is 11 p.m. UI, and let me create the folder. This will be 3 by 11 JavaScript. This is something like nodes. I hope all the files are available in the GitHub. I will share the GitHub link today. And the next one, saving is, this is my inline.js.html. See, every file should be HTML file only. Just try to understand that. And let me open the body content. Inside the body, whenever the body is loading, I want to load an event called onload event. Onload alert body loaded. Body loaded. So that's it. Whenever the body is loading, automatically you can able to see my alert box came. JavaScript is working fine. Then I will write a h1. Then I will write h1 tag. H1 style background color red. Color of the thing is white, and the text align center. And this is h1. Something like I want to write a full stack. So this is my h1 now. And on top of the h1, what I want to do is I want to write an event called on click event. On click is equal to alert. I want to write something like h1 clicked. See, I'm trying to giving two events now. One event on body load, one event on h1 click. So browser is already running. So just launch the browser one more time. So first alert body onloaded, and the second alert when I click on the h1. When I click on h1 clicked, something is going to be happening, guys. Okay. So this will be inline.js. The next JS will be internal.js. How to work with internal.js? Internal.js should be with the script tag open and script tag close. Suppose something like alert. Okay, internal.js is loading. That's it. Enough. Okay, so open in default browser, internal.js is loading. I'm not writing concepts. I'm just trying to integrating JavaScript to HTML. Try to understand it. I'm not writing JavaScript concepts right now. I'm trying to integrating multiple ways of JavaScript into the HTML page. So the first one, inline.js, we already done. Element by element, we are writing JavaScript. Internal.js is a very simple one. We are actually writing a script tag, and the script is going to be having a lot of alerts, whatever you want, you can place it. Now let me go with the external JavaScript. External JavaScript, external JavaScript.html. Okay, so for external JavaScript, what I want to write, first of all, I need to create a new JS file. File.js. And inside the file.js, I'm writing alert box. Alert. Alert JS, external JS. is loading. External JS is loading. Finally, in coming to the external JS.html, I want to access that. How to access that? How to integrate that? Script src. Script src. I need to integrate that with the file.js integration. File.js integration. Now, finally, what is going to be happening? So when I open the default browser, external JS is loading. Yes, I got it. External JS is loading. It means external JavaScript is completely loading to the HTML content, HTML file. So this is the external JavaScript, and this one is the inline JavaScript. This one is the internal JavaScript. This one is the external JavaScript. External JavaScript means we have to create the JS file. That JS file can be integrated or included for the any kind of HTMLs in your complete application. This can be accessed only within application. This JS file, which is going to be accessed only within application, throughout the application, not into the another application, not into the another application. With this application, the contained folder, whatever you have. Suppose you are developing Amazon application. Complete Amazon is having a one JS file. You're developing a Flipkart type of application. You'll be having a one JS file for the throughout Flipkart. Like that, you can create your JS file. So that's very simple. In real time, people will do the external CSS and external JS only. And one more thing, we will be having. So last one, browser console. How to work with the browser console? I will show. How to work with the browser console? I will show. Let me create a new program which is going to be having browser console JS. Okay. Browser console. How to work with the browser console? I will show now. Browser console.html. So open browser console. Open browser console to check JS. Open browser console to check JS. Okay, let me right click on this and open in default browser. And I have the browser now. And let me go with the inspector here. Go to inspect. Go to inspect and go to the console. Here you will be having the browser console. So what I need to do, basically right click and inspect. Right click, inspect, then click on console window. Click on console window. That's it. This is actually the for Chrome, but other browsers also mostly the procedure is same. You try with that. But I'm going with the Chrome now, and I have the console here. And let me write some alert box here. Alert. Okay. So what is happening with this enter? So what happened with this enter? When I click on enter button, automatic alert box came, and I can just play with this console. So you can write like x is equal to 10, y equal to 20, and x plus y something. So you play with the console. You just play with the console, whatever you want and however you want. That is a browser console. The last concept is something like online editors. So what are the different kind of online editors which are going to be available? Let me show that. Suppose the best editor is jsbin.com. You can just go with the jsbin.com, and where you can go for HTML. I just want to switch off. Only open the JavaScript and write the JavaScript here. Alert. Okay, so alert. I'm writing some okay button here. I'm writing some okay here, and that's it. So whenever I'm writing something, automatically it is showing that. So it is having some alert box. I don't want to write alert. Suppose, for example, I'm writing a JavaScript, plain JavaScript, guys, where x equal to 0, 10, where y equal to 13, and where z equal to x plus y, where x equal to 10, where y equal to 13, where z is equal to x plus y. So when I give the x plus y, I want to print the x plus y. Document.write. Document.write set. So don't worry about the document.write. Later I will discuss about the document.write, how to work with the document.write, all these things. So document.write is basically writing some content on top of the browser. Writing some content on top of the browser is the document.write. Slowly I will let you know how document.write is going to be working for you. Okay, so literally this is very simple, straightforward. Document.write is something like jet. So I got it. So this is the way of writing different kind of JavaScripts. This is the way of writing different kinds of JavaScript. So hope you will get understand how the things are going to be happening with different kinds of JavaScript and all. And later we will discuss some other concepts like we will go through the next level. We will go through different kind of concepts like how to write alert box and what is the alert method and how to write a console.log and how to write document.write, how to write document.write. The next concept is how to debug application, how to debug application. And we will go through the levels. The next level of JavaScript is going to be working with a lot of concepts, guys. Okay, I will tell you how to work with the variables, data types. Then I will go with the loops, conditions. Then I will go with the operators. What are the different kind of operators? Operators, yeah, operators. Then we will go through the different kind of events, how to create event, how to add event, all these things we will discuss. And we will go with the date functions, we will go with the math functions, we will go with the random functions, and we will go with the timer function, and we'll go with the timeout function. We'll go with the string methods. We'll go with the array methods. We go with the object methods. We will go with the JSON data handling. We'll go with the XML data handling. And we go with the browser accessibility or browser related functionalities, browser related JavaScript. See, the kind of JavaScript, the total JavaScript is basically dividing into the three parts. One is the DOM architecture, one is the SOM architecture, one is the BOM architecture. Okay, DOM nothing but a document object model, how to work with a document level, that is a document object model. And one is a SOM architecture, CSS object model. And one is a BOM architecture, browser object model. So a lot of concepts we have to discuss with the JavaScript and browser object model. DOM level document object model, SOM level CSS object model, handling with CSS, handling with document, all these things we will see. And browser object model, how to give this browser object model. And after the concepts of this and all, inside the JavaScript only, I will go with the lot of after events. We'll go with the attribute manipulation. CSS manipulation. See, a lot of things we will do, lot of JavaScript concepts we will do. So mostly it will take next 10 days. Next 10 days, completely we are working with the JavaScript. Next 10 days, completely we are working with the JavaScript. Yes. Still in CSS, there are multiple kind of positions. The one is the static position, and second one is the absolute position. Absolute position. And the one is the relative position. And one is the fixed position. So these are the multiple kind of positions which are going to be available. So let us discuss one by one. The first one is the static position. What about static position? In static position, elements are going to be arranging in static order. Elements in static order. Absolute position. absolute position, elements in absolute order. And one more point, elements can be movable. Elements can be movable. One more point, top comma, right comma, bottom, and left values will apply. Values will apply. In static position, what is going to be happening? Elements not able to move. Elements not movable. Elements not movable. At the same time, top, right, bottom, left values will not apply. Will not apply. And coming to the third one is the relative position. How about relative position? Relative position, elements are in relative order. Elements are in relative order. And elements can be movable. In top, right, bottom, left values will apply. At the same time, in absolute, top, right, bottom, left values will take from the body. Will take from the body. Will take from body. And coming to here, relative position, top, right, bottom, and left values will take from the adjacent element. Will take from not body, it is from adjacent element. So that is the basic difference between the absolute and relative. Basically, absolute and relative both are same. Elements can be movable. Top, right, bottom, left values will apply. And the top, right, bottom, left values will take from the body in absolute. Will take from adjacent element in a relative. Then the last position is fixed position. Last position is fixed position. In fixed position, what is going to be happening? Element can be in fixed order. In fixed order. Fixed. And elements can be movable. And all these things will take. Elements can be movable. Like this. Elements can be movable. Top, right, bottom, left values will apply. And all these values taking from the body, everything is as usual. Everything is as usual. And one more point we should add for this. Elements cannot move. Elements cannot move with page scroll. Elements cannot move with the page scroll in fixed order, in fixed position. So this is about the fixed position. So we will see all the programs about static position, absolute position, relative position, and fixed position one by one. So then let's save the notes in the desktop. Okay, 7/11. Let me take a new program, and this is the static position. Static position.html. Okay, so let me take two divisions. This is the first division. This is another division. The first division, which is having some style, color, background color, blue. Second division having some style, background color, red. And both divisions having some style. All these divisions which is going to be having width 100 pixel, height 100 pixel. Okay, so let's see the divisions now. For each and every division, I will take a break. Now you see how these divisions are going to be existing. So two divisions are taking one after another. And let me try to provide for each and every division, I will try to provide, give the value like top value 40 pixel, top value 40 pixel, and left value also left value also 40 pixel. I'm trying to moving the elements from top, from left 40 pixel, but it is not applicable. Top value not moving, left value also not moving. Top value not moving, left value not moving. This is about a static position. Next, we will go for absolute position. What is absolute position? How absolute position will apply? Take new, paste, save it as absolute position .html. And here what I want to do is, for all the divisions, position absolute. For all the divisions, position absolute. So when I say position absolute, elements are moving, and top left values will apply. But what is going to be happen? Top left values for both elements common. Second element top left 40. First element I'm giving top left 0. For first element I'm giving top left 0. Second element I'm giving top left 40. Now elements are going to be arranging in absolute position. Can you see that? First element I'm giving top and left 0, and second element I'm giving top and left 40. This is the way of absolute position. Element is movable, but element is moving from body. This is absolute position. Next, relative position. Relative position.html. Okay, so relative position, relative. So we already seen in relative position what is going to be happening. Top, right, bottom, left values will apply, but the top, right, bottom, left values will take from the adjacent element, not from the body. Remember it. And relative position is relative. Just open this in the browser. Now you see that top value it is taking from the adjacent element, and left value it is taking from the body. Yeah, left there is no adjacent element, right? That is the reason it is taking from the body. JavaScript is scripting language. And one more thing, JS is browser interpreted program. And JS is a important component in web development. And JS have a lot of libraries. Like jQuery, Bootstrap, React, JS, Angular, Vue.js, Express, Node, and React.js, and Ember.js, and Knockout.js, etc. See, JavaScript is having a lot of libraries and frameworks like things like frameworks. Yes, have a lot of libraries and frameworks like jQuery, Bootstrap, React.js, Angular, Vue.js, Express, Node.js, Css.js, Ember.js, and Node.js, etc. Once we know JavaScript, once we familiar with the JavaScript, you can able to move to any kind of library or any kind of framework on top of the JavaScript. And what we can do with the JavaScript, using with the JavaScript, basically JavaScript is for client-side web development, and using with the JavaScript, you can do a lot of things. We can develop web applications, we can develop mobile applications, and we can develop games. We can develop a blockchain development, and we can do JavaScript with a multiple kind of categories and multiple kind of domains. And coming to the mobile application and some other libraries like React Native, and one more thing is a native script, and one more thing is something like a Cordova, and something like Ionic. See, all these are going to be on top of the JavaScript. When we know JavaScript very well, then you people can able to learn jQuery, you people can able to learn Bootstrap, you people can able to learn React, Angular, Vue, Express, Node, EXT, Ember, Knockout, React Native, native script, Cordova, Ionic. Basically, coming to the mobile application, nowadays mobile applications basically uh, focusing cross-domain mobile development. People are not actually moving to the native development, and people are mostly moving to the cross-domain mobile development. For the cross-domain mobile development, one is the React Native, one is Ionic, and one more is a native script. All these are actually highly demanded. All these things are basically highly demanded. For all these things, basically people are working with React Native, Ionic, native script. With only React Native, also people are getting jobs. Only with React Native framework, people are getting jobs. That is the why reason JavaScript is a core programming for all these things. When we know JavaScript very well, then we people can move to the React Native, Ionic, native script in the part of the mobile application development also. And now I'm coming to the JavaScript basic concepts of this JavaScript. Any programming, if you go for any programming language, common concepts like variables and operators, loops, conditions, and different kind of data types and different kind of functions. All these things are actually common in the JavaScript. Basic concepts of JavaScript is very, very common. And one more thing, JavaScript is very, very simple. JS is very simple. JS is very simple. And JS is loosely coupled object-oriented programming. Object-based programming, sorry. Object-based programming. Object-based programming, not object-oriented. JavaScript is not object-oriented. On top of the JavaScript, we have the ES6 and TypeScript. These two are object-oriented. Basically, ES6 and TypeScript is completely type-based programming and object-oriented. And basically, ES6 for React developers. ES6 for React developers. And TypeScript for Angular developers. So whoever people want to move to the Angular in the part of the client-side development, they will choose the TypeScript programming. After learning JavaScript, definitely we should learn ES6 programming fundamentals. When we know ES6 programming fundamentals, then people can able to move to the TypeScript. That is a very, very good one. Okay, fine. So now finally I'm starting with the JavaScript. And how this JavaScript is going to be integrating into the HTML. So first of all, we should understand how to integrate JS to HTML. How to integrate JS to HTML. So there are many kind of ways integration of JavaScript to HTML. The first kind of way is inline JS, and one more is internal JS, and one more is external JS. And we do check with the JavaScript in the browser console. So inside the browser console also you can check with the JavaScript. And the fifth one is check with online editors. If you are going with online editors, so then also you can able to check with the JavaScript. And first one I will go with the inline.js. Inline.js basically, guys, element level JavaScript. This is element specific JavaScript. Element specific JS. And coming to the internal JS is basically page specific JS. Straightforward. Page specific JS. Page specific JS. And one more is external JS. External JS is throughout application specific JS. Application specific JS. And coming to the browser console is each and every browser having some console window where you can check with the JavaScript and you can do practice with the JavaScript. You can write JavaScript. We can write JS in console window. And one more thing, console is used for debug applications. Console is used for debug applications. The last one is online editors, where we can use online editors. Online editors, there are multiple kind of online editors which are going to be available in the market. With all these online editors, we should have internet connection first. Internet connection must. When we have internet connection, then we can go with online editor, practice for the JavaScript. So I will show one by one. First, I will go with inline, internal, external, browser console, online editors. So let me go with the code. Let me save this. In desktop, our folder is something like this. Okay, this is going to be 7 by no. Okay, so in this I want to save the nodes. That's it. Then I want to just write a program for this. Let me open the Visual Studio Code. And this Visual Studio Code, I just want to write a program for different kind of things. Okay, the first one is inline.js. How to work with inline.js. Let me save the program. This is going to be something like inline.js. Inline.js.html. See how this inline.js is going to be working with. Basically, we have the body content. Inside the body, I want to load a event called onload event. Onload. So whenever I'm loading this body, I try to load a alert box. Alert. Okay. Alert. Okay. So basically, inline.js basically working for events. Inline.js basically working for events. So I'm writing some event for the body. That's it. I got an event. And inside the body, I have the one more element called h1. And h1 have something like click me. H1 have something like click me. So for h1, I want to write a style sheet for this. Style h1 background color something like orange, and the color will be black, and the text line center. That's enough. Now you check it out. We have two alert boxes now. One is this one, and I want to show one more alert when I click on this h1. Then what you want to do? For this h1, I want to load one more event like on click event. On click is equal to, I want to write alert. This alert is something like h1 clicked. So remember one thing. Whenever you are writing event, we have the double quotes. For event, we have double quotes. Attribute value in the double quotes. Whenever we are writing double quotes for the value, then don't write double quotes again inside the attribute. Don't write again double quotes inside the attribute value. You have to go with a single quote. If you take a single quote outside, then take double quote inside. That's a very important thing you have to remember. If you are writing again double code inside, it will give you the error. If I'm writing double code again here, it will give you the error. Just don't write double code again inside. So that's a way of working with the things, and go with the single code and right click on this. Already browser is running, and refresh it. Okay, and click on the click me h1 click something this. So this is a way of working with the inline JS. Next, I'm going with internal JS. Internal JS.html. How this internal JS is going to be working with. Internal JS is very simple. We have to write a script tag. Script tag open, script tag close. Script tag. So script is the HTML tag. Inside the script tag, I want to write the HTML code. So this is inline JS loading. This is inline JS. Inline JS is loading. Inline or internal? Sorry, internal. Internal JS is loading. So right click on this and open the browser, and you will be see that internal JS is loading over there. Internal JS is loading over there. Now I'm trying with external JS. External JS. How this external JS will be? External JS is going to be having a JavaScript file separate. JS file separate. I want to take a new JS file. That should be something like file.js. Now JavaScript file is separate file. File.js I'm creating. Inside the file.js I'm writing some JavaScript code. So that will be something like external JS is loading. External JS is loading. That's it. Now save this and come to the external JS.html. Try to access that file.js into this. Script src, then file.js. Script src, then file.js. So remember this. Script is the tag now, and src is the attribute for this. What is src here? Src is a special attribute. Special attribute to assign source. src is the special attribute to assign source. Just have to remember this. And that particular file.js can be able to access with the multiple kind of HTMLs. If I'm having 1000 HTMLs, for all the 1000 HTMLs, I can able to access the same HTML. That should be very important. You have to remember. The thing is external JS file, application specific JS. I'm writing a file.js separate one, and here I'm writing so much JavaScript code. Whatever the JavaScript code you're writing, you can able to access that one into the file.html anywhere. If I'm having a lot of HTML files, for all the HTML files, I can able to access this file.js. How to access the file.js? I need to write a script src. Script src and file.js we need to mention. Whatever the name you are giving, the same name you have to mention. This is going to be a script tag clause. So remember this one. This is very, very important for the external, but internal is separate. Internal is going to be having a script open, script close. Script open, script close. And inside the script tag, you can write a lot of JS code. Whatever the JS code you want, you can write it. And inline JS mostly for events. On element open tag. And events here are attributes. We have to specify some attributes over there. So that's it about external JavaScript, inline JavaScript, internal JavaScript. Then we go with the browser console. How to work with the browser console? Let me take a new file, and this one is browser console .html. So let me open browser console for JS. Okay, I'm just writing this. Right click on this, open the default browser, and output is very simple. Open browser console for JS. I'm trying to open the browser console. Right click on this and go to the inspect here. Chrome inspect is there directly. And inside the inspect, you will be having the console window. There you can write your JS code, something like alert. I'm writing alert. Okay, so I'm just writing okay here. I got the okay button. I got a OK button. Then I'm going to be writing something like X value, and I'm writing a Y value. Y is 20, and X plus Y 30. I got 30 now. I got 30 now. So in this way, you have to follow. In this way, you have to follow the console window. Console window is basically for debug your application or write JavaScript inside the console window. Then the one more way of writing JavaScript is online editor. You can write any online editor. You take any online editor. So just check for the more and more online editors. I can write something for JavaScript. JavaScript online editors. JavaScript online editor. Check for JavaScript online editor. There are multiple kind of things. One is the JS fiddle, one is the JS compiler, one is the JS bin, one is the code pen, one is the code sandbox. Wherever you want, you can go. JavaScript online editors. There are multiple kind of online editors which are going to be available in the internet. So one is the JS fiddle, one is the JS editor, one is the JS.do, one is the tutorials point, one is the code pan, one is the code sandbox, JS bin. So most probably I'm using jsbin.com sometime. So JS bin is the nice one where you can do practice with your JavaScript. I just want to click on JavaScript and try to write some code over there. So whenever I'm writing something here, automatically I got alert box. And let me write something like, okay, JS bin is very, very interactive. It is going to be giving you output whenever you're writing something, very much interactive. But whenever you want to do practice with the JavaScript in online editors, compulsory internet is required. If you don't have internet, you can't able to see online editors, or you can't able to do practice with online editors. Just try to understand. And now today we will discuss some other JS related methods. What are the very important JS related methods? The one is alert box. So what is the alert function? What is the JS function? Alert. Why we are using alerts in JavaScript? In JavaScript, alert is a function, or is a predefined function. And why we are using this function? Using with alerts, using with alert method, we can show some user messages or some pop-up messages. So just giving some alert for the user. That's alert box. Next, one more thing is console.log function. What about this console.log function? Console.log basically using for, it's a JavaScript function. Is a JS function. It's a JS function used for show console outputs. And console.log method will allow single quotes or double quotes. So it means what? Not quotes. Single quotes or double quotes. So how this will be something like console.log, and inside this I can write a message, hello JS, with single quotes, and I can able to write the same console log with double quotes also. Double quotes, nothing but this one, hello JS, welcome. That's it. So single quotes and double quotes both will allow for the console.log. Console.log is JS function used for show console outputs. And one more thing, console.log is very important. This function is very, very important. For debug JS code. Whenever you want to debug your JS code, console.log function is very, very important. Later I will show to understand the flow of application. Console.log is very, very important. Okay. And one more method we will see now. One alert we done, one console.log we done, one document.write function. So what about this document.write function is? Document.write function is a JS function, for show browser top level outputs. So here we can able to paste text data or element data on top of document, or we can write some element, some text, whatever you want, you can just write on top of the document. In the method only, the definition is the document.write. It means we are going to be writing some text, we are going to be writing some elements on top of the document. That is basically document.write. And we need to understand something like a DOM architecture now. So what is the DOM architecture in JavaScript? DOM architecture is very simple in JavaScript. DOM architecture basically browser have something like a window method. On top of the window component, we will be having a document component. Document nothing but HTML. In JavaScript, basically the terminology of HTML is document. Then on top of document, we will be having lot of elements. On top of document, we will be having HTML. HTML having two things, one is the head, one is the body, and inside the head and body we will be having lot of elements. This is basically DOM architecture, and there are a lot of browser related methods, lot of window related methods, lot of document related methods available in JavaScript. So later we will discuss all these methods one by one, and I will draw the picture related to this DOM architecture now. I will draw a picture, a very simple picture. That picture is going to be giving you very, very good clarity on the document object model. This is the browser, guys. On top of the browser, we will be having the window. On top of the window, we will be having a document. On top of a document, you will be having head and body sections, and head containing something, body containing something. So let me write each and everything here. This is the browser. On top of the browser, you will be having the window. On top of the window, we will be having the document. And here we will be having the header section. We will be having a body section. And inside the body, you will be place lot of elements. Suppose inside the body, I'm going to be placing multiple kind of divisions. And for each and every division, I'll be having a lot of other elements, forms, tables, hyperlinks, whatever you want, you can place inside this. This is the architecture. This is the tree architecture. And finally, this architecture is called a DOM architecture. This architecture is actually called a DOM architecture. DOM architecture nothing but document object model. What is DOM? DOM nothing but document object model. People call DOM. DOM means very simple. DOM nothing but document object model. Document object model. DOM nothing but document object model. And this architecture is called a DOM architecture. So let's go for the folder, and this will be DOM. And let's go and take this code, copy, and take the new and save it as nodes. So this is the DOM, and just understand about the DOM. And let's see some program about console.log and document.write. Let's see some program about document.write and console.log. Okay, so I will write one program on document.write. I will write one program on console.log. Now, so save it. This will be console.log. Console.log. See how this console.log is working. .html. Okay, let me write some script, guys. Script open, script close, and this will be console.log. Console.log. Hello JavaScript. Hello JS. And one more thing I'm writing. One more line I'm writing. Console.log. Hello JS. Welcome. Hello JS. Welcome. That's it. And right click on the editor and open in the default browser. And I can't able to see any output on top of the document. I can't able to see any kind of output on top of the document. And just right click on this, go to the inspector. In the part of the inspector window, you will be finding some console. And there you can see the console outputs. The one is hello JS and the one is the hello JS welcome. Hello JS welcome. See, for every browser, console window is available. Each and every browser, just go with the right click and you can find out the inspect. And there inspect window, you will be find out the console button. Just check the console outputs. And now I'm going with some other thing. Why console.log is going to be better using? Suppose I'm writing simple alert box now. I'm writing alert box now. I'm writing alert, a capital letter. And I want to see the alert now. But I can't able to see the alert. You may think why alert is not coming? What's the problem with alert box? Immediately we are moving to the console window and check with the code of the JavaScript. The first two lines are executing. Why? Because JavaScript is interpreted program. JavaScript is interpreted programming. Interpreted programming, nothing but code executes line by line. Compiled programming, nothing but code at single time execute. But interpreted programming is code executes line by line. So I already executed two lines of the code. Then finally I got error. That error is a complicated error. What is this error? Alert is not defined. That's it. Very simple. This is not complicated. Alert is not defined. It means whatever the function you are writing, that is a wrong function. And just check with your code and change the a small letter. That's it. So this is the way of using the console window. In the real time, you will be having a lengthy code. You will be having thousands lines of code in JavaScript. There you are doing some mistakes. The browser is very important to check your outputs, to check your errors also. But checking outputs on browser top, checking errors in the browser back. Browser back, nothing but the soul of the browser. Soul of the browser is console. Just go to the console, check with errors. Go with the console, check with errors. On top of the body, you see the visualization, you see the CSS, you see the HTML. And the back of the HTML, you find out the JavaScript. So that's it. Please remember this one. And the next one is document.write. Document.write function. So how this document.write function is going to be working with us. So let me write some script. Script open, script close, and document.write. Document.write. I'm writing something like hello JS. Welcome. So this is document.write. When I am writing some content, that content is basically visualized on top of the browser. Why? Because document nothing but your HTML. And I'm saying that document.write nothing but you just write something on top of the document. Obviously, I can able to see some content on top of the document. Then I'm trying to writing one more thing. After this document.write, I'm writing one more line of the code. Okay, so welcome to full stack. Hello JS, welcome to full stack. Then I'm writing two lines of the code, and I just want to see the output of the two lines of the code. So two lines of the code in the same line. This is the problem with the document. What I want to do, I just want to make it break. So again, you need to specify the break. Again, we need to specify the break. How to specify the break? This is the way of specifying the break. When I specify the break, obviously these two lines are making break. Then I want to prepare a paragraph. I want to prepare the heading. So how to prepare the heading? I just want to prepare the heading with document.write. I'm not writing HTML, guys. I'm writing JavaScript. I'm preparing the HTML from JavaScript. I'm preparing HTML from JavaScript. So I'm writing some h1 here. This is HTML inside the JavaScript. HTML inside the JavaScript. Just check it out. Your h1 got. Just check it out. Your h1 got. Whatever the tag you want, you can just write that. Whatever the tag you want, you can just write that. For example, I want to write h2. Just like that, you can write. I want to write order list. Just like that, you can write. So order list, how to write order list open, order list close. And inside order list, I want to take li. Li is nothing but list item. Li. First li is Samsung. Second li is Oppo. And third li is OnePlus. So that's enough. This is order list. I'm going to be preparing some order list using with document.write. Using with document.write, we are going to be preparing the order list. Yeah, so this is the way of this is the way of working with the JavaScript, and we are defining a lot of functions. And today we are going to be discussing some other concepts in JavaScript. Let me open Visual Studio Code. So we have a lot of ways to create the JavaScript in HTML. JavaScript in HTML. There are multiple ways. The first way we done with inline.js, and second way we done with internal.js, and third way we done with external.js, and fourth way browser console, and fifth way online editor, and finally we need to write JavaScript. So there are multiple concepts available in JavaScript, like variables, operators, loops, conditions, events, JSON data, XML data, and attribute manipulation, and CSS manipulation, date methods, string methods, array methods, so etc. There are a lot of concepts which are going to be available inside JavaScript. We will see one by one. And before going to write the programs for the JavaScript, we need to create one JS file. So let's go with a simple thing like alert box. How to create alert box in JavaScript. Alert method, alert method dot HTML. So let me write a script. Inside the script, I am writing alert box. Alert internal JS loading. So what about alert is? Let me write some nodes for the alert method. Alert is a JavaScript method. Alert is a JavaScript method which is used for show alert boxes for user. one more point. Alert method loads from browser, loads from window level. So let us have some DOM architecture. So this is the DOM architecture. Can you people see this? Top level we have the browser, then we will be have the window, then we will be having a document. On top of the document, we will be having the head and body. So document nothing but in JavaScript terminology, document is HTML. On top of the document, we are having two sections. One is the head section, one is the body section. In the body section, we will be having a lot of elements. Suppose I'm taking two elements, two divisions. Inside the again one more division, we will be having a child divisions also. And inside this particular element, so tables, forms, whatever it may be, paragraphs, headings, all these things. But document is user visible element. Whatever the document we have here, this is the user visible element. This browser and window is not going to be visible by the user. User can able to see only document. User can able to see only document. The document we are going to be see. On top of the document, we will be having a head and body and divs and elements, whatever it may be. But behind the document, window is available. Behind the window, browser is available. Browser and window is not visible elements. So browser and window is going to be working with the console. Basically, this is about console. This is the soul of the browser. Window is the soul of the browser. From window, so many methods are going to be manipulating. From window, we can able to operate the current location. From window, we can able to see the drawing procedures. From window, we can see the prompt messages. From window, we can able to see the alert messages. From window, we can able to see the pop-up boxes, all these things. So there are multiple kind of things which are going to be available inside the DOM level, DOM architecture. This is the DOM architecture and very important DOM architecture. In interviews, so they will ask whatever the things, what is browser, what is window, what is document, all these things. So let us try to please understand all these things. So let me save the picture into our folder. So I'm saving the picture. This is the DOM architecture. DOM architecture. So fine. Then I need to go with the program. So alert is a JavaScript method which is used for show alert boxes for the user. And that method loads from the window level. Just remember these 2 points. Okay, so when I execute my program, alert, I can able to see the alert box, and this alert box is loading from window level, not from document level. That we need to remember. Whatever the alert box we got here, this alert box is loading from the window level, not from the document level. Document is this one. This is the document, but this is loading from window level. Alert is loading from window level. If you want, I will show this. So let me write some document.write. Let me write some document.write. Document.write. I am writing document.write also. Document loaded. Document loaded. So now you see which is going to be loading first and which is going to be loading second. Loading first is alert. Why? Because that is coming from window. Window is the top level. After loading the window only, document is loading. Can we see document is loading second? First alert box came, second document.write loaded. Okay, can I put a document.write before the alert? Can I put a document.write before the alert? Why? Because of JavaScript is line by line execution. You may think like alert box is loading first. That's why alert box is coming first in browser. So now open the default browser. Now we can see even I'm writing document.write before line or before line one, nothing but first line, third line. I'm writing document.write in the third line, and I'm writing document.write in the third line. In the fourth line, I'm writing alert box. Even though alert box is coming first. Why? Because of alert box loading from window. Alert box loading from window, and document is loading next. Document is loading next. This is a very important interview question. If people get remember something. Always alert boxes loading first in the browser. Why? Because before document alert is ready. Before document window is ready. Window level alert box is coming. So that's the simple thing. That's the simple thing we have to remember. That is the alert box concept. The next one, let me save the notes. And the next thing is document.write. Document.write method. What about the document.write method? Document.write method is going to be printing. Document.write is a JS method which will print any kind of text or elements on top of the document. So document.write is always front of the browser. So let me write about the document.write. Let me take a new program and save it as document.write.html. So taking script now and document.write. Inside document.write, you can write with single quotes or double quotes. Document.write syntax will be like this. You can write single quote or you can write a double quotes. Both will allow. Okay, so let me take a document.write now. So I'm taking single quotes. Hello JavaScript. Next, I'm writing one more document.write. This will be double quotes. Welcome to full stack. So we are writing some text on top of the document. That is nothing but document.write. Open in default browser now. So we have hello JavaScript, welcome to full stack. Both are came. Hello JavaScript, welcome to full stack. Both are came. But the thing is, I want to take a break. How to take a break? Again, we need to write a document.write and write on top of document one break tag. Write on top of document one break tag after hello JavaScript. Okay, I'm writing again. When I'm writing this, I can able to see a break thing. Hello JavaScript first, next welcome to full stack. Both are came. So from this document.write, you can able to create elements also. For example, I want to create a heading tag. You can create a heading tag document.write. I want to create a heading tag. How to create heading tag, guys? H1 open. H1 close. H1 open, H1 close. Now you can see that. H1 also loaded. Any kind of element you can create. You can create headings, you can create paragraphs, you can create forms, you can create list items, whatever you want, you can do create. Okay, for example, document.write. Let me create a list item, order list, for example. Order list open, order list close. Inside order list, I want to take a list item. Li open, Li close. Okay, for example, this is the HTML. I'm making copy this HTML now. Okay, finally I got ordered list. We have the order list now. In the same way, you can create an order list. See, anything you can create with the document.write. So after coming to the JSON, I will tell you how to bind the data, dynamically with order list and unordered list, or with different kind of headings, different kind of paragraphs. How to bind the real-time data. Real-time data matlab, which is going to be having services. From service, we can call the data. It should be dynamic data. So later we will see how to work with the dynamic data in the part of the in the part of the JavaScript. So this is the thing. The next concept is going to be prompt message. How to work with the prompt message. Prompt also working from window. Prompt is a JavaScript method. Prompt is a JS method which will take input from the user. Next point, prompt will store the data. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Whenever you want, you can just store the data and store in the variable. Okay, let me write about the prompt method. So prompt, for example, enter username. Enter username. You can put with a single quote and double quote. Both are allowed. Enter with username. We can put single quote and double quote. Both are allowed. Next, one more point. Prompt method. Prompt will work on window. This method works from window, not from document. Remember this point. This method works from window. Next, I will write a new program. Save it as prompt.html. Okay, so internal script. Prompt, enter username. Save it. Open default browser. I'll be getting a prompt now. A prompt having two conditions. One is the cancel, one is the OK. When we click OK button, then only it is going to be storing the data. When we click on cancel button, it is not going to be storing the data. So I'm entering some data here. So I'm entering Srinivas and click on OK button. My data got stored. But how to capture the data? If you want to capture the data from JavaScript, you need to create a variable and we need to store the data with the front. So where name is equal to and document.write name. So just try to understand. I'm writing two lines of the code. First line, I'm creating a variable called name. With the name, I'm storing the data from the prompt. Whatever the data you entered in the prompt, that data I got stored in the name. And finally, I need to print that particular data. So execute this one more time. And I'm going to be entering the Srinivas here. And okay. And we can see on top of document, we can see Srinivas. So how this Srinivas got printed? This Srinivas got printed from document.write. And document.write actually got the value from name. How the name is actually carrying from? Name is carrying from prompt. We entered some value in the prompt. That value stored by the name. Name is the variable capturing the prompt value. That particular name is going to be transferring to the document.write. We are writing document.write for showing the data. Okay, so I will write in the one more way. So username is comma name. Username is comma name. Finally, okay, I have the prompt username. Enter username, something like Srinivas. Click on OK button. Username is Srinivas. That's it. So this is the way of writing the prompts. And a little bit lengthy I will write. Where first name. Enter first name. Next, second name. Enter second name. And finally, I want to get the full name. Where full name is equal to first name plus last name. second name, and here in the plus I want to take the underscore, and finally I want to print the full name. Full name is full name. Full name is full name. So what is going to be happening in the first line? First line in the prompt, first name is going to be carrying. In the second line from the prompt, second name is going to be capturing. And full name is the method. Full name is some statement which is the addition of the first name plus second name. String concatenation. Two strings are already available. Those particular two strings are concatenating now, and we are adding one more additional string like underscore. And finally full name will be first name plus underscore plus second name. That's the way of working with a little bit prompts, little bit a lengthy program. Enter first name, so I'm giving Srinivas. Click on OK. Second name, I'm giving Gorantla. Click on OK button, and full name is Srinivas underscore Gorantla. So I got the data. I got the data on top of the document. I got the data on top of the document. In the same way, you try to work with a salary calculation. In the same way, you try to work with the salary calculation, where salary is equal to prompt method, prompt enter salary calculator, where something like bonus is equal to prompt enter bonus, and now where final taken salary is equal to salary plus bonus, and I want to print the final taken salary. Document dot write final taken salary is comma final taken salary, and let me try to execute this one. Open in the default browser. So first enter salary. Salary is going to be entering like 1 lakh. Click on OK, and bonus is going to be something like 10,000. Click on OK. So what is going to be happening? 1 lakh 10,000. 1 lakh 10,000. So this is not actually working like arithmetic operator. Why? Because of we are entering numbers. We are entering numbers in the prompt. Whatever the number you entered in the prompt, that will be the string. Suppose I am entering number in the string prompt. So I'm entering something like 10,000 here. So this 10,000 is going to be string now. This 10,000 is going to be not a number. This will be string. Why? Because prompt and alert prompt method is going to be taking the value as a string. Prompt is the input, right? Input always a string. But anyway, you are entering the number. You are giving the number. Even the number is also storing as a string, like this one. It is taking some codes, and your 10,000 will be a string. Why? Because prompt is going to be treating input as a string. Remember it. Prompt is going to be treating input as a string. String plus string concatenation is going on. The first prompt is taking string. Second prompt also taking string. First prompt something like 10,000, and this is string. Second prompt 100 or 200, and now 10,200. 10,200 nothing but string plus string concatenation is going on. String concatenation is going on, but we don't want to go with the string concatenation. What we want to go for? We need to convert the string into the integer. So how to convert string into the integer? That is called a type conversion. In JavaScript, if you want to convert string to integer, there is a method called parseInt method. Later I will tell all these things. ParseInt. Whatever the data you entered in the prompt, that will be the string. Salary is the string. Now string is converting to the number. Now string is converting into the number using a method called parseInt, and bonus also converting into the number using a method called parseInt. And finally, number plus number is what? Again number. This is now plus is working as arithmetic operator. Plus is working as arithmetic operator. Whenever you are adding a string plus string, now plus is going to be working as concatenation operator. Plus is working as concatenation operator in the case of strings. Plus is working as arithmetic operators in the case of numbers or floats. Okay, let it be. So now we'll check the program, how this is going to be working and operating. Save it, running this program. Enter the salary, something like 10,000 or 1 lakh, and enter the bonus, something like 20,000. Now finally salary will be nan. What is the nan here? So somewhere we got the issue. Percent salary, percent. Okay, so this could be something like final salary taken parse int. There is a something issue with why no nan value coming. Enter salary 1,000 bonus. Now 1,100. We got it. So we need to use the plus symbol. And we need to use the plus symbol. Why? Because this is a number, right? And this is a string. Number plus string. We need to show the document.write. Make it a plus symbol. Make it a plus symbol. And this time, in the previous time, comma allowed. Why? Because this is a string. This is the string. No problem with the comma. But this time you need to go with the plus symbol. Remember this one. Remember this one. This is a very important thing. This is a very important thing you have to remember. So today we are discussing some methods like alert method. What about alert method? Alert is going to be printing something to the browser. Alert pop-ups, alert boxes. Alert is working from window. Alert is loading from the window level. The next thing is document.write. Document.write is going to be writing some content on top of the document. Writing some plain text, writing elements, whatever it may be. On top of the document, I want to write something using with the document.write. And document.write is always front of the browser. And document.write will be allowed with a single quote and double quote. Both will be taken. And the next concept is we are working with the prompt. Prompt is very, very important in the real time. Whenever you want to take input from the user, and whenever browser want to take input from the user, prompts are very important. And again, prompts are working from the window level. Prompt is a method which will take input from the user. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Prompt will store the data in a variable. Prompt enter username with single quote and double quote you can work with. This method works from window. And let me tell you one thing. If I am executing this application, enter salary something like 10,000 or 1,000. Click on cancel. Enter bonus 100. Click on cancel. What is the output now? Salary taken is nan. Why? Because you are not storing the data. You are clicking on cancel button. So we need to understand one thing. In the prompt, note point here in the prompt. Note in the prompt method. In the prompt window. In the prompt window, we have two buttons. We have two buttons. One is cancel. One is okay. Cancel is going to be not capturing the data. Okay is going to be capturing the data. Cancel state is Boolean false. Okay state is Boolean true. Remember this. Cancel state is Boolean false. Okay state is Boolean true. This is important and interview question. Prompt method will have the two options. One is the cancel, one is the okay. When we click on OK button, then only it will capture the data. When we click on the cancel button, it will not take the data. So enter salary is something like 10,000 and click on OK. Enter bonus something like 1,000. Now click on cancel and the salary is none. Why? Because of the same problem. You are going to be not taking the capturing the data from the prompt. So that is the very reason what you have to do is you need to go with the OK method. OK method is going to be taking the data. Okay, click on open the default browser. Enter salary something like 1,000 and bonus will be 100 and finally we will be having 1,100. Very simple, straightforward. So state should be okay. State should be true. Okay, so the concept is in JavaScript. How to access elements, classes, and ID from HTML to JS. From JavaScript, how to access elements, classes, and ID from HTML to JS. The first one is access elements. So how to access elements from HTML to JavaScript, and how to access classes from HTML to JavaScript, and how to access ID from HTML to JavaScript. Three things we see. So let me take one simple diagram. So here I'm taking a paint. So let me go with the diagram. So this diagram, treat this box is going to be HTML, and inside the HTML, all similar elements are in one group. All similar classes in one group, but IDs are going to be unique. IDs are like this. Okay, so for example, these are the different tags, but similar tags. Nothing but all are H1s, and here all these similar classes. Whatever the class name you are going to be mentioning for all the elements, it should be the same class. All similar classes, all similar elements are going to be storing in array. Okay, so all similar elements are going to be storing in array. At the same time, all similar classes are going to be storing in array. And all these are IDs. Okay, so we'll be having some IDs. ID, and everything is ID here. IDs are single, but all similar elements are going to be storing in array. Similar elements. This point is very important. Similar elements. And here all similar classes. Similar elements or similar classes are going to be storing in array. Unique IDs and unique IDs are actually unique. And let me save this. Okay, so save. Okay. I'm creating new folder now, and this will be some folder like 12 by 11. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to write a program for this. Before writing program, we need to understand syntax, how to access elements like document dot get elements plural. Why? Because array, right? Document dot get elements by tag name. So the name of the tag we need to mention. So for instance, h1, and index we need to mention something like 0. And this is for access elements. And how to access classes, document dot get elements by tag name, and here instead of tag name I should give the class name. Elements by class name. the name of the class, whatever you want. Suppose this is my class, my CLS. And at the same time, you need to specify the index. Index is 0. And how to access ID? ID accessing now. Document dot get element by ID. Document dot get element by ID. Name of the ID. ID name. That's it. So these three syntaxes are very, very important. The first one is access elements. Second one is access classes. Third one is access ID. Okay, so let us see how the access elements are going to be working. Let me save the notes. Okay, so this will be the notes. First concept is how to access elements. Desktop level. Access elements. Access elements.html. And let me have multiple elements. Okay, so I'm writing first element, and I'm writing second element, I'm writing third element, and I'm writing h2 now. H2 is something like again web development. Okay, so I will be having one more h2 here, and finally I'm writing script now. Script. This script is going to be now access elements. How to access elements? Very simple, straightforward. Document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag we need to mention. The tag name is basically h1, and index is 0. H1 of 0. And let me show alert box. Let me show alert box. What is this element will be? Alert of document dot. Okay. So let me execute this. Open in default browser. I will be having something. So object HTML heading element. I got HTML heading element over there. Okay. But the thing is, I don't want to show the element. I want to see the inner text. Whenever you want to see the inner text, there is a method called inner HTML. Let me write that method here. Inner HTML. Inner HTML is the JS method. is the JS method, which is going to be using for show inner text of element. Inner HTML is the JS method, which is going to be using for show inner text of element. Inner text, whatever the inner text which is going to be available, that particular inner text I'm going to be accessing now. Okay, so let me show that alert box now. I'm trying to accessing the inner HTML here. So let me write the inner HTML here. Inner HTML. This is used for get inner text from element. Okay, now alert box is going to be accessing document dot get elements by tag name h1 of 0 inner HTML. Inner HTML matlab, so inner HTML is going to be working on web development. Web development is the first element text we are going to be accessing. But I want to change this one. Okay, so this one document dot get elements by, so the complete inner HTML I'm taking after the alert is equal to, I want to upgrade with something like Srinivas currently. So now you can find first of all alert is web development, and after that was updated with the Srinivas Gorantla. I got changed. Element got accessed and element inner text got accessed or inner HTML got accessed and inner HTML got updated with something like Srinivas Gorantla. Okay. So in the same way we try to work with let me access the second H1. Second H1 is this one, right? So how to access the second h1? Second h1 is going to be accessed like this. Second h1 is h1 of 1. Inner HTML, Srinivas Gorantla, full stack development. Okay, fine. Execute it now. So this is going to be giving you very clear picture. Web development is fast. Then after that, Srinivas Gorantla full stack web development got updated with the second h1. Whenever you want to access the second h1, the index is needed. First h1 index is 0 and second h1 index is 1. And I want to access the h2. If I want to access the h2, what is the code for that? Document dot get elements by tag name. Document dot get elements by tag name h2 now. This time h2. h2 of 0 inner HTML. I want to give something like a from Hyderabad. Okay, fine. So let me execute it, open in the default browser. So web development, that is okay. And from Hyderabad, I got updated h2. First h2 is nothing but a 0th element. In the same way, we try to go with the classes. How to working with the classes? New program, save it as access classes.html. Access classes.html. Okay, so let me take multiple h1s here. Web development, and the first h1, which is going to be having the class 1. The same class I want to apply for the multiple elements now. So the multiple elements I'm taking. So this one is h2. Second time this one is h2, and this one is having class 2. Okay, now these two are in one group, and this is a separate group. And this one is 1 and 2 and 2. These h1 and h2 is in one group, and this h1 and h2 is one group. Let me take one paragraph also. And paragraph also having the class called 1. And here I'm taking a paragraph. This paragraph also having the class called 2. Fine. So this is one group now. At the same time, this is one group now. Now finally, we try to write the JavaScript for all these things. Script document dot get elements by class name. Name of the class is 1 of 0 dot inner HTML is equal to something like a full stack. Open in the default browser. I got updated with that full stack. So can we see this is full stack? I got updated with that. And I want to do one thing. Document dot get elements by tag name 1 of 0. Change style for this. Dot style dot color is equal to, I want to update the color for this. Color should be something like red. So color is getting updating now. Style color is updating now. So if you want to update the color, let me write the notes for that. Update CSS from JavaScript. If you want to update the CSS from JavaScript, what we need to do is dot style dot property is equal to value. Okay, for example, we have the element like this. Dot style dot color properties color is equal to value nothing but red. So this is the way of updating the CSS. For example, if I want to change the font style, you can change the font style like this, font style. And we need to remember something. we need to remember something. CSS is different, HTML is different. In CSS, property is something like color. In JavaScript, same color. This is in JS, this is in CSS. Try to understand, this is in CSS and this will be in the JS. And in the part of the CSS, suppose for example font hyphen style, but in the case of the JS, font style, like this. Whenever we have the hyphen is going to be converting into the camel case, and something like font weight, that is going to be changing to font weight. Yeah. The text align, that is going to converting to text align. See, the thing is, whatever the properties in CSS, all these properties are going to be making changes with camel cases in the JavaScript. That is the only major difference between the CSS and JavaScript about the properties. Now this is the color, right? And after that, I want to make it text align. Text align. Document.get elements by tag name 1 of 0 dot style dot text align. Text align center. Center. When I do center, automatically full stack is going to be changing the text. At the same time, full stack is going to be aligned to center. So that's all enough. This is the way of applying CSS. In this program, we are trying to apply the CSS. That CSS is very simple. Each and every property separately we are actually giving. Changing CSS in JavaScript. Okay, fine. This is very simple, straightforward. Now this is about classes. What about ID? Access ID. Access ID.html. Access ID.html. Let me write some headings. Development. And one more ID. So this is having ID called 1. And this is having some ID called 2. ID 2. What my requirement is, I need to access the ID separate. Document dot get element by ID. Get element by ID. ID name is something like 1. 1 of 0. No, index we can't provide like this. Directly you have to specify the unique ID. Document dot get element by ID 1. That's it. Dot inner HTML is equal to something like hello JavaScript. JavaScript. Open in the default browser. So I'll be having hello JavaScript over there. I got updated the text. Hello JavaScript here. This is the way of giving the. This is the way of giving the ID access. ID access is very simple. This is not plural now. This is singular over there. Document.get element by ID 1, and inner HTML is going to be hello JavaScript, something like that. I hope. And today we are going to be starting about JavaScript events. So events are very important. Events are very simple in the part of the JavaScript. I'm starting with the Visual Studio Code. In the part of the Visual Studio Code, I'm taking a new file, and let me write some notes for that. Okay, so events in JavaScript. Events in JavaScript. In JavaScript, basically, why events? Basically, why events? And what is event? What is event? One question is what is event, and one question is why event? Okay, so first of all, what is event? Event is some set of statements, which are going to be working for some situation. So in real life, normal life, what are the events? Different kind of events in the normal life, like eating, walking, and sleeping, and running. See, all these are basically events in the real time. At the same time, the human life, all these are events. Normal human life. Normal human life. These are the multiple kind of events. Then coming to the JavaScript. What are the events? In the part of the JavaScript, there are so many kind of events. Like I'm going to be clicking on button click. I want to scroll the page. I want to do the mouse over, and do mouse out, and one more is something like focus on text box, blur on text box, and right click on element, right click on page or element, and one more is page load. So there are multiple kind of events available in JavaScript, and try to write all the JS keywords for apply event. JS keywords for apply event. There are multiple kind of keywords which are going to be available to apply the event. One is a click event, one is a DBL click event, one is a mouse over, one is a mouse out, one is a mouse move, one is a focus, one is a blur, one is a key press, one is a key up, key down, and the load, and the context menu. And these are the multiple kind of events and scroll. These are the multiple kind of events which are going to be available in the part of the JavaScript. We try to understand how to write event first. If you want to provide event, we need to follow some rules and regulations. We need to follow some steps for event. Steps for events. There are multiple kind of steps to apply the event. The first step is access element from HTML to JS, and the second step is add event listener method. Add event listener method on top of the element. Add event listener on top of the element. And the third one is create a event handler function for event block. So this is the way of working with events. The first step, how to access the element. There are multiple ways to access the element. Document dot get elements by tag name, and the name of the tag we can specify. Name of the tag we can specify something like h1 and of0. This is the tag based search, and one more is a class based search. Document dot get elements by class name and the name of the class. And we already know one thing, tags and classes are plural. But ID is a singular nothing but document dot get element by ID, which could be something like that ID is going to be something like ID name, whatever the ID name you have, just provide it. This is the first step of the events. And the second step of the events is whatever the element you got access, on top of the element we need to add a event listener dot add event listener, and this listener having two parameters, parameter 1, parameter 2, and parameter 1 is going to be event name, parameter 2 is going to be event handler function, event handler custom function. Event handler custom function. We need to define some event handler custom function. And the third step is very simple step. We need to execute the event handler custom function. Function, whatever the event handler you have, event handler, and that event handler is going to be executing with something like a function block or event block. What do you want to do when we do click on the button? What do you want to do when you do the mouse over on the particular element? What do you want to do when you do focus on particular text box? What do you want to do when you make a prepress? All these things we are going to be right inside the block of the function. This is going to be a function block. This is going to be a function block. Inside the function block, we need to write the specific, whatever the specific reason what you want to do first. Okay, so this is the simple notes. I'm trying to saving the notes in top of the desktop, and something like 11 p.m. UI. Yes, I want to create a new folder. This folder should be something like 15 by 15 by 11. Okay, so inside 15 by 11, I just want to write something like notes. Now I'm trying to creating a new application. This will be the click event. We'll go with the click event first. Click event.html. Okay, so where you want to do click? I want to click on H1. So click me. Yeah, I want to add some event on this script. Open script to close and document dot get elements by class name or tag name. Name of the tag should be something like H1 of 0. So this is the element, okay, where ELE element is equal to. So I'm going to be creating one simple variable called ELE, and ELE is going to be storing with a tag. Then first step already done. This is the first step. What is the first step? Access element. Access element from HTML to JS. And second step is going to be add a event handler or add event handler. Add event handler. So ELE dot add event listener. Sorry, not handler. It's event listener. Add event listener. This listener is going to be having two things. First of all, name of the event is click, and the function. What is the function you want to do? So CLICK me. This is my custom handler function. Click me. The third step, I need to implement that element dot add event listener. Click me, and this is the function. This is the function we need to implement now. So copy it and implement event handler as a function. Event handler as a function, and try to write something like a function click me, and which is going to be having when we click on the button, when we click on some element alert. Okay, so clicked something I just want to check, and H1 having some style. Now I want to implement some style for that. Style open, style close, and H1 I try to write some color, which is going to be red, and background color, which is going to be something like light blue, and the text line center. Finally, I just want to execute this. Open default browser. Yeah, my browser getting H1, and when I do click on H1, what is going to be happen? I want to execute event, but it is not executing. Where is the issue? I just want to check the issue. Go to the inspect now. Go to the console now. Uncaught syntax error missing after the argument. Okay, just check where is the issue we got. Let me check the thing. Element dot add event listener. I'm just missing the comma. Oh my god. So that's it. So finally, this is going to be having something like yeah, clicked. Now H1 is going to be clicking. So in the same way, you can add this click event for any element. Not only the H1, you can take button, you can take image, you can take a paragraph. Wherever you want, you can provide the click event, mouse click event. And one more thing, I just want to tell you people, some of the events are basically mouse events. Some of the events are basically keyboard events. We just want to try to understand which one is the mouse event, which one is the keyboard event. Let me write some events or mouse events. What are the events, mouse events? One is the click, double click, mouse over, mouse move. All these things are mouse events, and focus blur also mouse events. Let me write this. These are the mouse events. And key press, key down, key up. All these are basically keyboard events. Keyboard events, and some of the events are, and one is a change event also, and some of the events for the keyboard related keyboard events. Okay, what are the different kind of keyboard events? Let's go and check. Keyboard events are input events. Different kind of input events. There are multiple kind of input events. One is the focus, one is the blur. At the same time, you can go for the change event. All these things. Let me copy these three things now. Copy it, and input events. These are the input events. That's all enough. I just want to give you the double click event now. This is the click event. That's fine, working. No issues that. Now I'm taking a double click event. Double click on me. Concept is same. There is no change. Instead of click, I want to take a DBL click. Instead of click, I will take a double click. So this will be DBL click me. This will be DBL click me. And alert, this will be double clicked. This is the double click dot HTML. And finally, click is not working anyway. And once I do double click is working properly. Yes, double click. The thing is working fine. Click is working, double click is working. Now let me do the mouse events like mouse over, mouse out, mouse move. Check new program, save it as mouse events now. Mouse events.html. And the thing is, I want to do the mouse events. Add event listener. This event listener is something like mouse over. Okay. So how to apply the mouse over event? Mouse over, M over. For M over, I want to write something. I just want to do something for the mouse over now. What I want to do is just access your element, whatever it is. Dot. Let me do the background color with something like red, and text color will be white. That I will tell you why, because of this. So when I do the mouse over, dot style dot opacity. Let me change the opacity. Opacity is equal to 0.5. That's all done. So this is the mouse over event. When I do the mouse over, this should be happen. So when I do the mouse over, something is going to be happening. Opacity is making dull. But when I do the mouse out, I just want to go for the back. When I do the mouse out, I want to go for the back. So this will be the mouse out, and this will be the mouse out. Event name is mouse out. And whenever we are doing the mouse out, M out, and M out should be implement. And M out opacity, I just want to make it 1.0. That's it. Now I try to understand what is this mouse over and mouse out is going to be happening with. When mouse over element is getting dull, red color opacity is getting 0.5. Opacity range between 0.1 to 1.0. So you should understand one thing here. Opacity in CSS, opacity range between 0.0 to 1.0. That we have to remember. Okay, so fine, that's it. And this is going to be making opacity dull. And when I do the mouse move, I need to execute some other event like mouse move. Let me take the mouse move now. Mouse move. When we do the mouse move, the event name is mouse move. Mouse move. And for this mouse move, I want to execute the event. Mouse move. When we do the mouse move, I want to write something like console.log. Console.log is basically JavaScript back, like a console log outputs. Document.write outputs are basically browser front outputs. Console.log is browser log outputs. So log output I want to give mouse moving something. Mouse moving something. So open the browser, and when I'm doing the mouse move here, okay, something is having issue. Move. This is mouse move, right? Yeah. Now try to work on this. And okay, so and I'm doing the mouse move. I must go to the inspector now. Check the console, and 133 times event got executed. When we are doing the mouse move on this particular element, something is going to be happening. Can you see that? When we are doing the mouse move, event is going to be fired. Can we see this mouse move is happening? The number is making count incremented. The same time, one more event we need to get understand that like focus and blur. Focus blur dot HTML. So how to work with the focus and blur input events? Focus and blur are input events, and placeholder. So enter your name. Enter your name. This will be enter your name. Something like script I'm writing. Script open, script close. Now access element first. Document dot get element by class tag name. The name of the tag is input of 0 dot add event listener. Listener name is focus, and FCS nothing but focus. And I want to implement event for that function FCS, which is going to be having something. When I do focus, I want to add some border on the element. Dot style dot border is equal to 2 pixel or 4 pixel solid, right? And this is for focus event. And one more is blur event. Let me go with the blur event. And this will be this time. This is the blur event. In this blur, I want to remove the border. Just remove the border. That's all enough. And this time, this is a BLR. Event name is BLR. The same event name I want to implement. So first of all, accessing element and adding event listener. Then we are writing the function. And here also blur also accessing element, adding event listener, and taking the function name. That function we are trying to implementing that. And save it, and right click on this, open in default browser. Now see this, we have the input box. When I do focus, so focus to blur means clicking outside, focus means clicking inside of the text box. Let me write something like so focus means clicking inside a text box. Blur means clicking outside of the text box. That's all. So this is what actually we have to remember. What is the focus? What is the blur? Focus means clicking inside of the text box. Blur means clicking outside of the text box. So there are multiple other kind of events like key events, all these things. Those things we will discuss in the next class. So today in JavaScript we are discussing about key events. Key events.html. Okay, so let me take a input type text in the placeholder. Enter your name. And whatever the name we are going to be entering, that I need to pass into the h1. Enter your name. Okay, fine. That I need to write a script. Inside the script, I'm trying to accessing the first input. Document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag is input of 0 dot add event listener. The listener name is key down and k down event handler. Then I need to write a function key down k down, and which is going to be having something like a block of the execution. So whenever you down the key, I need to pick the value from the text box. So the value is going to be picking from the text box, where val is equal to dot value. There is a method called value method. I need to write a value method for that. So this method value method is going to pick up value from text box. Then whatever the value we got to pick it up, that value we need to enter into the h1. So then document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag should be h1 of 0. Then I need to give the dot inner html is equal to the val I need to take. So that's it. So let's execute this. Open in the default browser. So this is the text box and the h1. I'm trying to enter in something. So SRE, so event is not passing. Okay, so what is happening with this? Let me check it out. Inspect console. Okay, uncaught accepts error. So inner HTML is not properly working. So document dot get elements by tag name. That should be tag name. Refresh and SRE. So it is getting later. It is getting late. So S is not taken. So there is better, instead of key down, I write key up. I write a key up event. So when we write a key up event, this is going to be passing the value. Very interesting. So this is passing properly. Okay. So when you delete the value, this is going to be deleting from that. So working fine. This is the one key event, and another key events also same way. And there is a one more event called change event. So how to work with the change event? So this will be change event 7 by 11. Change event dot html. Okay. So now this time I'm going to be taking some input type radio button. Input type radio button. And for this, select Now try to write a script for this. And document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag should be something like input of 0 dot add event listener, and event name is the change event dot function 1. Then function 1 which is going to be having something like alert event find. Let me check if this event is working or not. Change event is working or not for this radio button. When I get select this one, event find. Whenever I click on that, event is firing. This change event again work for the checkbox also. Checkbox. Now this time I'm taking the second input. For second input also I'm taking the same function. Second input also I'm taking the same function. That is the second one. Let me check this one now. And when I select the checkbox, event is fired. And when I select the radio button, event fired. Both are same. For both inputs, I'm passing the same function. For both inputs, I'm passing the same function on event. So this is about events. You try to work out all these events. And one more thing, whatever the events we are going to be discussing, these events are actually from JavaScript. Next, how to provide event from HTML. How to provide event from HTML. From HTML, we can able to provide events. To provide events to HTML, we need to work on attributes. Attributes in element. Something like, for example, I just want to pass an event on this h1 on click. On click is the attribute over there, and I need to call a function there. This is my h1, so content of the h1, and h1 is getting closed. This is the h1. Whatever the element you have, the number of elements you can do. Suppose on mouse over, and one more is on mouse out, on mouse out, something like this. But whatever the functions you are going to be writing, those particular functions we need to write and execute. So this is the function. You have to write the function parenthesis also. Those particular functions we need to execute in the script. For example, for this I need to write a script, and inside the script we are trying to implementing the functions. Yes, anyway functions should be implement. Anyway function should be implement. Function, first function should be implement like this. In the same way, second function also need to be implement. Function 2 need to be implement, and function 3 also need to be implement. Without implementation, there is no use. Okay, so to understand all these things, let me write a quick event on this. Let me take a h1, and let me take a HTML, proper HTML I'm writing. HTML. Let me save this. Event from HTML. Event from HTML.html. Now, inside HTML, I should be having some header section and body section. Inside the header, I'm providing title, event from HTML. Then I'm trying to write in the body there, body. For body, I write an event, something like onload event, onload. On load, I'm trying to writing alert function, alerts body loaded, body loaded. I'm writing something like body loaded. I'm not writing a function directly, I'm writing the script for that. So body loaded, something that. And inside the body, I will be having h1 click me, on click alert clicked, alert clicked. Yes. I want to do something now, body loaded, and when I click on the h1 clicked. So event is firing, event is firing. So instead of writing the alert, I want to do something. Okay, document dot get elements by tag name. The name of the tag is h1 of 0 dot inner html is equal to clicked. I want to show something like this. I want to show something like this, but when I do on click, body loaded, that is okay. And something got changed, huh? Something got changed. So how many lines of the code you want, you can write. There is no restriction. How many lines of the code you want, you can write, but semicolon needed. This is one statement, semicolon, and another statement I'm writing. And don't confuse on this. Document dot get elements by tag name h1 of 0 dot style dot color dot style dot color is equal to red. You can write, and semicolon again needed. And I want to give the background color ones. Style dot background color I want to change. Background color light blue, and I want to make a text align center. I want to make a text align center. Text align center. Yeah, this is going to be happen, but we are not writing any script over there. I'm not writing any script tag, and all this is completely inline JavaScript. All this is completely inline JavaScript. By inline JavaScript, we are trying to working on this is loaded, and this is a click me. When I do click me, color changing, background color changing, and the text align also got changed. The alignment of the text also got changed. This is something like event from HTML. Okay, there is another way of writing event from HTML. Let me write another h1, and this will be double click on me. Double click on me, and this is going to be having on dbl click. On dbl click is equal to, I need to write a function. That particular function we need to execute in the script. Call the function, implement the function. Implement the function with the function keyword, function one, function one. And inside this particular function, I want to write something like the concept is same. So again, you need to access the full thing. Document dot get elements by tag name. The name of the tag is h1. Name of the tag is h1, but h1 is h1 of 1 dot inner html is equal to double clicked. Double clicked. Double clicked. Next, that's it. And try to work out on this. Open in the default browser, body loaded, and double click on, double clicked, and click on me. Clicked. Everything is working fine. There is no issue. Everything is working fine. There is no issue. The same thing we can work like dot style dot color red. Style dot background color light green. And the text line center. The same from the function I'm writing this time. The previous h1 I'm writing the complete JavaScript in the tag, but this time I'm writing the function. I'm calling the function over there. Writing the function. This function is going to be calling. That's it. Very simple, straightforward. Very simple, straightforward. Let me try to execute this. Okay, click me. That's working fine. Double click me. Working fine. So this is another way of providing event. So you try to do practice with all the events with HTML also. From HTML also you can try to work out all the events. In JavaScript, if you want to create any variable, if we want to create any variable, where is the keyword? Where is the keyword? See, in other programming languages, basically, whenever you want to create a variable, basically a is equal to 10 and float b is equal to 20.53 and something like a string name is equal to something like Srinivas. Whatever it may be, we need to define some data type in other variable, other programming languages. But in JavaScript, it is not like that. In JavaScript, whenever I want to create a variable, I need to go with the where keyword, where emp id is equal to 1001, where emp, suppose emp salary is equal to something like 20,000, where emp name is equal to something like Srinivas. This is only the reason of the JavaScript. JavaScript, the global keyword called where. No need to specify any kind of data like int, float, string, bool, like that. But in JavaScript, every variable, whatever we want to create, all the variables are going to be creating with a where keyword. And one more thing, in Python programming, when people are actually working with the Python, they understand no need to go with the where keyword also. They don't go with the where keyword directly. Directly variable name is equal to value. So this kind of programming languages, basically interpreter programming languages, not compiled programming languages. No need to specify any data type and all. And Python, even not no need to declare the where also in Python. But in JavaScript, we are going with the where keyword for all the data types, whatever you want to go with. And in JavaScript also, there is one more JavaScript like ES6. In ES6, the latest modern JavaScript, if you want to define any variable, we need to use the let keyword and one more keyword called the const keyword. Const keyword. Let for variables and const for constants. But in JavaScript ES5, we are discussing about ES5. In ES5, no need to go with the let and const keywords. Directly we can go with the var keyword. So let us discuss some kind of variables now in JavaScript. And 9 p.m. Sorry, 11 p.m. I want to create a new folder. This folder will be like 19 by 11. Okay, so fine. I want to give this one is notes. Let me go with the variables program. How to create variables.html. Let me go with the script. Inside the script, I want to create a multiple kind of variables. For example, where a is equal to 10. This is the kind of numerical integer type. Numerical integer type. Okay, numerical integer type. And one more is float type data, where b is equal to 10.23. This is again numerical float kind of data. And one more is where c is equal to something like a string I want to define. C is equal to, okay, where c is equal to string something like a Srinivas I want to write, and that could be possible. This is the string with single quotes, string with single quotes. And there is a one more string where d is equal to, let me go with the double quotes. This will be something like Srinivas Kovaratla. And this kind of variable is string with multi-line code, or string with the double quotes. String with the double quotes here and here. This one is a string with a single quotes. This one is a string with a double quotes. One is an integer kind of data. One is a floating kind of data. One is a string kind of data. And there is a one more kind of data where is graduated. Check it out. Is graduated is equal to something like a value true, and this will be Boolean kind of data. And there is a one more kind of data where something like fruits is equal to I need to specify the array kind of data, something like apple and banana and orange. Okay, something like this. This is the array kind of data. In JavaScript, array is something like a collection of values. In JavaScript, array is basically collection of value. Array is collection of values. And one more point we need to remember: array starts with square bracket, ends with the square bracket. And one more point: in array, all values are separated with a comma. All values are separated with a comma. And in array, last value do not have any comma. Do not have comma. Okay. And this is very, very important for the array. Array is collection of values. Array starts with the square bracket, ends with the square bracket. In array, all values are separated with a comma. In last value or at last value, no need comma. And don't give comma. Don't give 1 second. Don't give comma. If you are giving comma, automatically that error will not work. So that array will not work for us. And next, object, where emp object is equal to, I should go with the curly braces then. So curly braces, inside curly braces, whatever the variable, basically object is collection of key value pairs, and I need to specify some key value pairs over there. Key and value separated with a colon. Employee name is Srinivas, and comma, employee ID is going to be emp ID is going to be something like 1001, and emp qualification I want to mention. Better you take string as a key. In JavaScript object, better you take a string type data for the key, and value could be anything. Employee qualification something like MCA. Don't give the key without string. If you want to define an object, if you want to define a JavaScript object, basically JavaScript object is a collection of key value pairs. And one more point we have to write: JavaScript object is collection of key value pairs, and key must be string. Anytime you go key must be string, and the value can be any kind of data. Value can be any kind of data. So value can be any kind of data means what? The value should be a integer, the value should be a number, something like float, something like string. Sometime it will be the array, sometime it will be the object, sometime it will be the null, whatever it may be, we don't care about it. But object is collection of key value pairs. Key must be string and value could be anything. So that we need to remember, that we need to get understand. And these are the multiple kind of data types we are going to be having. Let me print all these data types. Document.write is equal to I want to print the a, and I need to specify the break. Document.write break also. So this will be the break, right? So let us have these two lines copy and give for the numerical, give for the string, single quoted, double quoted, and give for the boolean, give for the array, and give for the object also. For each and every variable or data collection objects, we are trying to writing one simple example. In this particular example, what I'm trying to doing is, this one is the b is the floating kind of data. I want to update the b, and I want to update the c here. That's it. There is no rocket science over there. I just want to replacing my variables with the related variables. Why? Because of that. Okay, so document.write, where do I going to be printing? This will be fruits, huh? So this will be fruits. And object, where is the object? Object will be employee. I want to print the EMB object over there. No, that's not complete one. Not complete one. So this much. Take EMP object over there and put inside the document.write. And finally, see this output. So we have the multiple outputs. The first one is integer. The first one is integer, second one is float, and third one is string with single quotes, and one more is a string with the double quotes, and one more is a boolean. One more is a boolean, string with the double quotes, and one more is a boolean. We are going to be discussing with arrays and objects. This will be the array, and this will be the object. And if you want, I will write a comment over there. Array object. Okay, fine. End of the day. What we want to do is we are trying to using these variables in our real-time program. In our real-time program, we are trying to using these kind of data types. Suppose I want to receive the data from server to client. The data transmitter is JSON, and JSON having two kind of formats. One is the object, one is the array. Okay, so we are trying to working with arrays and we are trying to working with objects. Then you can able to convert your JSON to JavaScript very easily. Very easily. So this could be very important. Okay, so now you may see the output. The first one is the numerical value, and second one b is the floating value, and string c is the string value, and one more is a string. Then d is what? Something like 10. Where is the 10, guys? So why 10 is coming? Srinivas go after the 10. Why 10 is coming? I just want to show the graduation, right? That's the problem. So is graduated true? Then apple, banana, orange. I got it. And one more is object. Object also got printed. Object also got printed. Object got printed with object. Okay. Now you may ask a question: how array and index going to be operating with? So array is index based search, and object is Object is key based search. Try to remember this. Array is index based search and object is a key based search. Okay, if you want to fetch the value from the array, how to fetch the value from the array? Very simple. I have the full array now, but I want to fetch the 0th index of this particular array. I want to fetch the 0th index of the particular array. Then what I want to do, I need to specify the index name. I need to specify the index name, fruits of 0. What is the fruits of 0? Then you can able to see. And if you want, you can print the breaks for each and everything. Front 1, 2, 3. How many members are there? Okay, so for that indexes I'm going to be accessing. Indexes I'm going to be giving. Now see the output, guys. You'll be having a lot of apple, banana, orange, and undefined. We got undefined, nothing but what? We don't have the third index. Only we have apple, banana, orange. Apple in the 0th index, banana in the 1 index, orange in the 2 index. We have only 3 index values. So those particular 3 index values I got retrieved. And coming to the object, if I want to fetch the value from the object, very simple. And I want to fetch the value from the object. How to fetch the employee name? emp object dot. I can able to see employee name, employee ID, employee qualification. Can I call the employee ID? If I call the employee ID, I can able to print the employee ID over there and try to work out all these things. And this one will be employee qualification, and this will be employee name. And finally, we got the output. That output, basically, whatever we are doing, those particular outputs only coming. And this is completely object related, and this is completely array related. This is a Boolean kind of data, and these two are string related, and this will be the numerical related, float and integer both will be there. JSON is JavaScript object notation, and JSON is basically using for store and transport data between client and server. And JSON is not programming. JSON is not programming. And JSON is simple syntax. And with JSON having two kind of textual formats. Two kind of text formats. One is JSON object. One is JSON array. JSON is lightweight compare with XML. Okay. Now, what is JSON object? How JSON object will be? Let me write something like JSON object syntax. This is a JSON object syntax. And let me write some points for the JSON object. JSON object is started with curly braces, closed with curly braces. And JSON object is collection of key value pairs. JSON object key must be string. Type. JSON object value can be any kind of data. It means what? Value can be a number, string, Boolean, array, object, etc. Okay, syntax will be very simple. So key colon value, comma, key colon value, comma, key colon value, etc. So n number of key colon values we can provide, but last key value pair do not have comma. One more point we can write. Just an object, each and every key value pair, or each and every key and value separated with colon. Just an object, key value pair separated with comma. Last key value pair do not have comma. Last key value pair do not have comma. Don't give comma for the last key value pair. So this is the JSON object. For example, I'll create one example for the JSON object. I'll create an employee object. This will be employee name. Something good, could be something like and employee ID. Employee name must be string, and that will be the double quotes, not single quotes. And employee ID 1001, and employee qualification, so MCA. So this is the object, a JSON object syntax. Next, we will be having the one more thing, JSON array. What is JSON array? How we can define JSON array? JSON array is collection of values, and JSON array value can be any kind of data. It could be a number, string, boolean, array, object, etc. And every value separated with comma. That's it. Okay, let me write a syntax of the array. Syntax of the array should be like this. And let me go with the number, comma, string, comma, array, comma, object. So it could be like this. Okay, one more example I will write for the JSON array. Let me have the example. Example will be like this. Example will be like this. I'll be having objects inside array. This is the first object, and this is the second object. This is the third object. N number of object I can able to place. Last object do not have comma. First two objects we have the comma separated. Last object we don't have any comma over there. And this is about JSON array. And finally, the thing is one more important point we need to remember. Node pointer. Node point. Every JSON file saved with .json format. Every JSON file saved with .json format. Either it is object or array. Every JSON file is going to be storing with a .json format. You should remember this. Okay, let me create one object file, JSON object file. Okay, so this will be JSON object .json. .json is very important, and this will be the object now. Okay, the same object I will make a copy paste. This is the object, right? And just copying the object over there. Delete. And in JSON, single quotes not allowed. Everything should be in the double quotes. One more important point we have to remember. In JSON file, string will not allowed single quotes. String will not allowed single quotes. Single quotes. But other programming like JavaScript or Java, Python, wherever you go, in programming languages, string allowed single quotes. But JSON file, string will not allow single quotes. Only double quotes you have to give. Single quotes not allowed. In JSON file, strings will be in double quotes. In double quotes only. Okay, this is the very important thing we have to remember for the JSON file. Okay, so now we'll go for the object format. This is the object. Object is going to be saving properly, and MCA double quotes. Employee name is the key, and this is the value. So this will be the key value pair, key colon value. This is the key value, and here it is also key colon value, and here it is also key value pair. Everything is key value pair. Everything is the key value pair over there. So we have to remember all these things. The file comments will not allow. This is not JavaScript comment. This is basically JavaScript comment, and JSON comments will not allow. Okay, let me check this JSON is the right JSON or wrong JSON. Control A, Control C, and there is a website called JSON Validator. There's a website called JSON Validator, JSONLint.com. There you paste your JSON content and click on validate button. Click on validate button. We will be having the valid JSON. So JSON file is the valid JSON. We don't have any issue with the JSON file. And let us go with the JSON array now and save it as JSON array.json file. Now this time it will be the array, and inside the array we will be having multiple objects. We copy this object, put inside the array, comma separated objects. Okay, fine. And this will be again JSON file. This is just Srinivas, this is a Venki. This is something like Suresh. 1001, 1002, 1003. Fine. I just want to check either it is right JSON or wrong JSON. Again, go to the JSONLint.com and paste all the content. Validate JSON. Okay, let me check. Yes, this is a valid JSON. We got a valid JSON format here. So we don't have any issue with the JSON file. End of the day. Every time what we need to do is, if server is going to be sending some data to you, the data is in the form of JSON. First of all, we need to check the JSON is the right JSON or wrong JSON with API. So let me show multiple kind of JSON APIs in the internet. Let me check for the JSON sample API. So let us check on either. Tell me API data. You take some REST API. Yes, this is something like dummy JSON, sample JSON. Can we see this? This is object format JSON. This is completely object format. You got it. Based on implies. Let me copy the complete implies here. This is the JSON data. Let me go and check. Sample.json file. Okay, so can we check? This is the JSON file. What is the kind of the file? This is kind of the file is object file. Object opened and object closed. This is the object kind of file. Inside the object, we will be having something like key value pair. First key value pair is status and success, and second key value pair we will be having the data collection. In the data collection, we are going to be having array data. Multiple objects we got. For each and every object, we have the ID, employee name, employee salary, age, and profile image. See, like this, we will get a lot of images, a lot of things. Each and every website like Amazon, Flipkart, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all these websites basically working with the JSON data. We are going to be getting the response as a JSON data, or you are going to be posting the post also with the JSON data. Your request in the form of JSON, your response in the form of JSON. JSON is basically a text data exportable format or interchangeable format. That will be very easy format, lightweight format. Then XML and other kind of data. Okay, this is a very important thing. First, we need to remember, and the next concept we need to get understand. The thing is how JSON is going to be working in JavaScript. This is a very important one. The thing is, I want to send the data from JavaScript to JSON. How to convert data from JavaScript to JSON? That is the one case. Another case, how to parse the data from JSON to JS. Why? Because of in the real time, whenever you want to work with the client server architecture, you have the JavaScript here in the web page, and you have the Python in the server side or Node.js in the server side. Okay. In between, I want to export the data or interchange the data between the JavaScript and Python. So whenever you want to interchange the data between the JavaScript to Python, we have the mediator. That mediator is called the JSON mediator. Whenever you are going to be sending some request from JavaScript to Python, you are going converting into the form of JSON, and JSON is going to be sending to the Python. And again, whenever you are receiving the data from Python to JavaScript, Python is sending the data with API, that API in the form of JSON. And again, that JSON is going to be parsing to the JavaScript. This is called sending request. This is called a taking response. Whenever you are sending request, one method we are going to be using. Whenever you are converting JS to JSON, we are going to be using one method, JSON.stringify. JSON.stringify. There is a method called JSON.stringify. I'll write that stringify. JSON.stringify. And whenever you want to convert your JSON to JS, there is a method called JSON.parse. JSON.parse method is called parse. One is a JSON.stringify, one is a JSON.parse. JSON.stringify is stringifying JavaScript to JSON, and parse method is going to be parsing JSON to JavaScript. So these two things we have to understand, very important and very simple. And let's do some other programs on this particular stringifying and parsing methods. Here we have to use the method called JSON.stringify. And here we have to use a method called JSON.parse. JSON.parse. These kind of two methods we need to use important. And then we will see some other kind of programs on the top of this particular JSON and all. Okay.
Yeah, Jason Anna.
Okay, so
We start Jason.
We started Jason.
Ravindra Aindana.
One sec. Yesterday we started about the JSON files. What is JSON? How to work with the JSON and all. JSON basically JavaScript object notation. And what is the use of the JSON is very simple. JSON is using for store and transport data. Between client and server. We already discussed about this. And one more, JSON have two formats. JSON have two formats. One is object notation. One is array notation. One is object, one is array notation. So we already know that object is going to be having curly braces open, curly braces close, and array is going to be having square braces open, square braces close. And now the thing is, I just want to convert JavaScript to JSON. How to convert the JavaScript to JSON? Like we have the JavaScript object, for example. We have the JavaScript object. How to convert JavaScript object to JSON object? Why? Because of JSON object is the only glue point. JSON object is the only glue point for client and server. JSON object is the only glue point for the client side programming and server side programming. Suppose I want to send something to the server side like Node.js. JSON object is the only glue point between these two. Then what we need to do is how to convert JavaScript object to JSON object. We need to understand first. If you want to do this, the very important method or JS object, JS array to JSON array. Whenever you want to convert JS object to JSON object or JS array to JSON array, how we can do these things? These things can do work with a JSON.stringify. There is a method called JSON.stringify. There's a very important method. Stringify method. Stringify method is going to be do. This is the JavaScript method. This is a JavaScript method, which is going to be convert JS to JSON. That's it. And the one more way is whenever I want to convert a JSON to JavaScript, I want to convert a JSON to JavaScript. It means something like receiving data, receiving to the client system. And anyway, you get the data into the JS, and automatically this will be binding to the HTML. And how to do this one, JSON to JS? If you want to do a JSON to JS, the thing is very important. For that, we need to work with a JSON dot or JSON object to JS object or JS object, and JSON array to JS array. How to do this also? And for this, we need to work with a method called JSON.parse method. So what this parse method can do? This method, this is a JavaScript method which is going to be working for convert JSON to JS. Okay. So let's try to do one program on this JSON.stringify and JSON.parse both. JSON.stringify method, JSON.parse method. JSON is capital letters here, and here also JSON is capital letters. These two are important methods. Work with the JSON and JavaScript. And let's save the notes. I'm saving the notes, everything in our folders. Let me take a new folder for today. Is 21 by 11. Yes, fine. and this will be the nodes. Now let's do something. Let's try to create a new program. This program is going to be JS to JSON .html. I want to convert JavaScript to JSON, and let me write a script. And first of all, I'm creating a JavaScript object. How to create JavaScript object? Very simple. JS object is equal to something should be like this. And I want to write okay emp name. Why? Because of JavaScript, I can give the single quote for the string, but in JSON you can't give the single quote for the string. We already discussed about the JSON single quote strings will not allowed. JSON file single quote strings will not allowed, but JavaScript single quote strings will be allowed. Okay, something like employee name Srinivas, and yeah, I'm giving a single quotes. Employee ID is equal to colon 1001, and comma employee qualification. I'm giving something like MCA and MCA, and comma employee address colon something like a Valapatla. Okay, this is what my village name. Okay, and finally the thing is I want to convert JavaScript to JSON. So JSON object. Okay, so how to convert JS to JSON? How to convert the JS to JSON? This is very important. JS object to JSON object. And for this, what we need to do is I need to take a JSON.stringify. JSON.stringify. Stringify is the method. I need to call this JS object inside this. But if you want to do the stringify, whenever you are doing stringify, that thing will be stored in some variable. That variable I need to prepare where JSON object is equal to where JSON object. This is JavaScript object. This is JSON object. Now JSON object is equal to. Then method we need to write. What is the method name? Like JSON.stringify. The stringify, inside the stringify, I'm going to be giving the JS object. Inside that, I'm going to be giving the JS object. Let me give something like document.write over there. Document.write. This will be the JS object. This will be the JS object. And sorry. Just want to copy this JS object. And let me take a break there. Document.write break. Okay, fine. Now I'm coming to the JSON. Already converted. JSON object is ready. I want to print that one. Document.write. Document.write JSON object now. And again document.write. Again document.write. Now I just want to go with the break. So no need to take a break again. I don't have any data then. Let it be. Let me right click on this. Just analyze the program. The first one is JavaScript object. I'm going to be creating a JavaScript object. JavaScript object allowed single quotes for the strings, but in JSON single quote for strings will not allow. Okay, that's why I'm writing some single code with the employee name, single code with employee ID, single code with employee qualification, single code with address and value. Then analysis of this program is first I'm going to be creating the JavaScript object, then I'm printing the JavaScript object and working with a break tag. After that, we are converting JavaScript object to JSON object and take a JSON object. JSON object is JSON.stringify, and this stringify is going to be making with a method called a JS object. And finally, we got a JSON object is going to be printing. Let me try to work out what is output of this. Output is very simple, straightforward. The first one is object created. This is the JavaScript object. JavaScript object is going to be printing like this only. And after that, you'll be having the employee name Srinivas, employee ID 1001. You need to understand something now. In JavaScript, string is having single quote that was converted to double quotes in the JSON. In JavaScript, employee name got in the single quote, but in the JSON file, employee name taken double quotes. Why? Because of your JavaScript already converted to the JSON. Okay, so we just want to understand this is the JSON file or not, or this is the JSON content or not. And anyway, we have the validator pro.json validator. We'll be having the validator JSON validator. Inside the JSON validator, I want to check it out. What is the thing we are going to be having? So this is the JSON and validate the JSON. We have the JSON content. Yes, I got the JSON content. This is the valid JSON. Your JavaScript already converted to the JSON file. Your JavaScript already converted to the JSON file. This is very, very simple. The thing is, we are working with a stringify method. Now this is basically object, but what about array? What about array, guys? Okay, so this is a array. I'm going to be preparing the JavaScript array where JS array, and let me take a multiple employees for the array. Okay, I'm taking multiple employees. I'm taking a multiple objects. So this is the first object, first employee name, and second object. I'm taking only 2 or 3 objects. I'm taking only 2 or 3 objects. The first employee name is Srinivas, second employee name is something like Srikanth, and the third employee is something like Venki. Okay, so Srinivas and Srikanth, Venki have different things. Okay, finally, whatever it may be. And now the thing is very simple. What my requirement is, I want to convert this array to JSON. How to convert that one into the JSON file? Okay, let me make it print the array also, and this will be the JS array. And conversion is also same. Now we need to take a conversion. This conversion is JSON array. I'm going to be preparing the JSON array, and the JSON.stringify JS array, and this is the JSON array. And for each and everything, I want to take a break. And after the break, I want to write a. Okay, let me check it out. What is output of this program? This program is having the first one is object. That object already converted to this one, and this one is the array, and array got converted to this one. Array got converted to this one. So very simple, straightforward. It is not a big complicated program. It is not a big complicated program. The program is very simple, straightforward. What we are trying to doing is we are going to be creating JavaScript first. That JavaScript object or JavaScript array, we are making stringifying. We are making stringifying with a JSON object and a JSON array, and trying to printing that into the top of the document. That's what we are doing. So this is not much deal. Then the next concept is parsing process. Next process is parsing process. It means what? JSON to JS, JSON to JS.html. How to convert JSON data to JS? Okay, where JSON object, I want to create a JSON object. JSON object we already know, so that will be in the single quotes. Why? Because your JSON object, this one is a JSON object. I'm taking the JSON object inside the single quotes. Why? Because of why single quotes I'm taking. Why single quotes I'm taking? Why? Because of inside you'll be having double quotes anyway. JSON having double quotes only. JSON strings having double quotes only. But outside I'm not actually taking as a string. Complete JSON content I am putting inside the string. Remember it. The complete JSON content I am putting in the string. Then only it will allowed. And after that, what my requirement is? After that, what my requirement is? My requirement is very simple. I want to convert. Okay, let it be. I want to convert JSON to JS. How to convert JSON to JS? First of all, I want to print this document.write JSON object and document.write break, just giving the things like this. And after that, I want to go with the conversion JSON parse. JSON parse. How to do the JSON parse? JSON to JS. JSON to JS. And for that, I want to do a method where JSON JS object. Now, this time I want to convert that into the JS. For that, I need to write a method JSON.parse, and inside the parse, I need to take a JSON content. Whatever the JSON content we have, that I'm putting into the parse method. Then JS object is getting ready. JS object is getting ready, and JS object I'm going to be printing. Document.write JSON. Now this time this is the JS object. Huh? This time it is a JS object. Finally, what is output of this program? And we have the JSON content first, and that JSON content converted to the JavaScript. This is the JavaScript. But I want to parse the JavaScript. How to parse the JavaScript? Okay, document.write. I want to get the name first. Name is plus or comma JS object dot yeah, so employee name. This is employee name. Already JavaScript object dot employee name. Why? Because of this is key. And after that, I want to take a break. How to take a break? Document.write take a break. Then I want to print each and everything. Just to make it print all the things. The first one is the name. Second one is the emp id. Emp id is emp id. So whatever we have the key over there, that key I'm writing. And one is the emp address. Emp address is emp address. Okay, emp qualification is emp qualification, and emp id is emp id. Emp name is emp name. That's all. Okay, fine. Now let me make it right click and open in default browser. What is going to be happening? So employee name is Srinivas, employee ID is no, why ID two times? Okay, employee ID is 1001, and employee address is developer, and employee qualification is MCA, something like this. Why? Because of we are actually breaking the object. We got the JavaScript object. No? That JavaScript object I'm just making break. Break means calling individual keys. Whenever you are calling the individual keys, automatically the values are going to be attached. And let me take a HR over there. HR means horizontal row. Keep a horizontal row over there. That's it. This is JSON to JS. So I'm just doing the object here and try to work out with the array. Array is also same. You try to do practice with the multiple examples of array parsing also. If you have multiple employees, how to do parse? For example, this is my first object, right? This is my first object. If you want to go with array, how to do with array? Let me write a program for the array also. Let's make it finish. This is the JSON array. And whenever it is array means collection of values. The first object is this one, and copy and comma second object, comma third object. I will be having multiple objects here and square bracket ended. And come down. I want to print the JSON array also. Just make it print a JSON array over there. And now parsing method. How to do parse? This is object breaking, so I don't disturb the object. Then I'm coming to the array breaking. If you want to make it array break, JS array, and this is the JS array, and this is the JS array. JS array is going to be printing them. And finally, each and every employee I need to make it a fetch, and this is the first employee. If you want to fetch the employee from the JS array, JS array dot employee name, JS array dot employee ID, JS array dot employee address, JS array dot employee qualification. Now this time it is giving you undefined. Maybe yes, it is undefined. Why undefined? From object you are going to be fetching very easily. From object we are going to be fetching very easily, but from array if you want to fetch, it is different. From array if you want to fetch, it is different. Let me take a HR here, and this is array now. Okay, let me take a HR. Okay, fine. Okay, now this is the array, and from array I'm going to be trying to fetching the values, but a fetching process is wrong process. Why? Because of array is collection of values. Array is collection of values. Whenever we have collection of values, the thing is very important that we need to do follow. Whenever it is a collection of values, array is following index, right? Then we need to take the first index, first object from the employee. So first employee is 0. First employee is 0, and I need to make it copy everything over there. Now we will see the data. Now we will see the data. What is the data about the array? Okay, Srinivas I got first. I got Srinivas, but I want Srikanth and I want Venki. Okay, so whatever it is, and here the names I can change. Employee, this is the first employee, right? And second employee is something like Srikanth. Second employee Srikanth, employee ID 1002, and qualification okay. And this one employee, third employee name is something like Venki. Venki, and this one is at 3. Okay, let me make it. Let me make it. Okay, now finally after 1, after 0, I need to go for the 1. I need to go for the 1 and 1. Each and every time I need to write a syntaxes. And let me take a HR here also. Okay, every time I'm taking HR horizontal row. When I'm taking horizontal row, you can understand how the things are going to be happening with this one. First one is Srinivas, second one is Srikanth. I got a second object. This one. See, try to observe. This is the arrays. Array is nothing but collection, right? Array is nothing but collection. This is the 0th index. This is the 1 index. This is the 2 index, and everything will be in the array. And the 0 index got fetched. The 0 index got fetched. 0 index got already fetched here, and 1 index already fetched here. 0 is fetched. 0 is fetching and 1 is fetching. But where is the 2? Where is the 2? I'm not writing the 2, right? If you want to write the 2, you can go for 2. Just make it copy paste. Make it copy paste. I'm writing 2. This time it is 2. And copy the 2 now. Okay, finally we got Venki and 1003 and one for last. This is very clear. This is very clear. We are parsing very clear object and array. At the same time, we are making stringifying. Object at the same time array. Stringifying we are doing at the same time parsing also we are doing. Both we are doing. This is very clear. Okay, so I'm going to be creating a simple calc.html. This calculator program we should create. So what is the way of the calculator? I will tell. So a simple diagram I will tell. Suppose this is the page. And here we will be having two text boxes. Here we will be having two text boxes. The first text box is enter first number, and second text box is enter second number. And we will be having different buttons here, like a plus button, minus button, and star button. And we'll be having the slash button. And we will be having the clear button. See clear button. Okay, so whenever we are entering the first number and last number here and here, and click on the plus, obviously I need to get the output in the alert box, or I need to show the output in the some part of the element. So that is the agenda. So to do this, what we need to do, script, I'm trying to open it. And before script, I just want to write the HTML over there. That HTML should be something like, okay, input I'm taking. So input to type text. Placeholder is going to be enter first number. Enter first number. And one more is input type text. Placeholder is enter second number. Okay, then I want to take a multiple kind of things, like one h1, enter first number and second number, enter first number and second number. Okay, so here what I want to do, I will take a simple button plus. Okay, there are multiple buttons I'm taking, button minus, button star, button slash. One is a plus, one is a minus, one is a star, one is a slash. And there is a button called clear button, C button. Okay, what I want to do for all these things, I want to write a style sheet and h1 text align center. Next button background color is going to be red, and padding should be something like 5 pixel. Border radius 5 pixel. And finally, we will be having the h1, we will be having the button, and we are going to be having a lot of buttons there. Let me try to execute this. Open a default browser. So I'll be having something like, and will be make it more padding will be 10 pixel. This is good now. So we are having a multiple buttons over there, and this is the first number, this is the second number. Whenever we enter the first number and second number, and I need to click on the button. When you click on the button, I need to get the output of addition. So what we do with this, I need to capture the first placeholder, sorry, a first input, and I need to capture the second input first. Okay, so that thing is access inputs in HTML. Access inputs in HTML. The first input is a document dot get elements by tag name. The name of the tag is input of 0. Input of 0. Okay, so I'm taking as a variable this one. Where f number is equal to dot value. Okay, this is the first input value, and this is the second input value, where second number, s number, input of 1 dot value. This is the first input, this is the second input. And then I need to click on the plus button. If I want to click on the plus button, document dot get elements Okay, let me give some IDs for this. This ID button ID is equal to add button, and I will do add, and remaining things you people can do. Okay. So one is the add document dot get element by ID. ID is going to be add dot add event listener. That should be click comma addition. Function name is addition. Let me write a function addition. Function addition, and inside this addition I want to call the summation of these two. So how to do this summation is very simple. Where summation is equal to fnum plus lnum and alert summation. Okay, fine. So when we click on the add button, I just want to execute this block of the code. So what is going to be happening here? First number is going to be accessing, first number value is going to be accessing, s number value is going to be accessing, and summation is equal to first number plus, okay, second number, not s number. First number plus s number is second number. I'm trying to adding both. And finally alert summation. When I say alert summation, obviously we can get a okay. Enter first number, something like 12 and something like 23. Click on plus button. We got 12, 23. Why? Because of actually we need to get the output like 35, but I'm not getting 35. So where's the problem with the 35? So that is what plus is not working as arithmetic operator. Basically, we will write a point here. Plus is the symbol. Plus is an operator, which is working as arithmetic operator. In case of integers and float values. And plus is working as concatenation operator. In the case of strings. Plus is working as arithmetic operator in the case of integers and floats. And plus is working as a concatenation operator in the case of strings. We have two things. Okay, now in the particular program, what is our program? Our program plus is working as concatenation operator. Why? Because of value we are going to be accessing here is a string, and the value we are going to be accessing here is a string. Both strings, string plus string, obviously string. String plus string is equal to string. String plus string is equal to string. Obviously, we know that. And whenever we have string plus integer, string plus integer is equal to string only. String is the first preference. And whenever we have integer plus string is equal to string only. And whenever we have float plus string, float plus string only. And whenever we have integer plus float, output is float. Why? Because float is the first precision now. Okay, so this is the case of plus symbol. Plus is working as arithmetic operator with the integers and floating values, and plus is working as concatenation operator in the case of strings. That we need to get understand finally. And let us check what is going to be happen. String and string summation also string. Here basically string plus string functionality working. String plus string functionality working. That is the way reason output also string. But I don't want string and string. I just want to go with the method called the parseInt method here. ParseInt. There is a method called parseInt. So copy the parseInt, write down here. ParseInt of sum. First number, S number. I'm just making the method called the parseInt. Maybe this is the camel case method. ParseInt. Okay, so let's try to work out the same program. And enter first number, enter second number, click on plus button. We have 46. I got output as 46. That alert box got shown. Okay, so I just want to get the output in the part of this one. Okay, so what I will do for that. Okay, so get the h1. How to get the h1? Document dot get elements by tag name of h1 of 0 dot inner html is equal to addition is okay, so 23 35. Addition is summation. Addition is summation, not addition. Addition enter the complete function is going to be printing for us. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, addition is 23. Finally, we got the output. So in the same way, you try to work out with a subtraction, multiplication, division at the same time clear. So the thing is, if I am getting the output plus here, 23 I'm getting. And after getting the output, I just want to make the clear values, text boxes. I don't want to show the text boxes value then. Document dot get element by id tag name of input of 0 dot value. Okay, just get this. Immediately what I want to do is value make null is equal to value make null. So when I say null, then we will check how this is going to be happening. 12, click on plus 24. So value making null. So we don't have any output for this. And first number, second number, both text boxes are actually showing like empty boxes. This is the way of the programming. And you people can try to work out with a minus, multiplication, slash, concatenation. If you want, you can go out with a modular division also. Modular division, get remainder basically. Try to work out with a simple calculator modular division also here. And this is the program basically for the calculator. So today we are going to be discussing about variables, loops, conditions, and data types. Data types, whatever the data types we have, that we go with the variables combination. Then we will go with the loops and conditions. So one by one we will see. So first of all, variables. So variables are going to be creating in JavaScript. Variables are creating using with the var keyword. So var keyword is very, very important to create a variable where x is equal to 10, where y is equal to 10.5, and where name is equal to Srinivas, something like this, and where name is equal to something like Radha. Okay, so where is graduated is equal to true or false, some boolean variable we can create, and where fruits or UITs, fruits is equal to something like array. Array is nothing but a combination of values. So one is a apple, one is a banana, and one is a orange, something like this. And one more is object type, where emp info is equal to something like object. Object is going to be having curly braces open, curly braces close, something like emp name colon something like Srinivas, and emp qualification something like emp qualification colon string data mca, and emp salary, emp underscore salary is something like 1.50,000. So these are the different kind of things we are going to be discussing in part of the variables. There are multiple kind of variables, something like integer kind of variables, floating kind of variables, string data, which is going to be having single quotes and double quotes, and is graduated, this is the boolean value, and the fruits is array, and employee info, this is an object type. So these are the multiple kind of data types which are going to be available in the JavaScript. And first of all, whenever you want to create variables, we need to follow some rules and regulations. What are the different kind of rules in variables? The first rule is variables not starting with number. Variables should not start with the number, and variables not having, or variable name, whatever it is, variable name should not have any special character without underscore. Underscore is basically important. And without underscore, no other special character is going to be available in the variable name, and the variable name should not have spaces. And one more point, fourth point, variable name should not be a JavaScript keyword. It should not be any JavaScript keyword in the variables. So these are the multiple kind of rules we need to follow compulsory whenever you are going to be declaring some variable inside the JavaScript. Let me try to create one simple example about the variables, and let me save the content inside this. And let me create a new folder. This folder will be 112, sorry. So inside the 112, I'm going to be having the nodes. Nodes should be like this. And let me have the program. The program is about variables dot HTML. Okay, let me write a script now. This is the where a is equal to 10. Variable name should not a number. Variable name should be something like a character, or should be something like a character set. It's like a string. So where, let me print this one, document.write a is a, comma a. So a is going to be printing. Semicolon is optional in variables. Semicolon optional in the JavaScript, basically, not variables. Semicolon is optional in the JavaScript. You are giving semicolon, not a problem. You're not giving semicolon, not a problem. And where b is equal to something like 10.5. And how to print this one, document.write b is something like comma b. This is the floating type data, where name is equal to, I can give single quote, or I can give double quotes. Document.write something like a name is name is comma name, and where name1 is equal to, we give the double quotes. Now I'm going to be giving Radhasri, and document dot write, and this is the name1 is, and comma name1. Name is going to be printing and name1 is also going to be printing. Name is going to be printing and the name1 is also going to be printing. At the same time, I can able to go with the different kind of data, like Boolean type data. Where is graduated is equal to true. I want to print this. Document dot write is graduated or not, okay, is graduated. So just give the comma and got the variable name is graduated. And every time I need to take a break, so that is the reason I'm taking a break now. So document dot write break, so br, every time break required, just copy that, paste here, and I just want to have the array now. Fruits, fruits is equal to, this could be array, and let me give the apple, banana, okay, orange. This is fruits, and the same thing, fruits are document dot write fruits, fruits, and document dot write. Next, where enp info is equal to object. Now this time object declaration is curly braces open, curly braces close, and something like emp name, something like Srinivas, comma, emp qualification is going to be something like mca. This is object now, and I want to give something like emp salary. So most of the time a key should be something like string, and object can be anything. Employee salary, this will be number now, so 1,20,000. Okay, so let me try to execute this variables now. So open in default browser. So we will be having a lot of variables got printed, and let's check it out. What is the first one? A is integer, A is 10, B is floating type 10.5, and the name is equal to Srinivas, something like that. Name is Radhasri, that is okay, and is graduated true, and fruits apple, banana, orange. But I'm not printing the object now. I'm printing the object also. Document dot write emp info is emp info. Let's just print emp info is emp info. And finally, we got print object also. Emp info is basically object. It is going to be showing on top of document as object level, like this, object. This is what actually about variables. And data types. These are the multiple kind of data types we have. These are the different kind of variables we are going to be storing. But remember one thing, in JavaScript, variables are going to be creating with the var keyword. Var is a global keyword. In other programming languages, most probably we will be having the int, float, char, all these things, and string like this. But in JavaScript, we don't have like this. We don't have any data type meaning to mention. Every data is going to be storing in the var keyword. Var is the very important keyword we need to remember to create a JavaScript variables, and we will be having a lot of JavaScript variables over there. The first one is where a is equal to 10. This is the numerical type, number type, numerical, number, and the same time integer. And this is also number at the same time. This is also number, same time float. Number, which is going to be a float type, and this will be a string. And again this is a string, and here this is the boolean, and this is the array type, and this is the object type, This is object type. So we have multiple kind of data types. We have next. I want to go with the next concept. That concept is going to be variables. Variables already done. The next concept is about loops. Then we will move to the conditions. So what are the different kind of loops we have in JavaScript? There are multiple kind of loops in JavaScript. We don't. This is not required. Loops. What are the different kind of loops in JavaScript? The one is the while loop. The one is the do while. One is the for loop. One is the for in. In ES5, we have different kind of loops. One is a while loop, do while, for loop, for in. How while loop is going to be working? First of all, we need to understand what is loops. Loops are iterators. Loops are iterators. Loops are iterators. Loops iterating some situation multiple times. Loops iterating some situation multiple times. So there are multiple kind of loops. One is a while loop, one is a do while, one is a for loop, one is a for in. So how while loop syntax will be? First we will write a while loop. First of all initialization. Then while condition, and loop and statement, whatever you want statement you can write here, and increment or decrement. This is while loop. For example, I will write one example there in the program, but now we are discussing about the syntax. Do while. Then how do while will be? Do while is very, very simple, straightforward. First do the statements whatever you want. Before that initialization is important, init is important, and after that do whatever the statements you want, and increment or decrement. At the time ending this particular block, we are going to be checking the while. Then we are going to be checking the condition. Semicolon mandatory. This is the do while loop. First one is the while loop. This is the do while loop. So these loops and conditions and all these things are actually coming from C language. If you know C programming very well, and JavaScript is basically familiar with the C language. Okay, so this is a very fine do while loop, and one more is for loop. How for loop will be? For loop is very simple. For initialization, then condition, then increment, decrement. Everything will be in the single line. Increment or decrement. Everything will be in the single line. Then block of the code we have to execute. Block of the statements you have to execute inside the loop. That is a for loop. Next, there is the one more iterator called for in. How for in is going to be working? So simple syntax I will tell now. For where object in array or collection. Yeah, in array. Now we will be having something like statements. We will be having something like a statements. Number of statements we are going to be having. That is for in. So let's check about the loops now. There are multiple kind of loops which are going to be available. Loops.html. Let me try to write a script here, and this program name is loops, and the first one is a while loop. How to write while loop? Where I is equal to 0, I means index, and while I less than or equal to 10 or I less than or equal to 5. Sorry, this will be the equal to, and then I need to print the statements. Document.write I value is comma I. So I is going to be printing now. So I is going to be initializing with the 0. Then 0 less than or equal to 5 condition is going to be true. Whenever it is going to be true, the block of the code is going to be executing for us. Then After that, immediately I value is going to be incrementing I plus plus. Then I value is 1 less than or equal to 5, condition is satisfying, then document dot write will be printing. Then I incrementing by 2, I incrementing by 1, and value is 2 less than or equal to 5, condition satisfy, block of the code will be execute. Next 3 less than or equal to 5, yes, execute. 4 less than or equal to 5, execute. 5 less than or equal to 5, condition is not going to be satisfied. Whenever the condition is not going to be satisfied, loop is automatically terminating. Loop is automatically terminating. This is basically about while loops. This is basically about while loops. So let me check the output of the while loops now. Open in default browser. Open in default browser. So we got not I value, so plus I. So we got where is the problem? Oh, sorry, I less than or equal to 5. Yes, we got the output. I value is 0, I value is 1, I value is 2, I value is 3, 4, and 5. Let me print a break now. Document dot write, take a break. This break is going to be having something like breaking the line, something like a breaking line. So how breaking line is working? I value is 1, I value is 2, I value is 3, 4, and 5. Till 5 it is going to be printing. After 5 the condition is not going to be satisfied, then automatically loop is going to be getting terminating. This is what actually about a while loop. Then we will do the same concept in the while loop, do while also. This time it is do while. Do while. How do while is working? So do some statements. Before that, initialization is important. Int a is equal to 0, and do statements. Document dot write. Document dot write. A value is a, comma a. Then document dot write print break. So print work with the break tag. So what is the break tag? Break tag is going to be basically int a is equal to, okay, sorry, where a is equal to 0. Int is not work. This is not C programming, this is not C++ programming, this is JavaScript programming. In JavaScript programming, definitely we need to go with the where keyword to declare any variable. So where a is equal to 0, where a is equal to 0, do document dot write a value is a. Let me give the plus a. Then document dot write break. Document dot write break. Somewhere we got the issue. Okay, so let it be. We will check that. So then we need to write the while condition a less than or equal to 10, semicolon mandatory. Semicolon mandatory. This is while loop and do while loop. Then what is the output of the do while then? What is the output of the do while? So somewhere we got the issue. Output is not coming. When output is not coming, we need to check, understand. Yeah, so we are not printing that a plus plus. A plus plus is missing. That is a problem. Basically, loop is not working. So now I value got printed 0 to 5 and a value is going to be printing 0 to 10. Why? Because of document dot write HR. Let me take HR, guys. Okay, so this will be something like a horizontal row I'm taking. By the horizontal row, I can able to easily identify what is I value, what is a value, and all. I value coming from the loop while loop, a value coming from the do while. Basically, both are same. Both are same. Is there any confusion with this? I don't know. Yes. And then we will move to the for loop. For loop. How for loop will be? For b is equal to 0, where b is equal to 0 and b less than or equal to 10 or 5, b less than or equal to 5 or 4, and semicolon b plus plus. Now for loop is going to be printing with different kind of things. Document dot write and b value is comma b. Then that's it. This is not having rocket science. This is very simple, straightforward. Document dot write br/br, and one more HR I will take after the do while also. After the do while, I'm taking the one more HR. That HR is going to be making the break for you, and automatically for loop is B. Okay. So I value coming from the while loop. Do while is coming from the do while loop. A value coming from the do while loop, and B value coming from the for loop. Yes, we have the for loop, and from the for loop, I want to print the array of data. So let me take array of data. Let me take one more HR. Now what I want to do, where fruits is equal to, we have the data already for the fruits somewhere. Yes, we don't. Yeah, we have the data. Just copy the data and make it paste here. Fruits is something. Now what I need to do, for loop I want to do execute for where I is equal to 0. Index is going to be printing now. Index is going to be initializing now. I less than or equal to fruits dot length, then I plus plus, and I want to print each and every fruit. Document dot write then what is this I value? I want to print the I value. When I print the I value, basically we got I value 0 1 2 0 1 2. But the thing is, I want to get the value. Whenever you want to get the value, we need to go for something. I is 0 now. 0 is nothing but index. So what I can do, fruits of I. From fruits, I want to get the index. First time it is going to be printing something. Second time it is going to be printing something. Third time it is going to be printing something. Apple, banana, orange, and undefined. Undefined nothing but we don't have less than or equal to. Only less than we can go for. Apple, banana, orange we have. That is for loop. For loop is very simple, straightforward. Everything will be in the single statement where b is equal to 0, b less than or equal to 5, b plus plus. In the same way, we are writing for loop for the fruits also. Fruits having apple, banana, orange. For where I equal to 0, I less than or equal to fruits dot length, I plus plus. I is nothing but index. So otherwise, you can take like fruit. You can take fruit. Fruit is equal to 0, and fruits less than fruits dot length I plus plus. No, fruits plus plus, and fruits of fruit. Very comfortable programming. Very comfortable programming. We are writing two programs for the for loop. So finally, the output of the for loop is going to be so apple, banana, orange. Nothing is going to be changed. The last one is going to be foreign. So how foreign will be work? We will see. The last one is foreign. I'm not writing the foreign here. So let me write the foreign now. For in. Okay, say took the same data, fruits data. What I want to do for where fruit, fruit, fruit in fruits, then I want to execute the block of the code. The block of the code is as usual common. I'm not changing anything, and take HR every time. HR is going to be making you divide the code, that code to this code. Why? Because of we are writing all the loops in the same program. So that is the why reason I'm going to be giving this, and open in default browser. Default browser is going to be having apple, banana, orange, same iteration. Small thing actually done. That small thing is for loop we are using, foreign we are using. Foreign also one iteration concept, that is fast iteration from the for loop. When you compare with the for and foreign is most faster, and which is going to be giving you the output very clear manner. Fast enumeration, yes. The next one is going to be, this is actually about the loops, and you try to work out multiple kind of things. First we will see while loop, then we done with the do while, then we done with the for loop, then we done with the foreign. These are the multiple kind of loops. Then we go with the conditions. How conditions are going to be working? There are multiple conditions which are going to be available in the part of JavaScript. Conditions.html. Let me take a script. Script is over. Inside this, I want to go with the multiple condition. The first condition is if condition. Second condition is if else. Third condition is else if. Fourth condition is switch. Okay, so let me work with the one by one all these particular condition. First condition is if condition. How if condition is going to be worked, we will see now. How if condition is going to be worked, we will see now. First one, if condition. So if condition is going to be worked something like okay, so where marks is equal to something like 45. If marks is equal to 45, if marks are going to be equal with the 45 number, then you can write something like document.write okay, document.write okay. And the thing is we need to get understand if is going to be checking only true statements. If checks only true statements. If checks only true statements. Only true statements. That's it. So basically marks 45, but we are checking with 45 is equal to 45. Obviously output will be the okay. Why? Because of true statement working here. Only true statement is going to be working with the if. If something is not going to be equal, suppose for example marks not is equal to 55, marks basically 85. In this case, you can't able to see the output in the browser. Why? Because of this block of the code is not executing. Whatever the block of the code we are writing here, that will be not executing. Whenever it is not executing, obviously you can't able to see any output. Why? Because of condition not satisfied. If condition got satisfied, I can able to go with the if or else something like. Marks basically 45, 45 double equal to 85, not possible. That is the why reason it is not working something in the browser. It is not going to be working with something some in the browser. Let me do one thing. I want to do the equal value. When I give the equal value, when condition is going to be getting satisfied, obviously you can get the output as obviously we will get the output as okay. Why? Because of if is checking only true statements. If it is true, then only execute. If it is not true, it will not check anything. For that, there is one remedy. That remedy is if else. There is one remedy. That remedy is if else. What is if else? If else is going to be checking true and false. If else is checking check in true and false blocks. Okay, now I want to check with the marks is equal to 45 or 35. If marks is equal to 35, I want to print something. Document.write marks okay or okay. If it is not okay, go to the else part. Else part is else keyword. If is one block, if the condition whatever you are writing, if the condition is going to be satisfying, true block will be executed. If condition is not going to be satisfying, false block will be executed. This will be the true block. This will be the true block. This will be the false block. Inside the false block, what I want to show, false block. In this, what I want to show, document.write not okay. Not okay. So if is something, if is going to be checking only true statements, if else is going to be checking true and false both. Then what about else if? Else if I'm trying to writing the third one. Third one is else if. So how else if will be? Concept is same. But we need to check more and more conditions here. We need to check more and more true statements. Okay, so how to work this? For example, where marks is equal to something like 40. Then I'm trying to writing some condition. If marks less than 35, if marks less than 35, he is going to be getting fail. Then document.write something like fail. Marks less than or equal to 35, so he is failure, or less than 35, whatever, less than or equal to 35, less than 35. Okay, so this particular block is going to be executing with you, that is basically giving failure. Okay, let me give the marks 80. So anyway, marks less than 35. If marks less than 35, document.write failure. Else if marks greater than 35 and marks less than 60 or 50, whatever, maybe 50, so he got a grade, document.write so something like a second class. Else if one more thing I'm writing, marks greater than 60 and marks less than 85, so he is good, basically first class, he got first class. Else part, finally I want to write something, concept is same, document.write this is the failure, this is the this is, yeah, second class, this is the first class, this will be the distinction. So basically we have the mocks 80. Which block of the code is going to be executing for us? Which block of the code is going to be executing for us? So first one is not, second one is not. Marks less than 35 is not satisfying, and marks greater than 35 and marks less than 50 not satisfying. Marks greater than 60 and less than 85, it is going to be satisfying. Then finally output will be the third one. This one is the output. This one is output. The output is going to be satisfying in this particular case. Why? Because of marks greater than 60, marks less than 85. That is the why reason it is going to be working with the output. Let me see the output of this program. So every time I need to take a break. So let me take a break. Why? Because of we are writing multiple statements. That particular statements are not going to be properly sit on the board. That is the why reason I'm writing break here and break here. Every time you are printing something, please go with the break. Every time I'm giving the break. Then finally output will be very, very simple. First one is OK button. Then I need to take a OK button. Here also we have the breaker. For every statement took a break. Break writing is very simple. For every statement took a break. And then output is very, very clear. The first one is OK. Why? Because of 45 we are checking with the 45 number. 45 we are checking with the 45 number. That is the reason the first one is giving output for you OK button. OK output. Coming down, we have the if else, document.write OK. If condition, if marks is equal to 35, it is not going to be true, and basically marks 80. So why? Because of the else block is going to be working, document.write not OK. Not OK. And coming to the else if is very simple, straightforward. Checking number of true statements. If any statement is not going to be work properly, if any statement is going to be giving issue properly, every situation is giving you issue, obviously we need to go with the different kind of loops. So if, else if, and else if, number of conditions we are going to be checking. If any condition is going to be apply or supply, automatically that block of the code is going to be executing in the browser. Now, what is the output of the program? The output of the program is very simple, straightforward, first class. Why first class came? Why first class came? This block of the code is executing somewhere. This block is going to be getting satisfied with your marks. That is the why reason. That is the why reason we got the output as. That is the why reason my output as basically something like first class. Okay, so I hope everybody got to understand how the conditions are going to be working. If condition, if else if, and there is a one more condition which is called a switch condition. How switch condition is going to be working? Switch in JavaScript. The first block W3 schools got opened, and how the switch expression is going to be working. Let me take the same program for the switch. We try to execute the switch program also. This will be the switch. And inside the switch, first of all, he is going to be trying to accessing the date value. He is trying to do accessing a date value. So date method, which is going to be having some class called date, and that is having a method called getDay. getDay is one method of the dates. getDay is one method of the dates. So based on that particular situation, it is good. Program is going to be checking first condition satisfied or not, second condition satisfied or not, third condition satisfied or not. Why? Because of getDay is giving output. getDay is going to be giving output Sunday to Saturday. And one more point we have to remember: Sunday always 0. Sunday is 0. One more point we need to remember: Saturday is 7. So 0 to 7 we are going with Sunday 0, Monday 1, Tuesday 2, Thursday, 4th day, and 5th day. So the day is going to be printing for you. The day is going to be printing for you by the getDay method. So finally, what is output now? I can't able to see any output from the day. So okay, and document.write day. So every time try to remember this. Every time you are writing a program, document.writes are very useful to understand the flow of the code. And then we need to have a break. So every time you have to print this one. Without printing, I can't able to see any output in the browser. Browser can understand only the DOM level elements. So I got given for each and every one. Even case 5 also I give, and even Saturday also. Saturday also I want to make it print, no stress. And finally the output is what? My output is Wednesday. Why? Because of from date object we are trying to accessing getDay method. getDay method is giving the date. The date is going to be something like Wednesday. Yes, today is Wednesday. Why? Because of 3 is going to be checking. 3 is going to be checking with the JavaScript date method. JavaScript day method. In JavaScript day, Sunday is 0, Saturday is 7. That is the terminology of JavaScript. So let's try to work with this, and we got Wednesday. That is fine. So we have the loops, we have the conditions now. We have the loops, we have the conditions now. And let us try to go with multiple things in the next class. JavaScript functions. So in JavaScript, if you want to define any function in JavaScript, if we want to define any function, we need to use function keyword. And yes, yeah. So function fun1. This is the syntax of the function, and here we need to write a function block. That's it. And calling function is very simple. We need to call a function with fun1. That's it. This is basically calling function. Calling function. Function is a keyword and function1 is the function name. And whenever you are going to be defining some function, that function should be having some parenthesis. And curly braces open, curly braces close. Commonly in any programming language, function is going to be defining like this. In the same way, we are going to be defining the function in JavaScript. Function with the function name, curly braces open, curly braces closed. Inside that particular curly braces, we are going to be writing the block of the function code. Function is nothing but some set of statements. Function is some set of statements for some situation or executes some kind of work. That is basically function. Okay, so let me write a program for the JavaScript, how to write a function and how the function is going to be working. All these things we will see. And today 22/11. And this could be notes. Let me take a program, how to create functions. Functions.html. Script I'm writing. And function name, fun1. And which is going to be something like a document.write. I'm trying to writing, hello, this is a JS function. And how to call the function? Function calling is very simple. Function calling. Whatever the name of the function you are writing, that particular function we are going to be calling. That's it. This is function calling. The basic function, very simple basic function, function keyword, and the name of the function is fun1. And inside that particular block of the function, I'm going to be writing some document.write hello J. This is the JS function, and then I'm calling the function with the fun1 and execute this output. And we can see some output on top of the browser. Hello, this is the JS function. Hello, this is the JS function. This is the what actually we need to see. Document.write is going to be printing on top of the browser. That is going to be a function execution. Now there is a one more concept called function with the parameters. Function with parameters. Function with parameters. How to write function with parameters? So let us write a function and fun1, and this is going to be having some parameter 1 comma parameter 2. And whatever the parameters we are going to be defining inside the function, those particular parameters we can utilize in the function block. So I can able to utilize the function parameter 1, parameter 2 also. And whenever you're calling the function, we are trying to using the value for the parameter. Parameter 1 value, we are going to be giving the value for the parameter 1. And for parameter 2 also, we are going to be giving the value. Parameter 1 value we are giving, parameter 2 value also we are giving. So that we will see how this is going to be executing now in the programmatically. I'm taking a new program, functions with parameters. Functions with parameters. Functions with parameters.html. Let me write a script over there. And writing a function add two numbers. Add two numbers. This is a function, and inside this particular function I'm going to be giving the two parameters called a comma b. Then document.write, I'm going to be writing something a plus b. Then I'm going to be calling the function add two numbers. So a is going to be 10 and b is going to be 20. So whenever I'm calling the function add two numbers, I'm going to be passing two parameters for that. And 10 is going to be storing in A. 10 is going to be storing in A, and 20 is going to be storing in B. 10 is going to be storing in A, 20 is going to be storing in B. Those things I'm going to be executing them. Now, if I'm trying to execute in this particular program, open in default browser, I'll be having output 30. I'll be having output 30. Why? Because of document.write a plus b. Okay, instead of writing document.write a plus b, I will write where c is equal to a plus b. A plus b. This time, which is going to be working as arithmetic operator. Sorry. So a plus b, I want to print the document, right? Document.write c. And finally, the output is going to be 30. But so for this add two numbers, I want to give the add two values. The name of the function is completely different now, add two values. And I'm calling the function again, add two values, the bottom of this. Then I'm going to be providing the first one is Srinivas, and the second one is something like full stack. First one is Srinivas, second one is a full stack. Now, what is the output of the second line? First line is 30 and second line is Srinivas full stack. You can see the output very clearly. Document.write and trying to giving a break over there. And then output is very simple. The output is going to be 30 and Srinivas full stack. Why? Because of we are passing two values. First time number and number. Number and number, it is going to be addition with a plus b. Second time we are passing string and string. Whenever I'm passing the string and string, that is going to be making concatenation. 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 This time it is concatenation, this time it is addition. The first time it is going to be addition, 10th line it is going to be addition, 11th line it is going to be making concatenation. Sorry, concatenation. First time it is addition, second time it is concatenation. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I will pass add two numbers with the number and string. And a will be something like 10 and b will be something like full stack. Then what is the output of the third line? Add two values calling one more time, and this time add two values are going to be 10 full stack. Why? Because of string number. Okay, let me take 10. Number and string. This time it is going to be concatenation again. Why? Because of whenever you are trying to adding a number with string, obviously the output is string. Whenever you are going to be adding number and number, output is number. Whenever we are going to be adding number for string, output is string. And finally, the output of this is concatenation. Let me go with the one more line. Addition of two numbers, add two values, 10 comma 10.65. I'm adding two things now. The first one is integer, second one is a float value. When I'm trying to add in the int and float values, output is very clear. This will be the float. So the precision is float precision now. This time it is float. And this time it is going to be a string precision. String. And this time it is going to be again string. And here it will be the integer. Why? Because of int and int integer. Int and int integer. Int and float float. Int and float float. Int and string string. String and string string. Try to understand. Try to understand. So plus is the symbol which is going to be having two kind of forms. Plus will work at strings concatenation operator. Concatenation operator. And plus will work with numerical values. With numerical values or numbers. It could be addition. It could be addition. You try to understand these two lines. Plus is going to be having two forms. Plus is going to be work with strings concatenation operator. Plus is going to be work with numbers addition, arithmetic operator. This is going to be arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operator. This time it is going to be arithmetic operator. This time it is going to be concatenation operator. This is what actually the functions with parameters. Let me write one more example with the function with parameters. So function get full name. Get full name. So this will be fname plus fname comma lname. Fname is first name, lname is last name. Where full name is equal to fname plus and I just want to give something like and okay, and this time it is going to be lname and document dot write full name. I want to get full name now. So when I call the get full name, I need to pass two parameters. One is the first name and last name. So the first name is fname. Fname is something like string. I could pass a string Srinivas and comma. I want to pass the variable like Gorantla. So if I'm going to be passing the values like this, what is the output basically for this? Srinivas, and we will be having some symbol and Gorantla. We have Srinivas Gorantla then. This is what called actually function with parameters. And there is the one more concept called functions with return type. Functions with return type. Return type. How to work with the function with return type? Very, very simple, straightforward. So let me write a function script. And this will be having some function a comma b, and which is going to be return some c. And what is a c then? C is going to be a plus b. C is going to be a plus b, and this is going to be return c value. Okay, then what is the output of this particular function? I'm calling the function called add function. For add function, I'm going to be calling 10 plus 10 comma 20, and this value is going to be returning now. C is going to be returning. C is nothing but a plus c, and return value should be something like c. And this add function is going to be return some value. That value is going to be stored in where summation. Summation is equal to add, and document dot write something like a summation now. So summation is going to be having c. Why? Because of whenever this function is executing, or whenever function is executing, some value is going to be returning. That value will be c. C is nothing but a plus b. Yeah, sorry. C is nothing but a plus b. Whatever a plus b value is there, that particular value got stored in C, and C is going to be returning for us. And whatever the C we got, that is going to be storing in summation. So now this thing is summation is equal to C. That is the basic meaning of this particular program. Summation equal to C. I hope you got understand how the thing is going to be working with the function with the function with the return type. So what is the output of this program? Documented dot write summation is 30. So let me write something like summation comma summation, and end of the time the output is summation 30. Summation, end of the time the output is summation 30. That's it. This is the way of writing the program. Function with parameters, function with return type. There are multiple kind of functions we are going to be writing, like function with parameters, function with the return types. And we will discuss one more concept called simple calculator program we will see about the functions. We try to work out all the functions and we do one simple calculator program on this particular functions. Then we will move to the another concept. JavaScript. Set attribute. Get attribute. Remove attribute. Methods. So let's try to understand what is set attribute, what is get attribute, what is remove attribute from element. Okay, so for example, there is one element like h1. H1 is closed. And for this h1, I want to set one attribute like class. Class is equal to some value, something like hello. So this attribute I am going to be setting dynamically. This class attribute I am going to be setting dynamically from this JavaScript. At the same time, I will be having the one more element like img and src. And from JavaScript, I want to set attribute src value for this img. So how we can do this? We have to go with the program. So let me save this as notes. Okay, so let us go with the new program. Set attribute .html. Okay, so let me go with the script. Before the script, I want to have the HTML h1. So, hello web development. And here what I want to do, first of all, I want to access the h1. If you want to access the h1, for h1 I am giving id is equal to head. Okay, access the head. How to access the head? Document dot get element by id. Document dot get element by id, that is going to be head, and dot set attribute. And from this set attribute method, for set attribute there are two parameters. The first one is a parameter name attribute having two parameters. First parameter is that attribute name. The second parameter is attribute value. So attribute name is class and attribute value is something like head. Okay, for head I want to write a style sheet and I want to create a class dot head. So background color red, color green, text align center. This will be white. Text line center, font style, italic. Okay. So finally, what my requirement is, whenever script is getting loading, head is accessing. For this head, set attribute method is working. Set attribute class is adding and head class also adding. So head class we are creating first in the style sheet. The class is going to be attaching for the h1. So open default browser. So when I got a browser, I got added a class. So can we see that? Go to this and dynamically we are going to be adding the class for this. So this class got added. This class, whatever the class we are having here, this class is going to be added from JavaScript. That class was added from the JavaScript. So let's work with the one more method, get attribute method. One more method, get attribute method. So how to work with the get attribute method? Get attribute .html. Okay, so it's same thing. So I'll be having a program copy here, program paste here. And what I want to do is, so this head class is already written. I'm already writing the head class by loading the document. But now my method is very simple. J is equal to document.getElement by ID. And now this time I want to write a method called get attribute. Get attribute. What is the name of the attribute I want to receive? I want to receive the class attribute and alert A. whatever the value we are receiving for the class, that value I'm storing in A. And finally alert A. Alert A nothing but in alert what we can see, observe in alert I can see this head section. Finally render this. Okay, I got a class value, whatever the class value, attribute value which is available, that I got received, that is called head. This is called get attribute method. Then one more method is the remove attribute. So concept is same. Paste here and save. Remove attribute. Remove So for remove attribute is already available. What I want to do is I want to remove attribute class. So remove attribute class. When I remove attribute class, automatically class head will not work. Head will not work. Let me check it out. Open in default browser and define that hello web development. The class is not working. Color not working. Background color not working. Text element not working. Everything is not working. So can we see this inside the body? We will be having the header and the H1. I don't have any class over there. I have only ID here, but I don't have any class. That's it. That's it. Very simple. One is a set attribute method. One is a get attribute method. One is a remove attribute method. Three methods we are discussing in the part of JavaScript. And let me try to work out theoretically what is set attribute, what is get attribute, and what is remove attribute also. Set attribute having two parameters. The first one is attribute name. Second parameter is value. And here what we need to give the attribute name. For remove attribute also we need to give the attribute name. For set attribute name and value. For get attribute name. For remove attribute name. That's enough. So these are the different kind of methods in JavaScript. DOM manipulations. And there is one more concept which is going to be available in the JavaScript. Set timeout. Let me work with the set timeout method. So I'm going to be creating a new program, and this is a set timeout .html script. Before the script, I want to write a button. Take a button. Timer start time. Start timer. And access the button here. Document dot get elements by tag name. That's a button. Dot set interval, set timeout. Let me go with that. Okay, first of all, we need to access the button. Button dot add event listener. Listener name is click. Function is fun. And function fun. Function fun. And set timeout. Set a timeout 2 seconds. Set a timeout 2 seconds. I'm going to be setting timeout for 2 seconds. So let me check one good example for timeout. Timeout JavaScript. Yes, set a timeout to it's a function, and you can work with this. This is having function and parameter. So let's have this one. Set timeout method. Some handler is going to be working for that. Set timeout, which is going to be having something like set timeout, which is going to be having another function. So whenever we are clicking on the button, fun is calling. Whenever the fun function is going to be executing, set timeout is going to be execute. In set timeout, we have something. What it is going to be happening with one is alert and one is time. So timeout only for 3 seconds. After the 3 seconds, I just want to. So when I click on the button, set a time, start timer. So timer is going to be countdown. After 3 seconds, we got alert. After 3 seconds, we got alert. So this is basically set timeout in the real time. Most probably in the banking websites or ticket booking websites, they are going to be starting a timer. The timer is going to be moving on the top of the page, and whenever you are going to be doing some transaction, doing some booking transaction, whatever it may be, timer starts, and within some minutes, some 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, they are going to be making logout queue. So that kind of functionalities we can work with a JavaScript. That kind of functionalities we can work with the JavaScript. Set timer functionality. This is basically set timeout. And one more is a method, set time interval. Time interval. Set time interval. This is going to be repeating values. This is also having function comma timeout. Function comma time. So let's go work with a set interval method. Set interval method. Set interval JavaScript. Just check one example how interval is going to be working. Concept is same. So let us take the example here. Take new, paste. Set interval. Set interval.html. So what it is going to be work? So try the button. When I click on the button, it is going to be repeating. Alert box is going to be repeating every 3 minutes. Every 3 seconds. Sorry. Even I'm closing the alert is coming. Each and every 3 seconds, alert is coming. Why? Because of timer is working. Time is working. So there is a one more important things like a date function. Date function. Today we will work with the date function also. Date function. Date function, which is going to be giving you system current date and date, time, all these things. So with the time, with the date, I will go, then I will work with the time. So date function. Date.html. So script where d is equal to new date. Document.write d. Document.write break. Okay, so I want to print the date value. So full current date Friday, December 3, something is going to be coming. Full date is coming, but I want to see only document.write d.get date. I want to see copy it. D.get day. D.get get full year, d dot get hours, d dot get milliseconds, d dot get month, d dot get seconds. So these are the multiple things which are going to be available. So check with the multiple examples. And what I want to do is I want to take a break for each and every statement. So here I want to take a break. Here also I want to take a break. Here also I want to take a break. Every time I'm taking a break is going to be breaking the line after your statements. The first statement is full date. Second one is only date. Third one is the day. Then full year, hours, milliseconds, month, seconds. Okay, let it be. So open in the default browser. Okay, so the thing is function get date. Oh my god, something is going to happen. D dot document dot write d dot. It's a function, sorry. It's a function basically. You have to give the function. You have to give the parenthesis. Without giving parenthesis, we can't able to see the output. Yes. Now we have the output. The first one is the date, full date, and second one is get date 3 today. Next one is get day. Get day is a 5. Why? Because of Sunday starts with 0, Saturday ends with 7. Sunday starts with 0, Saturday ends with the 7 index values, and year 2021, hours 6, milliseconds 393, month 11. Why? Because of January starts with the 0, December is going to be closed with the 11. So year is month is going to be 11, and seconds 20 seconds, 22 seconds. See, if you are refreshing this, obviously something is going to be changing. Milliseconds changing and seconds changing. Milliseconds and seconds changing. Can we see this? Okay, so what I want to do, get seconds method. Get seconds method. Right. Copy this. In time interval, instead of taking alert box, why I'm working with the timer. Instead of taking the alert box, what I want to do, document.write d dot get milliseconds. And first of all, where d is equal to new date. First of all, define the d. First of all, define the d. Then only document.write d dot milliseconds I can able to see. Instead of showing the alert box, whatever it may. Okay, so try to understand this. This is very simple, straightforward. This is called anonymous function. Without having function name, we are writing a function, and that function having some handler, and which is going to be having some timer also. Time also 3 seconds. For each and every 3 seconds, I want to show the document.write. So this is not required. Start timer. Click on start timer. Okay, so for every 3 seconds, something is going to be happening, but the thing is wrong. Document.write break. I'm taking a break here. Okay, let me check this output. Start timer. Okay, so this is going to be working. For each and every 1 second, something is going to be printing on the screen. Document.write is going to be printing on the screen. So this is the way of working with the timers. This is the way of working with the timeout functionalities. Just check it out with all the things. So today we will start about CSS3. So we already discussed HTML4, CSS2, and JavaScript basic level, basic JavaScript, whatever it is. And then I'm going to be working on CSS3 now. So what about CSS3? CSS3 having advanced features of CSS2. Advanced features of CSS2. So what are the different kind of features we are going to be discussing in the part of the CSS3? We will discuss one by one. The one is the border radius. Border radius. How to set border radius. And one is a multi-column layout. Multi-column layout. So how to set up the multi-column layout with CSS3. And one more is the transitions. Transitions. How to work with the transitions. And one more is transformations. How to work with the transformations. And one more thing is animations. And one more is word wrap. So how to set up the word wrap. And one more is custom fonts. How to set up the custom fonts with part of CSS3. So there are multiple concepts we are going to be discussing. So we will see one by one. The first one is border radius, and one more is gradient colors. And one more is shadow. There are two kind of shadows. One is the box shadow. One is the text shadow. So how we are going to be working with the box shadow and text shadow? We will see all these things one by one. So let me save the notes. And this will be and notes. And here, so the first one is the border radius. How we are going to be setting the border radius in the part of CSS3. Let's see. I'm creating a new file, and first of all, this is going to be saving as border radius .html. Border radius.html. So let me write something. I'm writing simple division. I'm taking simple division. For this division, we are going to be working with the style sheet. In style sheet, we have the division. For division, I'm going to be giving some width and height. Width of the division something like 200 pixel. Height of the division something like 100 pixel. So this is the simple division, and for this division, I'm going to be giving some background color. Background color is going to be something like red. And now, what I want to do, this is the basic division. We have the division over there. For this division, I want to give the border radius. So how we are going to be giving the border radius? The properties, border radius. Border radius, I'm going to be giving 20 pixel. 20 pixel border radius I'm providing. So all sides 20 pixel border radius is going to be applied. All sides border radius 20 pixel is going to be applied. This is very simple and straightforward. And there is a one more way of giving the border radius. This is the first border radius point. And immediately what I want to do is I will change this border radius to two values. Border radius 20 pixel and 60 pixel. I'm giving two values for the border radius. So whenever we are providing two values for the border radius, opposite corners it is going to be applied. opposite corners it is going to be applying. The first corner is top left corner and bottom right, and the second corner is top right, bottom left. So this is a property called border radius. Very simple, very interesting one. And one more property is something like resize concept. How we are going to be working with the resize. There is a feature called resize also there. Resize, and one more thing is something like new colors like RGBA and HSL and HSLA. These are the multiple kind of colors which are going to be available. Next, what I want to do is I want to take a concept called a resize concept. How to work with the resize. Let me take new application and working with the resize now. Resize.html. I'm going to be taking resize.html. Let me try to work out multiple divisions and or take a paragraphs. We took a paragraphs and paragraph we will be having a lot of content. So let me take a multiple paragraphs. The first paragraph is this one, and I will take one more paragraph. And for first paragraph, I'm giving a class called one, and second paragraph I'm giving a class called two. Two paragraphs I'm taking. Then what I want to do is I'm writing the style sheet. For the first class, I'm not giving any style change. For the second paragraph, whatever we have second paragraph 2, I'm accessing the 2 now. For 2, I want to give the resize. There are multiple properties for the resize like both, horizontal, none, vertical, horizontal, all these things. I'm taking both values. And one more property we have to say like overflow auto. That's it enough. So let me check it out. Open in the default browser. We will be having two paragraphs over there. First paragraph is not resizable, but second paragraph is resizable. Now you can see this feature. But for the first paragraph, there is no concept of resizing. But the second paragraph, you can check there is a resizable option you have, and there you can do the resize method. So can we see and observe? We have the resize symbol here. So with this particular symbol, you can able to do the resize. Why? Because of the second paragraph, we have the class called 2. For the 2 class, I am giving the property called resize, and there are multiple other properties also which are available like resize, horizontal and vertical and both and none. So there are multiple properties which are available, but I'm giving both. Both means horizontally, vertically, all sides it is resizable. Horizontally, vertically, it is resizable. Now you see we have the horizontal resizing and vertical resizing. So that is the reason I'm taking a bunch of text, lot of text. When we take lot of text, then only you can understand it is working for both or not. I'm taking a lot of text over there. When I'm taking a lot of text, we can able to see and understand how this is going to be resizable horizontally and vertically. Like see this, vertically I can do resize, horizontally I can able to do resize. This feature is a nice feature in the part of CSS3. So the next property will be colors. There are multiple colors got introduced in CSS3. Colors new colors. Okay, so basically we know colors in CSS2. What are the different kind of colors in CSS2? Color with name, we know already, and one more is color with RGB, red green blue combination, red green blue combination, we already know this, red green blue combination. And one more color with hex value, What is this hex value? We know that hex value is something like 000 FFF, like this. But now in CSS3, Now in CSS3, we have a lot of different type of colors. The one is RGBA. RGBA. What is the meaning of RGBA? Comma red, comma green, comma blue, comma alpha. Red, comma green, comma blue, comma alpha. RGBA colors we got. RGBA colors we got. And one more color is the HSL colors. HSL colors. Hue, saturation, lightness. And one more color is HSLA. Hue, saturation, comma lightness, and alpha. So first of all, RGBA. A means alpha. Alpha value should be 0 to 1. Alpha value should be 0 to 1. Maybe the range between 0.0, 0.1, and so on 1.0. Alpha nothing but opacity. The color opacity you can able to make change with alpha. So what are the different kind of properties for the HSL? HSL we have. If anybody know what is HSL, you can just search in the Google HSL colors. Color HSL nothing but hue, saturation, lightness, and hue is the value, saturation is percentage, and lightness also percentage. The first one should be value, second one will be percentile, and third one will be percentile, something like this. This is the HSL value. This is the HSL value. So whatever the color you are taking, that color is going to be having some HSL, and this is the HSL for this. So like this. And alpha value, maybe you have to add one more point, some alpha value, some 0.5. Medium level, medium opacity I'm going to be giving. It is not 0.0, it is not 1.0, it is 0.5. 0.5 is the medium level alpha. Yes. So what I want to do, I will take a program now. So this is theoretical part. And what I want to do, I'll take some simple H1, and H1 something like a web development. I'm going to be taking web development. And for this web development, I just want to write a style sheet and color RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha. So red is something like 255, green is something like 0, and blue is something like 0 again. And alpha value, this is not full red, basically 0.4 I'm giving. This alpha value now 0.4. So medium, 40% of 100. 40% of 100, that is the alpha value 0.4. Open in default browser. This is not giving the full red color. This is not giving full red color. This is going to be giving something like opacity 0.4. Opacity 0.4 red color. This is basically RGBA. And let me take one more H1. And this H1 is going to be having something like a full stack Python, the Django. And here I want to give the style. Style will be color HSL. HSL, hue, saturation, lightness. Hue value something like 100, and saturation something like a percentage. I'm giving percentage 50%. Lightness I'm giving 100%. So what is the hue color? Hue color something like a different value coming, but better I will take a hue value should be something like 40, and hue value will be 40, and this is not coming with anything. That the problem is HSL. What is the color we taken for HSL? So sorry, HSL 290 to 100%, 50%. Okay, saturation should be 100%, and this could be 50%, and hue value something like 312. Okay, some color got, okay, 2, some color we got actually. This is HSL color, and one more color is HSLA. HSL A means alpha, A means alpha, so I'm giving the alpha value 0.5. When I'm giving 0.5, that is HSL A. Hue, saturation, lightness, alpha. Color called HSL A. So how HSL A will be, we will see. Okay, so let's run this, and we got 3 different type of colors. First color is RGBA color, second one is HSL, hue, saturation, lightness, and this one will be HSLA. Okay, let me check what about HSLA. Okay, HSLA, HSLA. Okay, HSLA. A means alpha. Yeah, we know alpha. Alpha is something like a lightness. Alpha is something like lightness. Okay, this is the alpha value. So let's take one simple example. This is HSLA. So this example I will take. If I take HSLA, this one, that will be some color. Yes, we got a first property border radius. We got the second property resize, and we got another property called colors. We already know that. And the thing is word wrap. Let's go with the word wrap now. How word wrap is working. Let's say this and word wrap.html. How word wrap is going to be working, let's show. So there is a paragraph which is having lorem, and somewhere I'll be having a bigger word. Somewhere I'll be having bigger word like this. Somewhere I'll be having the bigger word like this. The first paragraph I take a class called 1, and I want to take one more paragraph. This class is going to be having 2, and finally I'm writing style sheet. For all the paragraphs. Style open, style close, and dot 1, dot 2. First class and second class I'm selecting first. For the first class, what I want to do, width of the paragraph 300 pixel and height of the paragraph 400 pixel. The same values I want to provide for the second paragraph also. Now we can see open in default browser, and let me take some background color for this. For the 2 paragraph, I want to take a background color something like light green or light coral. Yeah, whatever it may be. Light coral I'm taking, so light coral. Then you see, now you see we have 2 paragraphs. Got added, but 2 paragraphs there is a word actually. The word is going to be taking bigger. Something in fifth line exactly, the word is very big. In fifth line the word is very big. Without having word wrap, the big word actually taking a lengthy mode, and this particular text is not going to be adjusting inside the paragraph box. Then what I want to do for this? So there is one rectification for this. There is a concept got added for this. word wrap break word. There is a property called break word. When I say word wrap break word for the second paragraph, and second paragraph should be something like different. First paragraph as it is, word is going beyond of this particular box. In the second paragraph, we have the text got adjusted inside the box. This is very simple, straightforward. With word wrap, paragraph got adjusted, text got adjusted inside the box. Without having word wrap, this paragraph, one word is going beyond of this particular box, and overflow, something like overflow. So we stop the overflow with the word wrap concept. It's a nice feature in the part of CSS 3. And one more concept we just want to go with now, shadows. How shadows will be applied in CSS 3? There are 2 kind of shadows, guys. Okay, one thing is One thing is box shadow. For shadow, we have two kind of things. One is the box shadow. One thing is the text shadow. How box shadow will be applied and how text shadow we will apply. Two kind of concepts. So let me take a box. First of all, I will take a division. Yeah, I will take a division. Inside the division, I will take something like a full stack Python ML AI. Full stack Python ML AI mobile apps. So this is our course basically. And for this, I want to give some style now. So style is going to be, so that is a div, right? Div should be having some background color, red, text color. Okay, so text color means color. Color will be white and font style italic. Okay, fine. I just want to see where is my div, how div will be. The div is very bigger, but my div should be having some width less. The width of the div only 400 pixel and the height of the div is going to be something like 300 pixel. That's it. That is my division. My division is very less one. My division is very less one. And bigger text I want to take. If you want to take a bigger text, let me take a font size 30 pixel or 40 pixel. So the now text is having a very good and big text, big pixels text and all. Now we need to try to understand how this box model is good. Sorry, a box shadow is going to be working. Red is not good. Light pink I will take. Okay. Okay, light pink color is not reflecting properly. This will be black as usual. Now we have the division. Inside the division, we have some text. I need to apply box model. Sorry, I need to apply box shadow for this. So how to apply box shadow? We need to follow some shadow method. Let me take the shadow method for the box shadow. Syntax also I'm giving for you. For each and every browser, we need to give the specification. The first one is the box shadow. And for the box shadow, we have 4 parameters. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parameters. The first parameter is horizontal position. Second parameter is vertical position. Third parameter is blur radius. Fourth parameter is spread. And fifth parameter is shadow color. So shadow color, basically here I'm applying RGBA, and first one is horizontal position, how much you want, and the vertical position, how much you want, blur radius, how much you want. Let me make it all this. So the first one is horizontal position, second one is the vertical position, third one is the blur radius, fourth one is spread, fifth one is the shadow color. So we are trying to providing the 5 values. And one more thing, this particular property need to be elaborate for the Mozilla Firefox old browsers. For WebKit, WebKit is going to be for Chrome and Safari. Syntax is very important. CSS3 is not getting support for all the old browsers, but modern browsers, okay, now supporting. But old browsers, some people are still working in old browsers. For them, we need to give some more specification, some more syntax. That should be something like a Moz, WebKit, and one more is the Opera. Value is same. Value we are not changing. The thing is only a syntax adding. Something like a Moz, something like WebKit, something like O is nothing but Opera. For Opera browsers, we can go for this O specification. The one is IE plus, Firefox 4 plus, and Firefox 1, 2, 3. And coming to the Chrome and Safari, we need to give the WebKit. That is again the first one is okay, fine. And some of the old browsers, if you want to go like Firefox 1, 2, 3, something like that, then we need to go for the Moz. And Safari and Chrome old browsers, we need to go for the WebKit. And Opera old browsers, if you want to go, you can go with the O. So whenever we are giving all these things, then only box shadow got applied. Box shadow having same color, I think so. So let me change the color with pure red. Or let me go with the blue. So this is the shadow color I'm taking. This is the shadow color I'm taking. So copy the color again and put here also. And put here also. Everywhere I want to take the color. Everywhere I want to take the color. So just place it. Now RGBA is going to be available everywhere. Now you have the box shadow. Can we see the box shadow got applied? At the same time, you can apply a text shadow. If you want to apply text shadow, there is the one more attribute you have to go with. Horizontal position, vertical position common, blur radius common, shadow color is common, and one thing is actually missing, spread value is missing. Spread value is missing. So now I'm trying to writing the, this is box shadow property. Now I'm trying to working with the text shadow also. So text shadow 5 pixel, 2 pixel, RGBA something like so text shadow black color on top of the black color, better you can go with this green color. Let me go with the green, something like, or let me go with the pink. Yeah, I'll take this one. And again, text shadow should be applicable for multiple browsers also. So again, copy paste 3 more times, 1 and 2 and 1 3. This is for Moz again, hyphen Moz hyphen WebKit hyphen hyphen O hyphen. So this is for Opera. So again and again, I'm not writing the syntax like which is working for IE, which is working for Chrome, which is working for Opera, all these things. So just try to write all this particular syntax for old browser support. This property okay for the new browsers, but these all properties for old browser support also. So whenever you want to make CSS3 support for old browsers, then we need to understand and give these particular Moz, WebKit and O. So that's it, guys. Just try to run this. Already program is running, and just to see that. So we have the box shadow, we have the text shadow, we have the box shadow got applied. At the same time, we got the text shadow got applied. Both things are getting applied. Both things are getting applied. This is very, very simple, straightforward. Applying shadows for box, applying shadows for text. The only thing is, the only property is missing called spread value. Spread value for the box shadow. Spread value is not there for the text shadow. Just try to understand. Try to understand. And there is a one more property called column count. Column count. So we need to give the column count. That particular column count property is very, very simple and important. So let me take a paragraph. Column count. I'm taking 2 paragraphs now. So this will be something like a column count property. Column count dot HTML. Let me take 2 paragraphs now and load them. Let me have a bunch of text, bigger text. Copy this and paste. This is a big paragraph I have. Now I'm copying the complete paragraph and take a paste. Now we have 2 paragraphs. We have 2 paragraphs. And try to understand. I'm trying to provide in the first paragraph class called 1 and second paragraph class called 2. We have 2 paragraphs now. First paragraph class is 1, second paragraph class is 2. Now what I want to do, for first paragraph I don't give the columns and all. Let me try to execute this. We have 2 paragraphs X. Second paragraph, for second paragraph I want to write a style and I just want to apply the column count now. So let me try to write a style sheet. Style open, style close, and second paragraph dot to column count, and this will be something like column count. I want to give the 4. And the column gap, there is one more property, column gap. Column gap should be something like 10 pixel I'm giving. And one more is column column role, column width not required. Okay, column rule. What is the value for column rule? Inches. It's also having pixel. Let me give the 5 pixel for the column rule. Yeah, that is working. This will work fine basically. So try to execute the program. You can see the program now, and we have the columns there. We have the columns there. This is looking like a newspaper. Second paragraph is looking like a newspaper. Why? Because of we are giving the property called column count. How many columns you want to take? How many columns you want to take? That number of columns are adjusting. And what is the column gap? Gap is also working, and the column rule is not working at all. Column rule I'm giving 15 pixel, but it is not working. Okay, so the same concept we just want to give for the multiple syntax. Column count we need to give for the multiple things. So column count for Moz, column count for Opera, column count for the thing is every time you need to write all these things. So O, the first one I'm giving second one I'm giving O, and this one is WebKit, and the third one this is something like Moz. That should be enough. I'm trying to working and giving this particular all latest browsers it is not giving a problem, but old browsers whenever you go this is giving a problem. So whenever you're writing CSS3 syntax, try to work with the old browsers also. For new browsers, only this property is enough. For new browsers, maybe all the people are working with the new browsers only nowadays. Don't worry with the old browsers, but old browsers also, if you want to make it work, you need to write a three other kind of syntaxes over there. And try to understand. And there are multiple things we got discussed today. We done with shadows, we done with column counts, we done with border radius, we done with word wrap, all these things. And the next class we will go with some other concepts. So let me take a div here, div, save the file as, save the file. Save the file something like animation.html. So div I'm taking. For this div, I will write some style sheet, style open, style close, and div, which is going to be having some background color, something like that, and which is having some width and height. Width of the div something like 100 pixel, height of the div also 100 pixel. And there is a method called animation for let me give this animation 4 seconds, animation anim 4 seconds. So there is a thing we need to declare like anim. That anim is going to be work with the keyframes. At the rate keyframes, there is a method called anim. What I need to do animate. What I need to do animate. So then animation is going to be width 2 seconds. Width 2 seconds. Sorry. This animation is going to be having something like percentages. I want to change the background color, which is going to be working with multiple phases. The 0% phase, I want to go with the background color red, and 25% phase, I want to go with the background color blue, and 75% phase, I want to go with the maroon. 100% phase, I want to go with the green. By default, background color is the red color. I just want to give some phases for that. Those phases are actually defining with the keyframes at the red keyframes anim, and that anim custom animation name is providing for the animation property. And one more thing we need to remember, this at the red keyframes we need to define for multiple browsers. So for Moz we have to define some Moz anim, Moz keyframe. Again, we need to write for the mouse. Again, we need to write for the Opera. Again, we need to write for the different kind of browsers also. So first of all, we check with this latest browser. Latest browser anyway works. So let me go with the right click on this. Right click on this and open a default browser. And I can able to see some animation is going to be held. Within 2 seconds, 4 colors are changing. Within 2 seconds, 4 colors are changing. Can we see that? Or div 200 or 300 pixel, 300, it's bigger one. Now different colors are going to be getting changing in this particular div. Why? Because of we are actually taking the animation declaration with the time phase keyframes at the rate keyframes, which is going to be having 0% keyframe, 25% keyframe, 50%, 75%, 100%. Multiple phases we are going to be checking with the anim method. That anim we are going to be attaching to the animation. So here the thing is only animation color, background color is changing. Background color is changing. For example, if I want to check with the width, basically default width is 100 pixel into 100 pixel. Height is also 100 pixel. What my requirement is, I want to change the width. In this particular scenario. In 0% background color and same time width I can able to change. Width I'm going to be making first time I'm going to be working with 100 pixel. Second phase I want to go with the 150 pixel. Third phase I want to go with the 200 pixel. Fourth phase I want to go with the again 150 pixel. And last phase I want to go with the again 100 pixel. Just width is increasing and decreasing. Just try to see this. So some animation is going to be happen with 4 phases or 5 phases within 2 seconds. Can we see and observe? Within 2 seconds, within 4 seconds, the animation is going to be held. So I want to go with the 2 seconds. 2 seconds means very fast. So this is something like animation method. At the rate keyframe animation is the important thing we have to observe on this. And if you want, you can go with animation position also. So I can able to go with the position. So if you want to work with the position, first of all, this should be position absolute. Without position absolute relative, we can't able to change the position. In position absolute, what I can do, I can able to change the top left values also. Top value 10 pixel and left value 10 pixel. And here top value 40 pixel and left value also 40 pixel. Left value also 40 pixel. And here what I want to do, oh my god, semicolon. Yeah. And here top value 60 or 80 or 100, you can go for 100. Top value 100 and left value 100. And that values become normal again. Top value again 40 pixel. And finally top and left 10 pixel. See, the position is going to be getting changing. If you want to move the top and left values, compulsory it should be position relative or absolute. So remember this one. And let me check with the position absolute or relative is working or not. So background color is changing, width is changing, at the same time position also getting changing. So that's it about animations. Very simple. The one more important concept in the CSS is something like a transitions. There are multiple kind of transitions. Multiple kind of transitions which are going to be available in part of CSS. The first transition effect is the transform effect. So how to transform? transform with rotate, transform with scale, transform with skew, transform with translate, transform with rotate, transform from origin, transform rotate. So there are multiple kind of things. There are multiple kind of things which are going to be available. We will try to go with one by one. How these transitions are going to be working, and then how to work with the transform effects. Let me check with the transition. Next, new program, transitions, transform.html. So we will see one simple div now, and div is having some style sheet now. Div width 100 pixel, height 100 pixel, background color something like red. And when I do the div hover, when I do div hover, what I want to do is I want to make it a transform effect, a transform rotate 45 degrees. So Mozilla and Chrome browsers, I need to give the things. Mozilla and Chrome, I need to give the things. Let me go and take this. And this one is the basically div dot div colon hover. Transform rotate to 45 degrees and rotate 45 degrees for Mozilla, and this is for Chrome, WebKit for Chrome. And if you want, you can write for Opera also. Opera O. Just give O. O for Opera. And finally execute this, open in default browser. When we do hover, transformation is going to be happening. Can we see this? Transform 40 degrees. Yes, this is the transform effect. And there is one more transform effect that is something like, I'm just making switch off this one. This is going to be 0 to 360 degrees only. Okay, I'm making switch off this. The next one is one more transform effect is scaling effect. So how scaling effect will be? Scaling is going to be 0 to n. Scaling is going to be 0 to 1. So 0 to n. So I want to give the scaling effect. That scaling effect should be work for the Mozilla, WebKit, Opera. That we need to mention every time. But anyway, I'm using latest browser, so that effect will be work with us now. So scaling is going to be happening. Can we see that? Scaling is going to be happening. Scaling nothing but it is going to be something like zoom effect. Transform scale effect is going to be working. You try to work with that. And there are multiple transforms. You will see all these things. There are multiple transforms. We will see all these things. Scaling effect we already done. Just make it switch off. Next, there is one more effect called a skew effect. Skew effect. What is a skew effect? How to work with the skew effect? What is skewing? What is skewing? Skewing working with the degrees values. Skewing nothing but something like dragging like this. Skew effect. Remember the first one is rotate. First one is rotate. Second one is transform, scale. Third one is transform, skew. Third one is transform, skew. Fourth one is translate. Fifth one is rotate. Rotate we already done. No need to write again and again. And one more is origin, transform from origin. From which origin it is going to be transforming. And one more is rotate. Rotate already done. Rotate and scale. So two operations at the same time we can perform. So skew is working now. So we don't bother about the skew effect. The next effect is transform, translate effect. How translate is going to be working with this. How translate is going to be working. So translate 30 pixel, 30 pixel, X origin, Y origin. So if you want to make it to translate, first of all, it should be position absolute. If you don't have the position absolute or relative, translation is not going to be happen. X origin, Y origin need to be translate. So without having a position absolute or relative, we can't able to do this. Suppose I'm just making switch off position relative, position relative or absolute. Then this translate effect will not work. Effect. Now check with the translate effect. So it's not working. So without position absolute or this, it is working. Huh? Okay, so without position absolute or relative also it is working fine, no problem. Then one more thing is transform origin from which place? Left, top left, nothing but the origin is going to be fixing for that. Anyway, this is going to be working with the origin. Transform origin, top left. Okay, so what I want to do from top left, I want to make it rotate. Let me take a rotate value. Rotate 45 degrees. Rotate 45 degrees. But origin also I'm going to be defining. So what is origin here? Origin is top left. From top left, it is making rotating. From top left, it is making rotating. So the corner top left is fixed or pinned. The corner top left is fixed or pinned. From top left, it is rotating. If I say top right, from right side, it is going to be rotating or pinning. From right side, it is top right corner. From top right corner, it is rotating or pinning. The pinpoint of this rotation is top right corner. And bottom left or bottom right. Pinpoint of the rotation is bottom side, right side. Pinpoint of the rotation is bottom side and right side. This is going to be happening. Yes. And this is the working of these things. And I want to work with the transform, rotate, at the same time scaling effect. With rotation, scaling effect also need to be effect. One is the rotation, one is the scaling effect. Both things I need to be happen with the same time. Transforming, scaling. So rotate and scale. So what happened with the rotate and scale? Transform, rotate 360 degrees. So I'm giving so. So let me give 60 degrees. 360 means completely rotating. Huh? Rotating and scaling. Rotate is working at the same time, scale also working. This is what actually the thing is. This is what actually the thing is. And now that we want to work with the one more important concept called font face, custom fonts. How to work with the custom fonts? There are multiple ways of working with the custom fonts. Okay, so save it as custom fonts. Custom fonts.html. How to work with the custom fonts? For example, if I'm having some text, if I'm having something, okay, let me give the font face, copy this and write a style sheet. Style sheet open, style sheet close, font face. I'm going to be writing something like Srinivas. Okay, so there is some division. I'm taking division over there. And inside the division, let me have some text, low. So what I want to do for this, div having the font family called Srinivas, but Srinivas requires some font. So let me do Let me download one custom font from internet. Free fonts download. Free fonts download. So I'm trying to downloading some font now. So let me download this font, something Daniel Davis. So download the font. Download this font into our folder. Download this font into our folder. So just download the font. So font downloaded. Let me go to our folder. And this is the folder I'm just making unzip. And the font is, copy these two, put back. This one, delete. Now, so the font name is something like Daniel Davis. So copy the name of the font, copy the name of the font, and Daniel Davis dot ttf. Okay, that's all enough. Daniel Davis dot oof. Daniel Davis dot UOT, but I don't have UOT. Well, we have two formats. One is the TTF format, one is the O format. Let me try to work out all these things. The open default browser. Okay, now we got the font or not? Now we got the font or not? Custom font I got. So whatever the division we have, for that division, we added one custom font. Whatever the font you want, you can search with any font and attach that particular font with our content, whatever the content we have. Is this clear, everyone? So one more concept we forgot about transitions. How to work with the transitions. Transitions. We already done with the transformation, but we are now working with the transitions. Transitions.html. Let me take a div, and div have some content, whatever you want. Yeah. So this division is having some style, and div having background color, red, width of the div 100 pixel, height of the div 100 pixel. Now div colon hover, transition width, colon entidam 150 or 140 pixel. Transition 140 pixel, 2 seconds. Oh my God. What is the syntax of transition? Transitions, yes. Transition width, yes, 2 seconds. This property, div colon hover, okay. Transition, sorry. Transition width, 2 seconds, okay. But for this width, what I want to do, div colon hover, width is going to be 140 pixels, or let me take 4 seconds. Now we'll see transition is going to be working or not when I do. Okay, where is the division? Oh, background color, we have to background color. Now right click on this, open in default browser. When we do hover, transition need to be effect, but transition is not working. Transition width 4 seconds. By default width is div colon hover. Now transition is working on top of this div. I am getting hover. When I do hover, div is transition is going to be working. And let me give 1 second and just give 340 pixel. Now see transition is working or not. When I do hover, within 2 seconds, the complete width is going to be transitioning. At the same time, I want to transition height. 1 second. And height also, I need to make 400 pixel. When I do hover, width and height both are working. Width and height both are working. Transition background color. Transition background color 2 seconds or 1 second. And background color blue. Refresh it, and when we do hover, width is changing, height is changing, background color is changing. Width is changing, height is changing, background color is changing. But better we can go for 2 seconds. Animation should be performed. Transition should be performed with some time. 1 second is very faster. Better we go with the 2 seconds. So this is what actually transition effect is. And transitions are very simple, very important. And whatever the CSS properties you have, those particular CSS properties, you can do change. So jQuery is JavaScript library. jQuery is JavaScript library. And one more point we can say that jQuery is a tiny version of JavaScript. Tiny version of JavaScript. And one more point we can say that jQuery is open source. Open source. And jQuery is lightweight. Lightweight. So instead of writing lengthy code in JavaScript, we are going to be using jQuery. Instead of using lengthy code in JavaScript, we are using jQuery. So how to use jQuery? The thing is, we are going to be working with a jQuery.com. The major important thing is jQuery.com. Let's move to the jQuery.com. jQuery.com. Yes, this is the official website for the jQuery. So where you can find a lot of things like download, API documents, blog, plugins, browser support, and multiple things. What we can do is you can check with the documentation. Go to the download option. You can find out a lot of CDN plugins, or you can download the latest plugin, all these things. And API documentation, you'll be having a lot of API documentation. So latest version of API documentation you can find out in the part of the API documentation. And the better thing, you can go for the jQuery, go with the download option. Go with the download option. And there are multiple things you can find out. So there are two ways of jQuery download. jQuery Q capital letter. jQuery download. jQuery use process or usage process. So there are multiple things to use the jQuery. One is the download and use. One is the download and use. And one is the CDN link. CDN links. So I will tell you what about CDN links are. So whenever you are trying to download and use, you just go with the jQuery production version. There are two type of versions in the jQuery. Anyway, you are going with the download or CDN. There are two type of versions. One is the production version. One is the development version. Development version. So production version is basically compressed one, and smaller in size. Smaller in size. And come to the development version. Development version is basically a larger file in size, and uncompressed version. Uncompressed version. So that's what jQuery basically. Even we are downloading the jQuery or we are using the CDN links, both are two type of versions. One is the production version, one is the development version. So how the production version, how the development version we want to see. For example, let me go with the download compressed version. Let me go with the compressed version. You can see the compressed version. We can't able to find out the content, or you can't able to find out the code, all these things. And this is not having the spaces and new lines. And this is the compressed version. What I want to do is I will save the content in taking new file and save it. And let me save this into the 11 p.m. new folder 9/12 and jQuery underscore min.js. Why? Because this is a compressed version. That is the why reason I'm giving the name jQuery underscore min.js. So compressed version, you can't able to find out the new lines and spaces, all these things. This is the minified version, and we can't able to understand the code. And let me go to the development version. Uncompressed version. Uncompressed download version. When we go uncompressed download version, that should be completely different. Uncompressed download version. So this is you can have a lot of spaces and new lines available over there, and copy this content and make it paste into the new file, save it as, and jQuery.js. This is uncompressed version, which is going to be having a lot of spaces and new lines. Let me paste the content. Can we see this? So what is the major difference between the uncompressed version and compressed version? Compressed version, which is going to be not understanding the file, which is not going to be having new lines and spaces, all these things. But uncompressed version, you will be having a lot of spaces and new lines, which is going to be available. Both will be used. Let me save the notes also. Desktop, and this will be in the 11 p.m. 9/12. Sorry. And notes. Let me save this was notes. And first we are going with the download version, then we are going with the CDN links. So once we try with the downloaded one, let me create a new file, save it as demo.html. Okay, let me try to work out the script src. So that will be something like jQuery underscore min.js. jQuery underscore min.js. First of all, I'm accessing the library. After accessing the library, I'm trying to using this jQuery now. And let me try to create some HTML content. Let me create h1 hello web development. And now I'm trying to writing my own custom script open, script close. I want to access the h1. How to access the h1? If you want to access the h1, $h1 $h1 dot html. HTML is going to be inner HTML changing. HTML So Srinivas, I'm trying to giving the name of Srinivas. So this is the basically code which is something like JavaScript. In JavaScript, the same code which is going to be available in JavaScript, the same code which is going to be available. Document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag is going to be h1 of 0 and which is going to be having something like inner HTML and which is going to be having something like Srinivas. The same code we are trying to writing with the jQuery with the similar code but shorthand method. So what is the shorthand method in the jQuery? jQuery shorthand method is very simple, straightforward. $h1 $h1 dot html Srinivas. That's it. So $h1 is going to be accessing your element. In JavaScript, that is going to be same like document dot get elements by tag name h1 of 0. Instead of doing that, $h1 is enough. Instead of inner HTML, here HTML method is enough. And finally, output will be very similar. So output will be Srinivas. Instead of writing JavaScript, we are writing the jQuery. Instead of writing JavaScript, we are writing jQuery. That's it. So this is the teeny version of JavaScript. So anyway, JavaScript will work, but I'm not working with the JavaScript. I'm working with the jQuery. jQuery dollar is very important symbol. What is the dollar here? Dollar is nothing but jQuery. Dollar is nothing but jQuery. So you can write instead of dollar, you can write jQuery also. Instead of dollar, you can write jQuery also. jQuery of h1 dot html is Srinivas. So finally output will be Srinivas. That's all. That's all. So this is the way of using the minified version. At the same time, I'm trying to using the normal version, development version, which is not having spaces and new lines, but bigger in the size. Minified version is the lesser in the size. Okay, let me try to use the normal version, jQuery.js. I'm not using the minified version, jQuery.js. When I'm trying to using the jQuery.js, the same output you can able to see. Srinivas, content got updated. So this is the download and use. And there is the one more process of using jQuery, that is the CDN version. How to use the CDN version? Let me show. Taking new, and this will be the demo underscore CDN underscore dot html. So this is the CDN file I'm trying to using. When I'm trying to using the CDN, this normal downloaded one I don't want. So what I want to do is go to the jQuery.com, go to back, come down, you will find out some CDN links. So there are multiple CDN providers which are going to be available. CDNs are 24/7 running servers, clouds. From the clouds, I'm taking Google CDN. So let me take the Google CDN. Google CDN is providing the jQuery file, script file. So let me take the script file, attach in your program. So this is CDN file. This is not a downloaded one. And for CDN files, always internet connection is required. Internet connection is always required. Internet connection is always needed. For this download and use, no need to connect with internet. For this download and use, for CDN you have to use the internet connection. If you don't have the internet connection, you can't able to do what with the CDN content. Why? Because of this is loading from HTTPS, Ajax, Google APIs.com, Ajax Libs, jQuery 3.6.0, jQuery min.js. This is loading from the cloud. Okay, so output is same. There is no change with output. There is no change with output. Yes, I got Srinivas. So that is a way of using the download file, and that is a way of using work with the CDN file. Both are look like same. Now, what is the method called .html method? What is the method called .html? .html is going to be working with changing inner HTML, changing inner HTML of element, changing inner HTML of element. That is called .html method. Okay, so we are accessing elements now. In the same way, how to access classes. Next, save it as access classes. How to access classes? Processor is same. Procedure is same. So just want to copy the CDN link. Whatever the CDN link we have, I'm trying to copy in the CDN link. After that, I'm trying to work with the H1. So full stack web development. For this H1, I want to take a class. Let me take a class for the H1. Class is equal to 1. So if I'm having the class, not element. If it is element, just $h1 or $div. But this time we are going to be trying to accessing the class. If you're trying to accessing the class, dollar dot class name. What is the class name called? 1 dot HTML. I want to change the HTML of that. So same like Srinivas. Same like Srinivas. Finally, what is output of this? Output of the content is basically Srinivas. But inside the HTML, we are going to be giving full stack web development. Full stack web development got converted into the Srinivas. Why? Because of your jQuery is working. Instead of writing document dot get elements by class name of the class. At the same time, how to access IDs? Access ID dot HTML. If it is ID, if I don't have the class, I'm trying to accessing with ID. If it is ID, not class. If it is ID called 1. If I'm having the ID, what I require is with instead of the dot, I need to specify the hash. Why? Because jQuery look like CSS. In CSS, what number of selectors we are going to be available? All the selectors are coming into the jQuery also. In CSS, if you want to access ID, hash symbol is required. But in the part of the jQuery, we need to take a hash symbol again, and the name of the ID is 1 1.html. So you find the output 1.html got Srinivas. That's it. So we done with access elements. We done with access IDs. How to access elements? How to in jQuery? How to access elements in jQuery? Let me try to write something. Syntax I'm writing. Dollar and element name. Dollar element name dot whatever you want. You can do something like .html, whatever you want. Okay. HTML text will be here. Same time, I want to access the classes. How to access classes? Concept is same. Access classes in jQuery. Instead of elements, I want to work with the classes. How to access classes in jQuery? Instead of this element name, I need to give the dot class name. Dot class name. Concept is same. HTML text will be changing. All these things are going to be happening. In the same way, I want to access ID. How to access ID? Let me write the syntax for accessing ID. Access ID in jQuery. Access ID in jQuery is very simple. So instead of dot, what I want to do, so for classes, we need to give the dot. For ID, we need to give the ID name. ID name, HTML text will be here. That's it. That's it. This is the way of accessing elements. This is the way of accessing classes. This is the way of accessing IDs in jQuery. At the same time, if I want to change CSS in jQuery, change CSS in jQuery, change the CSS in jQuery. The one more DOM operation we are trying to work out how to change CSS. So whatever the element name we are going to be accessing, h1 dot method called CSS. Method called CSS. For suppose I want to change the color, color colon, and so this is not going to be colon. This will be red. So let me try with this. I want to change the h1 CSS color. I want to change. Copy this, paste new, save it as, and change CSS. Change underscore CSS dot HTML. What I want to do this time, I want to take Srinivas, but for Srinivas, I want to go with one more thing, dot CSS. There is a method called CSS, and there is option called color, and there is option called red. If I want to change one property, single property, you can directly write a method called CSS method. Now you got a color red, obviously. We got a color red, obviously. Why? Because of you are changing the color. But in JavaScript, the same code we need to write document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag we need to mention. Name of the tag we need to mention h1 of 0. Then we need to give the dot style dot color is equal to something like red. Instead of writing this line, I'm trying to writing this line. Instead of using the lengthy line of the code, I'm trying to using the short line of the code. $#1 dot CSS color red. One color, one property got updated with this particular element. Now change the CSS with multiple properties I want to go with. Change CSS with multiple dot HTML. If I want to change the multiple CSS properties, what I want to do with. So Control A, Control C, and Control A, Control V. Now what the final thing is, I want to access multiple properties in the same time. I don't want to go with the only color. I want to do with the multiple properties like font style, all these things. Then what we need to trying to doing is inside the dollar symbol, we need to take object. Instead of dollar symbol, take object. Okay, so dollar. I want to access the element. What is the element we have? #1 dot CSS and try to write object inside. Object nothing but key value pairs. Color red. I can choose my color. So with the same property, I want to implement multiple things. Comma this, and this is one object, for example, and comma one more object. Key value pairs. So first time I'm giving color red, second time I'm giving text align. Text align. That should be center. And one more is font face. You want font face or text decoration? No. Font style. Let me give the font style now. Font style is colon something like italic. So we are trying to providing multiple objects at the same time inside the CSS function, and that is going to be encloses with the parenthesis. And each and every key value pair separated with the colon, and each and every key value pair separated with the comma. We are having three properties. One is the color, one is the text line, one is the font style. And finally, guys, we try to understand. So we got Srinivas. That Srinivas got center aligned. Srinivas got a red color. And what are the properties which is not going to be applicable? Font style, italic, spelling mistake, italic. Font style, spelling mistake, italic. When I say italic, obviously this will be in the italic mode. Can we see this? Can we see this? So italic mode got applied. Italic mode got applied. In the same way, if you want to try to work with the attributes level, if you want to try with the attributes level, you can go with the attributes level. How to change attributes with jQuery? Attribute underscore jQuery. So let me change to work with attribute .html. Every time I want to take HTML file. So what my requirement is, I want to add one attribute for the div or h1. So what I want to do for that? Now we are working with attribute level. So $h1 or what is this one one dot and what do you want to do for this? What do you want to do for this? I want to change the attribute. So what is the attribute name? Attribute if I want to have the single attribute like a title, I can give the value something like a Srinivas full stack. Now try with the attribute, open in the default browser, and when I do hover on this Srinivas, I can see the title. So where we got the title? Title attribute not applied. Title, T-I-T-L-E, title, H-E-G-R. Yes, okay, open in the default browser. I can see, I do hover on this particular H1. H1 is not getting updated. Now, what is the problem with this? That is the problem. Because that is ID now. So whenever it is ID, #1 .attr title Srinivas full stack. So let me save this now and try to execute this one. And we got the title. We got the title Srinivas full stack on when we hover on the H1. When we do hover on the H1, we got the title. What is the title? We got Srinivas full stack. Yes, that is working. That is working fine. At the same time, if I want to try to apply multiple attributes at the same time, for example, for H1, I am writing the class dot one. That will be the class. So let me write the class called one. Dot one. I want to give the background color something like a brown color, and color will be white. At the same time, text line center. So that is my class called one. One is the class I'm trying to adding this. I don't want any class declared for that. And I want to add a title and a class at the same time. Instead of giving only title, I want to add a title and class same time. So #1 dot attr. Then I want to go with the function object. I want to go with the object. What is our object is going to be contained with the key and value pairs. The first key and value will be title and Srinivas full stack. Let me take that. And comma, I want to add a class. Comma, what is the class name? Colon, sorry. Here it will be the colon. Why? Because object containing a key value pair. First key is the title, value is Srinivas full stack. And the second key value is class, and value will be something like what is the value we have? Something like one. And finally, try to work out all these things. Class is going to be adding. Yes, class added already. Class added already. And when we do hover on this, you can see the title also. We can see the title also. So I hope ES6 features. What are the different kind of ES6 features which are going to be available in JavaScript? There are some restricted rules which are going to be available in part of ES6. Like a class concept is there, for loop is there, and variable creation, different keywords are there, and spread operator, some new operator is going to be available, and one more thing, array destruction, object destruction, some of the new features got available. We just go through all the features by today. So this is very simple, just look into this. Okay, so let me go with the introduction of the ES6. So what about introduction? ES6 is ECMAScript 6 or ES6. 2015. ECMAScript 2015 or ES6 is the sixth major edition of ECMAScript language. ECMAScript nothing but JavaScript. First version of JavaScript name is ECMAScript. Now the version is ECMAScript 2015. It defines the standard of JavaScript implementation and the features. What are the different kind of features which are going to be available in part of ES6? Let keyword, const keyword. Basically in JavaScript, normal ES5, we are using a keyword called var to define any variable. JavaScript is dynamic typed. JavaScript is what dynamic typed, like Python. In Python, there is no variable, there is no data type needed, even var also. But coming to the JavaScript, we need to give a global keyword called var. The same way, in the part of ES6, there is a keyword called let keyword. So let is going to be having some special feature. The variable scope is going to be having that particular function or that particular class. But whenever you are defining variable with a var, that variable is going to be accessible throughout the application. That is a problem, very big problem. Even functions also, even loops also, the variable is going to be accessing anywhere in the program. But that feature is going to be restricted by the ES6 let keyword. And one more is a const keyword. Const keyword is going to be creating constants. The value cannot be changed at any type of any time of the programming. That is called a const keyword. And we already know about for loop. We already know about for in. We already know about for each, all these things in JavaScript. But coming to the ES6, there is a one special loop is available called for up. This is a fast enumeration with characters or with numbers or with array, all these things. And one more is the template literals. The very important new feature got available. Some syntax is going to be available for the template literals. This is going to be going to create a multi-string, and this is going to be having some placeholder concept. Placeholder concept in Python is different, in different other programming languages different, but coming to the ES6 it is different. Template literals. And one more concept got available, default values for the functional parameters. In normal JavaScript, there is no default value for the functional parameter, but in ES6 you can able to define a default value for the functional parameter. So I'll tell that. And arrow functions, this is very important feature. Interview question, all these are interview questions, guys. What are the things which are going to be available here? All these things are interview questions in the React.js. If you want to go with the React job, first they will check about ES6 features about it. So arrow function is a very simple function. If you want to define some function, you can go with arrow. There is no need of writing function keyword. There is no need of writing curly braces, all these things. With arrow, you can do all these things. Next, classes. Common object-oriented feature like class. We don't have that much object-oriented programming in the part of ES6, but we have the concept of class. We have the concept of object, all these things here. So how to create class, how to create object, I will show. Then coming to the modules concept is very important. Very important. Why? Because of we already seen in the yesterday program, we created a React application and app.js is going to be injecting into the index.js, and app.js is injecting into the index.js, header.js, footer.js injecting into the app.js. So something like a import export concept, something like a import export, one file to another file, how to access some features. I want to access some variables, I want to access some functions, I want to access some elements. If we want to access, first of all, we need to import this. Before import, we need to export there. When we are exporting, then only we can able to import. That features are going to be available with the modules concept. I will tell that. And rest parameter, very good parameter. Rest parameter. This rest parameter is going to be having multiple parameters at the same time. You can define with a simple concept. N number of parameters. I want to define 1000 parameters. You can define with 1000 parameters with a triple dot. Triple dot is collection. I'll tell that. And one more is a spread operator. You can able to spread whatever the collection is there. That collection I just want to make it spread in the output. Then you can use the spread operator. And the last one is the destructing assignment. Destructing. Suppose I want to destruct the array, I want to destruct the object, you can able to easily destruct that. So these are the 11 features which are going to be available in part of ES6. So we will see all these features one by one. One by one we will see. The first one is what? Let keyword. So what about the let keyword? I will show. So some theory is there. You can read the theory. Theory is nothing. Basically in JavaScript we have the var keyword, but in the part of ES6 we have the let keyword. That is the only difference. That is not only the difference. What is the benefit of the let keyword? We need to get understand. Okay, in ES5 we have the var keyword. For loop we are writing for var I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. So whenever you are defining something like this, you can able to access the I value after the loop also. After the loop I am accessing I. After the loop I am accessing I. So this is going to be having something, and this is going to be having something output. So what is the output of the ES6? First we will see. What is the output of the ES5? We will see first. Without ES6, first we will see the output of ES5. For where I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. This is what actually, guys. This is what actually. I value initialized with 0. I value is going to be checking with the condition I less than 5. Condition is true. If condition is true, I is going to be incrementing. If condition is going to be true, some block of the code is going to be printing, some 0 is going to be printing. Next, I is plus plus. I incremented by 1. I incremented by 1. 1 less than 5. Condition is true. Then I value print. Then I plus plus. I value 2. 2 less than 5. Condition is true. If condition is true, value is going to be printing. Next, I value incremented by 1. 3. 3 less than 5. Condition is true. 4 less than 5. Condition is true. 5 less than 5. Condition is not true. If condition is not going to be true, automatically loop will terminate. Condition is not true, automatically loop will terminate. See, some of the people don't know about the basic JavaScript, I think so, for loops and all. Don't worry, just look into that. Just look the feature. This is a for loop. So whenever we are writing the for loop like this, automatically output is what? Basically 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. For loop is over, but still I value is coming. After the loop, still I value is using, right? I value is alive. Inka batke undi. I value inka batke undi. So I value is coming actually. So if I am writing a document.write hr I is coming. If I am writing one more line, I plus or I into 6, it will come or not? I value is still alive, right? I value is still alive. So I value is manipulating, but I don't want to do manipulate like this. I value need to be restricted. I value need to be restricted in the for loop. Throughout the program, I value is accessing. This is not a right way of programming, good programming. So JavaScript is not good programming. ES6 TypeScript is good programming then. Why? Because of strict rules we need to follow for the big programs or heavy applications. Whenever you want to create modern application, heavy application, that application need to have some strict rules. I value should not be alive after the loop. So for that, we have the feature. That feature is called ES6 let feature. What let can do? What let can do? Instead of where I am putting let, let I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus, then document.write I, and after the loop, we are trying to printing the I. So what is the output of this? I'm just switching off the ES5 feature. I'm going with the ES6 feature now. Open this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I value is not alive. After the loop, I value is not alive. After the loop, actually, I'm calling the I value. What is the output of this? I value is not alive. Yes or no? Yes or no? So I value is not alive. So if you want, you can just try to do print console.log I. Console.log I. You can check it out. You can check it out. So go to the inspector. Go to the inspector. Just go to the console. What is this? Uncaught reference error. I is not defined. You are trying to accessing the I, right? You're trying to accessing the I, but console.log I is error. Console.log I is error. Syntax is not error. Syntax is correct. Console is correct. Log is correct. Parenthesis is correct. I value is also correct, but I value is not alive. I value is not alive. That is the reason. So ES6 is basically strict rules. Some of the strict rules available in the JavaScript. Those rules we are learning first before going to React. So this is the best rule. This is the benefit rule. And normally variables, how to create variables, guys, in JavaScript, where x is equal to where emp id is equal to 1001, where emp name is equal to something like Srinivas. So you can define something like this, where emp salary ఎంత తీసుకున్నది $10,000. So something like this. This is what actually where inside the ES6 you can able to create the same variables name. emp id is equal to 1002. Let emp name Jagadish, and let emp salary గట్టిగా తీసుకో చాలా మైనస్ బోనస్ cuttings. Okay, so this is what actually salary. Okay, so where keyword is going to be available in ES5, let keyword is available in ES6, but there is no difference of declaring variables. There is no difference of declaring variables. But where is the difference? The difference is something like this. The feature where let is going to be used. Let is going to be making some strict for the loops and classes, some conditions, all these things. That is the very reason let keyword is going to be used. But here the syntax is same. Only the where replaced with let. Where replaced with let. That is okay. And I can able to print the values. How to print the values? Document.write. If you want, go with console.log, and emp name. What is the emp name now? I just want to print the console.log emp name. What is the output of emp name? So I can able to see the emp name in console. So whenever you got the error, automatically emp id also already declared. Okay, so one time declaration, second time is not allowed. emp id 1, name 1, salary 1. Okay, let me print emp name 1. Okay, so Jagadish need to come, but Jagadish will not come. Why? Because of error. Why? Because of error. So you have the error, right? So after closing this error, then only it will come. So this error is coming. I just want to make it comment this. Now we can able to see uncaught reference error. I is not defined again. Okay, document.write. One more is there. That is also I need to make it switch off. Without error, then only program will execute. Now maybe Jagadish, you can see. You can see Jagadish. If it is having error, it will not come. If it is having error, it will not come. So that is the JavaScript ES6 programming. And this is the let keyword. And one more keyword is the const keyword. What is the const keyword? Const pi 3.14 console.log pi. Pi is equal to 10. Pi is equal to 10. So I'm trying to updating the value for pi. I'm trying to updating the value for pi. So if I'm trying to updating the value for pi, it will not work. It will not work. So can you see this? Can you see this? Just try to observe. Try to observe. So what is the output of this? Assignment constant variable. Pi is equal to 10. Pi is equal to 10. Error. What is the error? The error is very, very clear. The error is very, very clear. Uncaught type error. Assignment to constant variable. Assignment to constant variable. You are trying to assign a constant variable to value, then automatically it will give error. For example, if I take this one let, if I take this one let is mutable. Let is mutable, but const is immutable. Immutable, nothing but not changeable. Okay, nothing but this one. So now you can see the console output 3.14. 3.14. I got. But value updated, right? After updating the value, what is the output of the PI? After updating the value, what is the output of the PI? After updating the value is 10. 3.14, 10. First value initialized with the 3.14, then value got updated with 10. So updation is possible. Changeable. Variable is changeable. What is the meaning of variable? It's vary. What is the meaning of variable? Variable in the name only there. Variable, changeable, vary. One person can able to transform with the multiple phases. Suppose, for example, Jagadish, morning time something like different, afternoon something like different, evening time something like different, evening time, night time something like different. So there are many phases, there are many transformations for the person. Okay. So for example, if I'm teaching the class, I'm the teacher. In the home, I'm a parent. Okay. So somewhere I'm a friend. Different kind of transformations, different kind of phases. It's nothing but vary. A person can able to vary. The same time, a variable can able to vary the value. Anytime variable can able to update the value, but constant is can't able to change. Constant is value can't able to change. So that is the major difference between the variable and constant. And here we are working with what? Const. We are working with const. Const is constants. Okay, so but however, constants are going to be changing with the object level. Variable level it will not change, but object level you can able to update the value for object. For example, there is an object called person. Name is Peter. Age is 28. Console.log. So Peter Uddu. So I'll put Jagadish. So I'll put Jagadish here. So person is object. Object declared with the curly braces. Open curly braces, closing curly braces. Inside open curly braces and closing curly braces, key is name, value is Jagadish. Key is age, value is 22. And console.log, person.age. What is the person.age now? 22. But I want to update the value for person.age is equal to 30. Yeah, it will possible. It will possible, but object level it is possible. Now, what is the output of this? Changing object, console.log I want to check now. Just go to the console.log. Just go to the console.log. What is the console log output? Uncaught error. So that error is coming, that is fine. So if I switch off this, then only you can go with the program. Remaining consoles will come. If you solve this, then only remaining console outputs will come. Now you see, I'm not printing the value now. I'm not printing the value of this. Can I print the value? Person.age 30. 30 is coming, right? Age is what now? Age is what now? Age is 30. So value updated. Value updated. So that is possible. That is possible. So here value is age before or before age. Before age. After age. Before marriage. After marriage. Marriage ఎప్పుడు చేసుకుంటాం అప్ప వద్దులే 25 లో చేసేసుకో 25 చేద్దాం. So that's fine. So this is going to be having before marriage is 22, after marriage is 25. So you can able to change the value for object. with const. But const, this is const, right? This is const, but you can able to change the value for the object. You can able to change the value for the array, but you can't able to change the value for the variable, like data type integer, data type string, data type boolean. You can't able to change, but data type object you can change, data type array you can change. One more interview question. One more interview question for constant. Okay, so try to understand this. Yes, you can add. You can add new property also. So that we will see. And next, for of loop. For of loop. What is a for of loop? Basically, we know about loops, right? We know about for loop. What is a for loop, Andy? For let I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to 5, or less than 5, I plus plus. This is basically for loop. This is basically for loop. Let me write console.log. Console.log. Oh my god, 10 minutes. Console.log. Console.log I. I just printing the I. So this is the basically. Yes, yes. Console.log I. Okay, so let me make it switch off all these things. Now this is basically for loop. This is basically for loop. So what is the output of the for loop? Let me print the for loop now. Console. Yeah. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to means 5 also printed. 5 also printed. So this is basically for loop. We know for loop in the JavaScript. We know for loop in the JavaScript. I want to print the array of values. For example, I want to go with the where. No, I'll go with the let. Let me take a fruits. Okay, let me take a apple. Banana. Common. Every example is going to be having lemon. Is nice for health. Next, for loop. For let fruit is equal to 0, and fruit less than or less than fruits dot length. Fruit less than fruits dot length. Fruit is different, fruits is different. Try to understand. Fruit is single fruit, fruits is multiple fruits, a bunch of fruits. Next, fruit plus plus. Fruit plus plus. Just try to understand the program. What is happening? Yeah, this is what actually now document dot right now. Can I go with console.log? Console.log. What is the output of console.log? Console.log. Fruit. Console.log. Fruit. What is the output of fruit now? What is the guess? Guess the output of fruit. ఏం కాదు less than అంటే okay less than. చెప్పండి. What is the output of the fruits? What is the output of the fruit? Anybody guess? What is the output of the console.log? What is the output of console.log? Already some people done with the JavaScript. Tell me. People done with the JavaScript. You people tell me. Already done with the Java. So whenever you want to work with the for loop, very simple. For let I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to 5, I plus plus console.log. And whenever you want to work with the for in is also very simple. Let fruit in fruits. So we got a lot of fruits over there, and we are going to be fetching each and every fruit from the fruits, and this is the for in. So this is also fast iteration, and now we are going to be working on for in loop, for each loop. No, sorry, what is this? For of loop. So how to work with the for of loop? So there is letters array. In this array we have a lot of characters like A, B, C, D, E, and I want to iterate each and every letter from the letters. So let letter of letters. So whenever you have the in, there we are going to be giving of. So when we guess off, and automatically we can go with the document.write letter. Each and every letter I can able to fetch. So that is the one way. And if it is not array, it is a string, basically iterating over the string. So this is the string. From the string, I want to iterate each and every character. From string, I want to iterate each and every character. It means H I am accessing, E I am accessing, L I am accessing, and space also I am accessing. For each and every character, I want to fetch the thing. So that is actually called a for off loop. So you can able to get each and every character from the particular array. At the same time, each and every character from the particular word. So word iteration or array iteration. Array is going to be breaking, word is going to be breaking. So that is going to be possible by the for off loop. And it is very important in the part of the year 6. And important concept now, there is a concept called template literals. See, what is a template literal? The template literal syntax is like this. This is the template literal. This is the template literal. So whenever you want to write a template literal, you can write like this. So hello, React.js. So you can write like this. You can write like this, and str is going to be, this is not single equal to, this is not double equal to. This is not single equal to, this is not double equal to. This is called escape character. Escape character open, escape character close. That is called template literal. So whenever I'm going to be giving escape character, you can able to print the string. That is not a problem. And this is going to be having the simple string printing. So how to give the string alert str, alert str. So what is the str output? Str output is basically hello React.js now. Hello React.js now. So what I want to do now, I want to do simple thing. I want to make it this hello React.js. Instead of hello React.js, I want to go with the one more str. Str is equal to, I want to paste some more things. Now you clearly observe that. So I want to write like this. Whenever I want to write 2 lines of the code, React.js and Node.js, and I want to write Express.js. So this is a multi-line string. This is the multi-line string. So suppose this is str1, and this time I want to print the str1. So I'm giving the alert str1. Alert str1. So what is the output of the str1 now? So first of all, str is going to be printing hello React.js. Immediately I got React.js, Node.js, Express.js, and this is going to be printing line by line. The line by line is going to be having, so we are going to be printing str1 in the part of the pre tag. So what is the pre tag then? What is the pre tag then? So instead of hello React.js, I got React.js, Node.js, Express.js line by line. Yes or no? So that is basically template literal. There is a one more usage of the template literal. What is the usage of template literal? For example, a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20, and result the sum of the a and b. A is some placeholder, b is some placeholder, and summation is one placeholder. That summation is a plus b. A plus b having some calculation. First of all, sum of a is nothing but what? 10. B is nothing but what? 20. And is dollar of a plus b. What is a plus b then? 30. So sum of the 10 and 20 is 30. Output is what? Output is what? Sum of the 10 and 20 is 30. So 10 is going to be taking by the placeholder called dollar curly braces a, and 20 is going to be taking by the dollar curly braces b. Two placeholders we are going to be taking. First placeholder, second placeholder. First placeholder got stored 10 value. Second placeholder got stored 20 value. Both values are going to be making calculation. That calculation we are going to be printing result. So this is the result. This is the result addition. This is the result addition. But I want to go with the result subtraction. Whenever you want to go with the result subtraction, you can go with that. So how to go with the result subtraction? I want to go with the document.write break. So what is the usage of break? What is the usage of break? Next line. So breaking the line. Then I want to take subtraction. How to work with the subtraction? How to work with the subtraction, guys? So the subtraction of a and b is a minus b. A minus b. So document.write this time I want to go with the result of subtraction. So what is the result of subtraction? Now this time result of subtraction is this one, and this time result of addition is this one. So now we got addition, we got a subtraction. Now we got addition, we got a subtraction. Let's see where is the addition, where is the subtraction. So we got two alert boxes. After that, sum of the 10 and 20 is 30, but I don't get this one. Dollar result. Okay. R missing. Okay. We got two things now. So two alert boxes. After that, the sum of the 10 and 20 is 30. Subtraction of 10 and 20 is minus 10. So you can able to print template titles like this. Suppose I want to go with some other things like where, or now let me go with the let emp id is equal to 1001. Let emp name something like Govardhan. Let me give a string like a Govardhan. But I want to go with the details of the employee. How to print the details of employee? Document.write. I want to go with the template titles now. So how to go with the template titles? So this is the what actually we want to take. This is what we want to take. So now you tell me inside the template title, I want to access the dollar, the first one dollar curly braces, right? Dollar curly braces. So curly braces open, curly braces close, and Govardhan employee name. This is employee name. Employee name having dollar curly braces and this salary. Sorry, this is ID. And getting salary and getting salary. Let me give the salary here. Let EMP salary is equal to something like 40,000. So what I want to do, getting dollar curly braces and employee salary. See, I'm just going to be having a complicated string. This is complicated string. Whenever I want to get a single word string, in this particular string, I want to get placeholders. The first placeholder is employee name. Second placeholder is employee ID. Third placeholder is salary. The word you are going to be creating in the meaningful way. So first one, employee name. Employee name, nothing but Govardhan having 1001 ID. 1001 ID and getting this much salary and getting 40,000 salary. I want to print this one. But before that, I want to take a break. After the subtraction also, I'm taking a break. So this template title, I'm getting make stop. Now I don't want to put any alert boxes and all. Just try to work out this one. First one addition, second one subtraction, third one is employee details I'm going to be printing. So what is the output of this? Now we got the output, Govardhan having 1001 ID and getting 40,000 salary. A complicated string I got created with the template literals. Which is going to be nothing but taking placeholders by the expression. So what is this concept called expression? What is this concept? Suppose I'm going to be writing something. So dollar curly braces. This is called actually expression. So expressions are going to be working. Expressions are working inside the template literals. Expressions are working inside template literals. Expressions are working inside template literals. This is template literal syntax. What is the syntax of the template literal? This is the syntax. This is the open escape and this is the closing escape. This is the concept of template literal. Syntax of the template literal is this one. This is the syntax of the template literal. Whatever you want, you can write inside. This is the simple syntax of the template literal, not single quote, not double quote. One is the escape code, one is escape close. Escape open, escape close. Escape as entry point, escape as a exit point. So that is actually syntax for the template literal. So try to understand this. And the same concept if you want to do in ES5. For example, sir, I don't have any concept of template literal, sir. I'm just using the plain JavaScript. We already know about the plain JavaScript. The same concept we are going to be working in the part of ES5. If you want to create a multi-line string, we need to go with the new line \n. Whenever you want to give the some tab, you need to give the \t. But with React.js, with the concept of template literal, with the ESCX feature, what we are trying to doing is we are trying to putting the escape character. By the escape character, no need to write this one. No need to write this one, and no need to write the plus symbol. Directly escape open, escape close. That is going to be breaking the strings. The next one, the next important thing is whenever you have the two variables and whenever you want to go with the result, then we need to give what? Sum of plus a plus concatenation. We need to work with the concatenation. Concatenation basically somewhat of a confusing topic. So people can't able to understand, sir, what is a single quoted added? Single quoted added for one string, and A is going to be concatenating with the plus and plus. A is going to be concatenating with plus and plus. So without having this confusion, we are directly having the dollar and curly braces. Dollar and curly braces is going to be placing the value there. But here, if you want to place the value in the plain JavaScript, you need to work with this plus a plus a variable name plus. That is basically concatenating your string. Same concept. I'm going to be working, for example, of employee, or now I'm going to be working with the student ID. Student ID, where student ID? This is time of ES5 where, right? Where student ID is equal to 101, and where student name is equal to something like Tirupa, and where student salary or student salary so is equal to something like 2 lakhs 30,000. Suppose I want to print the resulted string. How to print the resulted string? Where resulted string, so result str. What is the result str now? I want to print a document.write. That document.write is going to, so the string, first of all, we want to make it greater. So employee name, who is the employee name? Tirupa, right? So I want to give the Tirupa first. So how to give Tirupa first? Employee name called, then I want to give the plus, and I want to give the plus. Employee name called student name. Is having ID. So ID I want to make it create. If you want to make it ID create, you need to call the ID. Is having ID and getting means getting plus salary. How to give the salary again? Inside this student salary. And salary. So see, this one is complicated one. This one is bit confusing topic. Right? This one is bit complicated. This one is bit confusion. Why? Because of every time we are going to be making string concatenation. So by the string concatenation, you are going to be confusing with the single quotes and you are going to be confusing with the pluses. We are using a lot of pluses over there. For each and every variable, we need to give the plus before, plus after. And we need to close with the strings in the single quotes or double quotes. So people are confusing with this concept of ES5. So that is why reason ES6 feature came. With ES6, we are going to be using the template literal. With the template literal, we are going to be using the called expressions. With expressions, this concept is making easier. So here you see, this is very simple, right? In ES6, this is very simple. In template literal, we are going to be taking the expression called employee name having employee ID and getting this much salary. So it is simple basically. So this is the way of using the template literal in the part of the ES6. And then one more important feature, default value parameters. For example, how to create with the default value parameters. Suppose whenever you are going to be creating a function, you are going to be creating the function directly for the parameter, we are giving the value. So name is equal to world. Name is equal to world, or something like name is equal to React.js. Now, next, in the part of the function block, I'm going to be returning something. Return hello, and again I'm going to be using template literal. Return hello name. Hello name. What is the name contained with? Name already having something like React.js. Name already containing with something like React.js. Okay, so that React.js I want to update with Node.js. If you want, you can update with the Node.js. How to update with the Node.js? Document.write. Say hello of Node.js. Then this is Node.js, and this is the React.js. Now you see the output is very simple. The default value parameter. First thing is hello React.js. Second thing is hello Node.js. If you want to do update, you can do update with the Node.js. So if you want to do update by the calling of function, you can pass the value. By the calling of function, you can pass the value. By the calling of the function, you are not passing the value here. You are not passing the value. You are not passing the string. By default, some string is coming. What is the string coming? React.js is coming. But the second line, we are trying to passing the value for the default value parameter. Default value ni we are going to be updating with some other value. Default value is React.js. We are updating the value with the Node.js. So that is possible. So let me write one more example for this. Suppose I am going to be writing a function emp details. emp details. In the part of emp details, I am going to be writing the details of the emp. id is equal to id is the first parameter. id is equal to 101, and the name is equal to something like a Srinivas. Name is equal to something like Srinivas. And one more thing, comma, salary is equal to something like I'm going to be giving 35,000. Now this function is going to be having something now return. So this is going to be having template literal again. So take a template literal, and here this is going to be name is name, and comma name this one, and id which is going to be having again curly braces, and id. Don't give id. Basically id is keyword. id is what? Keyword. I'm going to be using employee id. So copy the employee id over there and give here, and salary. So this function is executing now. This function is executing with the value. So what is the salary now? Salary. What is the salary now? Salary. If I call the function, if I call the employee details, what is going to be happen? If I call the employee details, what is going to be happen? What is the output of this function? So this is going to be returning something, right? This is going to be returning something, and this is going to be available with the employee details. Employee details I'm going to be printing in document.write, or you can give alert box. Let me write document.write. Okay, fine. Now you can check it out. After this, hello Node.js, hello React.js, I want to give the break. How to give the break? Document.write break. That's it. Now see the output of this program. This program already having some output called hello React.js, hello Node.js. Then name Srinivas, ID 1001, and salary 35,000, which is not going to be having any value passing. We are not passing any value for the function. But in JavaScript, compulsory we need to pass the value dynamically. But here we are not passing any value here. But all the values are default. Default value is this one, and default value is this one, and default value is this one. Is it clear? For example, sir, you can able to override the values also. How to override the values? For example, I want to write one more document.write break, and after that I want to give the one more employee details. This one, write again. This one, write again. If I'm writing again like this, employee details, I'm going to be giving something like 1 or 2, passing the values, 1 or 2, and something like Chandrakala. What is the spelling of Chandrakala? Chandrakala, and Chandrakala is going to be giving 30,000. So now this document.write is passing the values. We are passing the values for emp id, we are passing the value for the emp name, and we are passing the value for salary again. And finally output is what? Now this time name Chandrakala, ID 10102 and salary is 30,000. So default value we can able to give, and we can able to give assignment. That is what actually ES6 feature. But in normal plain JavaScript we can't able to provide any default values. So there is a one example without having default values and all in ES6, ES5. So ES5 also you can check it out. In ES5 there is no value assignment. There is no value assignment, only parameter written. Only parameter writing, parameter written. But coming off ES6, we are having a default value also you can able to provide. For example, EMP salary is not going to be changing for employees. EMP salary is not going to be changing for employees. In that time, I don't want to change the salary. Salary will be the default parameter value. Only the name and ID you can change. Only the name and ID you can change. Can I write the program for that? Can I write the program for that? So I'm writing one more function now. I'm writing one more function now. This function is student details. Student details. So in the part of student details, I'm going to be writing something, and student ID is going to be getting changed every time. Student ID is going to be changing every time. So underscore, you can take underscore. Okay, student ID you can able to change every time. Student ID, comma, name you can able to change every time. The name, comma, and salary for the students or marks for the students. Marks. Okay, marks may be common marks people are actually coming, or grade. Can I give grade? Grade is equal to something like A grade. All these particular students are A grade students. Then what I want to do, return name is name, and student name is student ID. Yeah? This is student ID. First one is student ID. Student ID is this one. Call the student ID, and this one this time. Sorry. This is the name. Okay, no problem. So this is the name. Name is, call the name, and the grade. And the grade is grade. Name something. 2 commas. Now tell me, whenever I want to access this particular employee details. Okay, let me access this document.write student details. Can I call the student details directly? Can I call the student details? So student details, inside student details, I want to pass the 2 things, but I'm not passing anything. I'm just calling the function of student details. What is the output of student details? Guess. What is the output of student details? Guess. Student details, undefined grade. Undefined grade. Why? Because undefined. Why undefined? We don't have any values for the first 2 parameters, but the third parameter we have the default value parameter. That default value parameter is what? A grade. So A grade value is coming. This is not giving any output error. So first one is undefined, second one is undefined, and grade will be having value. Okay, so next time if I want to call the function, I want to pass the values of the student ID and student name. So 1 out of 1, and this one Tirupa. And second time I want to pass the value. Govardhan. So 1 or 2, passing the value 1 or 2 Govardhan. So try to understand, guys. This is very, very important. Govardhan. So now you see the output. After this, you take a break every time. Take a break this time. Semicolon break. Semicolon break. Semicolon break. Now you see. So we got.
This conference will now be recorded.
So we try to finish all the ES6 today. And tomorrow onwards, we go with the React.js features, concepts, all these things. Props, states, different kind of concepts, all these things we will see from tomorrow onwards. And today we will go with the remaining part in the part of ES6. So we already discussed something in ES6. What is a feature called let? What is a feature called const? And what is a feature called template literals? And one more is default parameters for functions. and one more is for off loop. So how to work with the for off loop, all these things we got discussed, and the remaining things we will close today. And today I'm going to be closing with ES6. And let us go with the next important feature called arrow functions. Arrow functions. So basically we know normal JavaScript functions. How to write normal JavaScript function? Function name, function name, function name, function name, curly braces open, curly braces close. For example, if I want to define some normal function, how to define normal function in JavaScript? Function name, hello all. Function name. Function is a keyword to declare any function. Name of the function is hello all, and which is going to be having something curly braces open, curly braces close. And what is this? This is function body. This is function body. Okay. So what I want to do today is I want to declare with different kind of functions in JavaScript first. Then I will go with the arrow functions. So how to write a normal function? How to write a normal function? Functions in JavaScript. Functions in JavaScript. Why? Because of some people don't know about functions, new people. So that is the reason I just want to explain about functions first. Then I will go with the new feature called arrow functions. So functions in JavaScript. In JavaScript, functions are defined with function keyword. Function keyword. In JavaScript, functions are defined with function keyword. Function name is our custom name. Function name is our custom name. Whatever the name you want, you can put the name. Our custom name. You can define the function name as a custom name. Any name you can take. Any name you can take. This is not predefined. Function keyword is predefined. Function name is your wish. And function name rules and regulations. Function name rules and regulations. What are the rules for the function name? If you want to define a function, don't start with the first point. Function name don't start with the number. Function name don't start with the number. Don't start with the number. This is the first important point we have to remember. Function name don't start with the number. And second important point, function name should not have spaces. Function name should not have spaces. One more important point, function name should not have any special character without underscore. Function name should not have any special character. Should not have any special character. Special characters without underscore. Without underscore. Underscore only allowed. Without underscore, any special character will not be allowed for the function name. And one more important point. Function name should not be a keyword of JavaScript. Function name should not be a keyword from JavaScript. Keyword from JavaScript. So these are the different kind of rules and regulations whenever you are going to be defining some function name. First rule is function name don't start with number. Function name should not have spaces. Third point, function name should not have any special character without underscores. And fourth point, function name should not be have keyword from JavaScript. Function name is not a function. Function name is not a where. Function name is not a let. Function name is not a if. Function name is not a switch. Function name is not for, something like this. So there are some JavaScript keywords available. Those particular keywords we can't able to use inside the function name for the function. Function keyword is important. then function name is important. Hello all is my custom name. Hello all is what? My custom name. So I can define this function name. I can say that any kind of function name, but this particular function name need to follow some rules and regulations. If it is custom, custom means custom. You can define any name, but at any name వచ్చింది కదా అని చెప్పేసి ఏదైనా అది రాయొద్దు. There are some rules and regulations we need to be follow. So those particular rules and regulations I'm going to be defining here. Then I'm going to be writing a simple function, guys. Function hello all. This is the function body. What I want to do for this hello all. I'll let just I'm saying hello all. That's it. I'm writing some function. That function is going to be having something. Can you see this? I'm defining some function called function hello all. Inside the body, body is actually available inside the curly braces. And alert hello all. Then finally, I just want to execute the program. What is the output of the program? Nothing. What is the output of the program? Nothing. Why? Because of you are defining function, but you are not calling the function. You are defining some function. Function declaration is okay, but you are not actually accessing the function inside the script. So how to access the function? The second point, a very important point, is call function or access function. Call function or access function. How to access function? Very simple thing. How to call function, how to access function? Very simple thing. Whatever the name of the function, you need to be make it call. Whatever the name of the function you have, that function name you need to call. That's it. Hello all, I'm just calling. We are defining some function, we are calling the function. That's it. Okay. What is the output of the program? Just guess. Output of the program is simple alert box. Output of the program is simple alert box. We are defining a plain function, normal function. That function got executed. When function got executed, we got the output. Hello all. Okay, so there are multiple kind of functions. There are multiple kind of functions. The second kind of function, this is the plain function, normal function. This is the normal function. This is the plain function or normal function. There is the one more kind of function called function with parameters. Function with parameters. Function with parameters. How to define a function using with parameters? Okay, so I want to define a function, that particular function having some parameters inside. So let me write a function. How to define function? Function. And now I want to define with add. And I want to define with x comma y. X comma y. Now you have to tell me what is this x, what is this y. X is the first parameter, y is the second parameter. A number of parameters you are going to be adding with the comma separate. Number of parameters we are going to be adding with the comma separate. So function add is the function name. Add is the function name. Inside the parenthesis, we are going to be giving two parameters. First parameter is x, second parameter is y. So parameter names also our custom defined ones. Parameter names also our custom defined ones. Now I want to define something like where z is equal to x plus y. Where z is equal to x plus y. I want to print alert box. Alert z. Alert z. That's it. That's it. Very simple thing. I'm going to be defining a function keyword. Function name is add. Inside this particular parenthesis, we are going to be giving two parameters. First parameter is x, second parameter is y. And where z is equal to, in the body of the function, we are going to be defining one more variable called z. Z is equal to, z is the left side value. Always right side value is placing into the left side value. Right side value x plus y. Some operation is going to be performed. X plus y, some operation is going to be performed. So whatever the value for the x, whatever the value for the y, those two particular values are going to be addition or adding. So one is the plus is working for concatenation, plus is working for addition. If you are going to be providing numbers, plus is working as addition, arithmetic operator. If you are providing strings for the x and y, it is going to be working as concatenation operator, concatenating. Now finally alert z. Alert z. Okay, I need to call the function. How to call the function, guys? How to call function? Call function. Now call the function add x and y. I need to pass two values. For x, I'm passing value called 10. For y, I'm passing a value called 12. Now, if I execute this particular program, we got execute two functions. First function is say hello, hello all. Second function is add function. When add function got executes, I got alert something like 10 plus 12. 10 plus 12 is going to be adding in the Z, alert Z will come. Output of browser is two alert boxes now. First alert box is this, second alert box is this. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, let me execute the program now. So refresh the program. First alert box is hello all, and the second alert box we got 22. 10 plus 12. 10 plus 12 basically 22. Okay, so I need to call the function one more time now. Add of something like Srinivas and comma. I'm going to be giving something like now you tell me. I'm passing two parameters now. The first parameter is Srinivas, second parameter is Gorantla. Srinivas is going to be adding to the x, Gorantla is going to be passing to the y. And x plus y, Srinivas plus Gorantla. Z is equal to Srinivas Gorantla. Second alert box. First alert will be 10-12 execution. Second execution will be Srinivas Gorantla. So now you tell me the output. Output is very simple. First alert is hello all. That is the first function execution. First function already executed. Second function executed. Second function calling two times. First time we are calling with two numbers. Second time we are calling with Srinivas and Gorantla concatenating. First time we are calling, we are making addition. Second time we are calling, we are making concatenation. Why? Because of string plus string. Number plus string. Integer plus string. Integer plus float. Float plus string. String plus number plus string. String plus number plus string. Number plus number plus string. Number string. Finally string. Number string. First number is going to be making addition, then it is going to be making concatenation. So later we will discuss all these things in the part of JavaScript. So next class. Okay, so coming to this one, we got a function with parameters, and one more kind of function. Function with return type. So this is the one more kind of function. So how to define a function with return type? Function with return type. So how to write a function with return type? Let me tell you. So I'm going to be writing one more function. This is called a subtraction, and where z is equal to x minus y, and return z. Now you tell me how to execute output of this. Where subtraction value. This is going to be returning of subtraction of 12 minus 4 or 12 comma 4. So try to understand this third kind of function. Third kind of function is function with return type. What I'm doing here, subtraction is the function name, x comma y two parameters, z is equal to x minus y, return z. What is this return is going to be do? Whenever function is executing, some value is going to be giving to the variable. It is going to be returning something. So whenever you are going quitting the room, you are going to be making the lock the door. So you have the another work. Whenever you are completing the first work, you are doing the another work. That is what actually returns. Function is one work actually. Whenever this function is executing, some work is going to be done. When this work is going to be done, some other work need to be executed. That other work is actually returning some value. Whenever this function is calling, it is going to be returning something. Whenever you are going to be attending the marriage, you are taking a gift. You are going with a gift. You are giving the gift. That is what actually returns. Returns. You are doing the job. You are getting the salary. Returns. Sir, you are going to restaurant. You are eating food. Returns. Going restaurant is one work. Eating food is another work related to that particular one. So when this particular function is executing, return value is going to be taking. That return value somewhere you need to be stored. So where I am going to be storing? In another variable called sub value. So finally alert this subtraction value, whatever the subtraction value we have, that I'm putting there. So finally execute this, guys. First alert is hello all. Plain function is executing. Second one 22. Third one Srinivas Goretla. The last one is 8. Last one is 8. What is this 8? 8 is coming from 12 minus 4. 12 minus 4. What is that? 12 minus 4? Basically 8. So returns some value.
This conference will now be recorded.
Now you see the arrow functions now. Now you see the arrow functions. Arrow functions are very, very simple, guys. So see the difference between the normal function, arrow function. Function expression, where sum is equal to function of a comma b. We already written this now. Function with return type. Sorry, now this is function with return type. So function a comma b. A comma b is nothing but what? 2 parameters. And return a plus b. What is this a plus b? Some addition. A plus b is what? Some addition. So document dot write sum of 2 comma 3. Then document dot write br break. So this is the normal function, plain function. But how the same function we are writing into arrow function. This same function which is going to be replacing with arrow function. That sum function is very simple function, we know that. But the same function, how to work with the arrow function. See, can you see observe? Where sum is equal to, this time this is the let sum is equal to a comma b. A comma b nothing but parenthesis. So parameters. Inside parenthesis you need to give 2 parameters. Then arrow is nothing but your curly braces open, curly braces. Arrow is nothing but what? Your curly braces open, curly braces close. That's it. That's it. हो गया. Document dot write sum of 2 comma 3. Arrow function is very, very simple. Arrow function is very, very simple. Without writing curly braces open, curly braces close, and without writing function keyword. There is no function keyword in the arrow function. Anywhere you find a function keyword, anywhere you find arrow curly parenthesis, curly braces open, curly braces close. No. So what is output of this program? Can I switch off this one? This is all normal plain functions. You can just practice this all. Now I want to execute the plain function first. What is the plain function output? What is the plain function output? We got 5. Return value is 5. Now I want to execute arrow function. If I execute arrow function, what is the output of arrow function? As usually 5. Sum 1. Both are same, na? 5, 5. 5, 5. First 5 is from normal function. Second 5 is from arrow function. Both are same. Output is same, but writing function, declaring function is different. Right? Declaring function different. So let me write a document dot write break. Let me take a document dot write break. Now I want to write a normal function. Let's say hello. Let's say hello. This is going to be having. What do you want to do? Something like alert. Hello all. Just normal function. Let's say hello is equal to. Okay. Now see, let's say hello. Let's say hello. Say hello is my function name. I'm declaring some function. Say hello is equal to parenthesis arrow Parenthesis is the function declaration, right? Parenthesis is the function declaration. Then say arrow alert hello all. Can I call this say hello? Can I call say hello? Then what is the output of say hello, guys? First of all, hello all will come. Then 5 will come. Let me write a complex function. This is simple function, right? Is this simple function or not? Is this simple function or not? Let me write some complex function. This is function with return type. Sorry, this is function with parameters. Huh? This is what function with parameters, and this is what function with just a plain function, normal function, but arrow function. Okay, so let me write one more example. Let full name. Let full name. How to get full name? We need to add the first name and last name. Let full name is equal to parenthesis fname plus fname comma lname. So inside parenthesis, I'm going to be writing parameters. Then finally, I just want to add. I just want to go with what I want to go with alert fname plus lname. That's all. Now I need to call the full name. How to call the full name? Full name of something like Srinivas underscore comma. So try to understand about arrow functions. Arrow functions are very, very important in the part of the React.js. React.js completely arrow functions people are writing. Arrow functions are basically faster than normal functions. And one more time, this is going to be a simple syntax. Shorthand method of plain function. Shorthand method of normal function. The big number of lines, no need to write. One single line, complete things are going to be executing. No need to write a lengthy lines, no need to write a number of lines. You can write everything into the single line. That is called arrow function. Don't confuse with this. Interview question. Syntax for the arrow function. Interview question. They are going to be doing some mistakes and they will ask what is the right answer for this arrow. So try to understand what is the output of the full name, guys. So first output is alert, hello all. Second output is Srinivas Gorantla. That's all. 2 alert boxes there. So this is about the concept of arrow functions. Just try to understand. The next one, classes. Very, very important now. Now go with the classes. ES6 basically having some partial object oriented. ES6 basically having partial object oriented. Plain JavaScript ES5 there is no concept of class. But in ES6 there is a concept of class. Now object oriented programming, the structure of object oriented programming is very, very simple. Basically we have some class. Class is the concept of object oriented programming. Class is nothing but some constructor. Class is nothing but what? Some constructor, which is going to be, class is nothing but a factory, which is having some predefined functionalities. And one more definition for the class. Class is the encapsulation of properties and methods. Class is encapsulation of properties and methods. Or class is nothing but a factory. Class is nothing but some constructor. So there is a one classroom. Classroom is a class. Village is the class. City is the class. Animal is the class. For example, I'm taking a class called animal. So this animal class, we can able to create a number of objects. Object is nothing but blueprint of the class. Object is nothing but what? Blueprint of the class. So this is the class. From this class, I want to generate two objects. The first object is basically horse. Second animal is something like bull. The first object name is horse. Let me write the first object name is horse. Second object name is something like ox. So what about horse? What about ox? Horse is animal. Horse is animal. Ox is animal. Ox is animal. Can I take one more object called a dog? Dog is animal. Dog is animal. So we are going to be creating a number of objects for the class. Now tell me for this animal, we are going to be having a lot of properties, lot of methods. Lot of properties, lot of methods. What are the different kind of properties for the animal? What are the different kind of properties for the animal? So animal is going to be having number of properties. First of all, animal name of the animal, you can specify as a property. Age of the animal, you can able to specify as a property. Color of the animal, that you can specify as a property. Breeder. So I will take three properties for the animal. One is the name, one is the age, one is the color. One is the name, one is the age, one is the color. This is not a color. This is color. One is the name, one is the age, one is the color. Three properties available. Now tell me methods for the animal. What are the different kind of methods for the animal? What are the different kind of methods for the animal? Animal is eating, hunting. Animal is eating. For example, animal is eating. Second method, animal is walking. Animal is singing. Whatever it may be. Some kind of operation, some kind of functionality, some kind of work, that is called method. Some kind of work, that is called method. So animal is the class. Animal have some state. That state is nothing but property. Animal have some behavior. Animal have some behavior. Animal have some functionality. That behavior is eating is one behavior, walking is one behavior, running is one behavior, barking is one behavior. So there are number of behaviors which are going to be available for the animal. Those behaviors are nothing but methods. And animal state, when we see the animal, I can able to observe this is the white color dog, this is the black color dog, this is the brown color horse. We can able to easily specify by the state of the object. State is nothing but property. Behavior nothing but functionality of the horse. Horse is running, horse is eating, horse is walking, something like that is called methods. So try to understand simply. Object oriented programming, there are number of concepts which are going to be available, but all the concepts which are not available in part of ES6, but all those concepts which are available in the TypeScript. TypeScript is complete object oriented JavaScript, but ES6 is partial object oriented JavaScript. But here we need to understand what is the class, what is the object first. Object is blueprint of class. So first of all, you tell me one point, horse is animal or not? Dog is animal or not? Ox is animal or not? Yes, I can say that horse is animal, dog is animal, horse is animal. So everything is animal, animal, animal. Nothing but horse is one object of the animal, dog is one object of the animal, ox is one object of the animal. Able to easily say that. Object is nothing but object matlab blueprint of a class. Now you tell me those properties, name, age, color, can I give for the horse? Yes. So same methods, eating, walking, can I give for the horse? Yes. Whatever the behaviors you have in the class, whatever the properties you have in the class, those properties, those behaviors, I can able to easily transfer to the object. It is possible. Object is nothing but blueprint of the class. Class having some behaviors, class having some properties means automatically those properties, those functionalities automatically come to the object. Try to understand this. Okay, so let me go to the program now. You can easily understand. So I'm going to be creating the class called rectangle. Creating a class called rectangle. Rectangle is going to be having some constructor. Constructor, nothing but constructor is going to be storing the parameters. Constructor is going to be storing the parameters. So this constructor is having two parameters. One is the length, one is the width. This dot length is equal to length, this dot width is equal to width. So this dot length is the final value storage. This dot width is final value storage inside the constructor. Okay, now come to the get area method. One method I am going to be defining inside the class. Inside the class I am going to be defining one method, get area. This get area is going to be written. So how to get area of the rectangle? Length into width. Length into width. So length is coming from this dot length. Width is coming from this dot width. So this dot length into this dot width is going to be returning by the get area. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to create one object for this. I want to create one object for the class called rectangle. Class is the rectangle. So rectangle is the class. This is the class. Completely this is the class. For the class, I am going to be preparing one object. What is the object for the class? What is the object for the class? This is not a class, this is extension. So class square extends from the rectangle. This is called inheritance. This is called inheritance. So I'm trying to inheriting the class. So from the rectangle class, I'm going to be preparing the one more class called square. So class square extends from rectangle. Extends from rectangle. So this is also having some constructor. Square going to be having some length. Square going to be having some length. Length is going to be nothing but super length and child length. So don't confuse with this. Don't confuse with this. Let me go with the, just delete this. This is confusion part. I will let you know later. I will let you know later. So how to create object for the rectangle? So where REC is the rectangle object. REC object. REC object is nothing but a rectangle object. Now tell me REC object. So I'm trying to creating one object for the class. I'm trying to creating one object for the class. So what is the name of the object here? REC object. REC object is equal to new rectangle. New rectangle. Rectangle is the class. For that class, we have to pass two constructor parameters. One is the length, one is the width. So new rectangle, which is going to be having 5, 10. 5 is the length, 10 is the width. Next method. Document.write REC object dot get area. REC object dot get area. When I say call get area is going to be accessing with the length and width, length into width. So output of this is very, very simple. You will be having output as 50. You will be having output as 50. Try to understand how to create the class, how to create object. That's it. The only need is how to create the class, how to create object in the part of React.js. In the part of React.js, we have the concept of classes, we have the concept of objects. That is the very reason I'm going to be defining with you how to create a class, how to create an object with the ES6 part. Just try to understand this part. Don't confuse with the multiple things. This is enough. Next, we will go with modules. Very important. Very important. So you people already done with the first program in React.js. In first program React.js, we have the index.html. We have the index.html. Index.html binding with what? Index.html binding with what? Index.js. Very good. Index.html binding with index.js. Very good. Index.js. But index.js binding with what? Very good. App.js. App.js is the root level component, right? But app.js binding with what? So we already done one program. App.js binding with 3 components. The first component is header component. Second component is main.js. Third component is footer.js. You know this one? You know this one? So this is the header.js. Then is the main.js. This is the footer.js. We already know this one in the part of React.js. We already know this particular structure in the part of the React.js first application, whatever we did. So header is one component, footer is one component, main is one component. These three child components are merging with the app.js. So here this is exporting, importing, export and import, yes or no? Here it is exporting and here it is importing. We have to understand this concept here. Export and import. Here it is exporting, there it is importing. Here it is exporting, here it is importing. Here it is exporting, here it is importing. And finally, all these things are going to be available in the app.js. Am I clear? So React.js is completely a tree structure. Tree structure, number of components, one inside another. Number of components, one inside another. Then only you can able to see the visualized page. But how the concepts are going to be exporting, how the concepts are going to be importing. Whenever I export this particular child component, then only I can able to access the component there. Then only I can able to derive the component there. Is it clear? Don't confuse. So let me go with the one simple program, how to work with the imports and export. That is the concept of modules. The modules, script type module. Script type is what? Module. SRC, what is the source? App.js. Source is what? App.js. Where is the app.js? App.js is containing with somewhere app.js is app.js containing with import greet pi multiply numbers. Greet is one variable, pi is one variable, multiply numbers is the method. These two are variables. Greet is one variable, pi is one variable, multiply numbers is one method. And from main.js. So finally the child component is what? Finally child component is here main.js. So now tell me the structure, whatever we understand. So main.js, this is the main.js. Main.js sending to the app.js. App.js sending to the index.html, module.html. App.js sending to the module.html. That's all. That's all. So we have the main.js. Main.js having the code, whatever the code we have. So in the main.js, we have two variables. We have one method. We have two variables. We have one method. These two variables and one method actually exporting to the app.js. Exporting. First of all, it should be export here. It should be export here. Can you see this? Can you see this keyword? Export keyword. What I'm exporting? Exporting greet, exporting pi, exporting multiply numbers. So one is the greet variable, one is the pi variable, one is the multiply numbers method. Greet variable, pi variable, multiply numbers method. Three things, three concepts, three data types we are going to be exporting first. So when I export here, automatically all the things are actually accessing in the app.js. What app.js containing with? App.js first of all importing from main.js. How many things importing here? One is the greet, one is the pi, one is the multiply. First of all, greet, pi, multiply numbers exporting here. Exporting from the child class main.js. Here it is exporting, here it is importing. Here it is importing. Import greet, import pi, import multiply numbers. Number of times no need to write. Import object. Import object. So write the first variable greet, the second variable pi, third variable multiply numbers. From which component? From main.js component, I'm importing all. So when I import, I can able to execute the outputs. So alert greet, alert pi, alert multiply numbers of 6, 15. Finally, main, this is the app.js, right? App.js is merging with the module.html. So that's it. Why? Because of browser can able to understand only HTML. Browser can't able to understand any JavaScript. Browser can't able to execute any JavaScript. Browser can able to understand only HTML. Whenever you want to execute some JavaScript need to be integrated with HTML first. That is what actually React application architecture. React application architecture we seen. React application architecture, finally index.html is there. But we told React is completely JSX. So we have number of JS components, but all these JS components executing into the or migrating into the index.js. Index.js actually merging into the index.html. Finally, browser can able to understand index.html. And the same concept. So this is a simple program. Simple program, only two variables, one method. Two variables, one method in the main.js. There we are exporting. In the app.js, we are importing. And finally, app.js is executing in the index.html. Got my point? Got my point? Any confusion with this? Don't confuse with the JS files, don't confuse with the HTML file. Okay, so these are the multiple concepts which are going to be available. So REST parameter, spread parameter, destructing assignment. We will go with the next class. All this.